I've experienced several things throughout my 36 years that could be unexplained supernatural occurrences. When I was a kid in particular, I had some recurring harassment that would make me afraid to be in my room. Enough so that my mother purchased me one of those little red bed tents that us kids in the 80s liked so well. I ran into some odd situations while at sea in the Navy too. Anyway, I had essentially forgotten about most of my previous experiences I had because I became somewhat of a closed-minded skeptic. Even weird things that cropped up as an adult, I noted were odd and that I couldn't explain, but I would dismiss them as just being personally unaware of the science behind whatever it was that I'd be witnessing. 3 years and maybe some change ago, the VA accidentally declared me dead, which had just been one in a series of negative events in my life that had started a sort of decline in my expectations for what the future could hold. During that time, a buddy of mine who was like a brother that I had known since I was 6 moved in with me. As his life was also spiraling downwards, together one night, we decided to watch a bunch of YouTube videos on how to summon demons and trade things for a better future. I also had 2 girls related to an ex-girlfriend of mine who needed to escape their abusive family living with me in my finished basement. The basement had no entry from the house. You have to leave the house just to access it. So it was like their own little apartment. And a good deal for a 21-year-old and 18-year-old, considering how I let them stay rent-free, as long as they helped with my sons, helped with cleaning, and cooked 2 meals a week. They'd come into this later. For now, they were just the ones that had suggested to my buddy and myself that we should look for videos about bargaining with the supernatural. The videos weren't particularly helpful, but we decided to start easy and went with the poor man's Ouija, the game called Charlie. I'm sure everyone is aware of what it is, but just in case you're not, you place a pencil on a piece of paper, split it into 4 squares with yes and no written in opposite corners. One pencil sits in the center, and the other pencil is balanced on top of it. Then you say things like, "Charlie, is X true?" And then the top pencil is supposed to spin gently towards the yes or no answer. We did this a few times, and we had enough success that my buddy actually posted a video of the pencil turning on its own to his Facebook account. Invigorated by our success and the potential to gain loot from whatever we made a deal, we smoked a bunch of super dank reefer and came up with what could essentially be our trade template. We were operating under the assumption that everyone who traded their soul to the devil had done such in a rush to be famous or rich, that they didn't care about their part of the trade or how unbalanced it might be for them. We came up with a 30 for 30 trade. You see, I was around 33 when we decided on this, and figured 30 years really wasn't that bad to live as a soul enslaved to a malevolent entity, for a trade of 30 years alive as a successful human. That bargain in mind, I bothered my cat until it scratched me enough for me to bleed, and I pressed my thumb into the cut, and then onto the Charlie paper. This, I believe, was the catalyst for the rest of the weird stuff that had continued to this day. My buddy refused to put his own blood on the paper. He was raised Christian and steadily became less involved and more just a witness as I pushed forward. I don't remember verbatim what I said, but essentially I laid out my deal, my expectations and my offering. I offered up 30 years of service to whatever after my death, for 30 years of wealth and influence. I didn't want fame. Fame seemed like more work than it's worth. I just wanted to have enough loot to make sure my 2 sons, who live with me 100% of the time, were taken care of forever, and that I could live out the rest of my days feeling successful because I had loot, regardless of how I got to obtaining it. The pencil didn't spin. The lights did not flicker. There was no sudden cold breeze. My buddy and I did have a simultaneous sensation of being watched, however. We both turned around to see if the girls had come into the house, or if one of my sons had woken up. Nothing. We were alone. My buddy slept on one of the sofas, and I fell asleep on my recliner sofa in front of my coffee table, where the bloody Charlie game was at rest. I slept easy, even though I felt a bit uneasy, as if someone was staring at me as I urinated. That's kinda how I felt, but nonetheless slept. When I awoke, I followed my usual routine. I didn't even consider the night before until I grabbed my coffee cup. My buddy was still asleep. I typically wake up earlier than anyone else in the house, and I sat down in the same spot I had slept. And as I went to place my coffee down, I noticed an odd handprint on my coffee table facing me. The fingertips were pointed towards where I had slept. I actually took a picture of it because it was so strange. It was smaller than my handprint. The fingers were thinner, and there were only 4 digits, 3 thumbs and a finger. The weird part was, the nails seemed to have left an impression on the table too, as there were pointed claw-looking impressions. When I say impressions, I don't mean the wooden table was scarred. What I mean is its dark surface, and it looked like someone had placed a hot, sweaty, oddly shaped hand there, not long enough to leave a smudgy white imprint. That's why the claw impression just being there seemed odd. That, and only 1 hand impression was there. Not 2, just the 1 4-digit hand. I put my hand next to it. My hands were much too big. My buddy's hands were too big, and my youngest hands were too small. My oldest son's hands were too small. The girls came up from the basement, and before they told me about their night, I interrupted them and had them put their hand next to the impression on the table. Both hands were too small. Then they told me that I had kept them up all night. They thought my buddy and I had gotten drunk and were jamming out to 90s rock and metal. Truth be told, that's a legitimate assumption. We do that. But the night prior, we hadn't. In fact, we hadn't had a single drink, and we had turned off the videos after we came across the Charlie game. The only noise had been us talking excitedly at some points. The girls, however, said that there was a bunch of loud thumping and constant heavy music. In their words, but they consider Korn heavy music. The 18-year-old swore she thought that we had legitimately had a party going on with even more of our friends. My sons, however, heard nothing. It was weird, but we all sort of dismissed it as odd and noteworthy, but nothing more. That night, my buddy and I looked at some more videos about demons and bargaining with them. We watched a video that claimed that just by watching you were participating in a demonic summoning. As the night went on, things around the house seemed more uneasy. My buddy and I were both feeling unnerved, and every noise the house made seemed unnatural. Eventually we turned on Aqua Teen Hunger Force and passed out. The same places as the night before. The following morning, the coffee table that I had since wiped down, erasing the previous prints, now had 2 of the same impressions on it, both facing me as the ones from the previous morning. The only noticeable difference is that there were 2 prints, and that the thumbs were again in the same place as the human thumbs. However, once again, only 4 digits, and odd claws pointed towards where I had slept. My eldest son immediately became worried and claimed that I was being haunted by the Rake from the famous creepypasta. I confessed, creepypastas are whack to me, so I wasn't familiar with this story at the time, and I took time to watch a few versions explaining it. I wasn't impressed, and it didn't resonate with me as a sensible answer to what I had been witnessing. Only the claws and the insinuation that something had been watching me fit. The girls claimed to have another rough night this time. However, it wasn't noises upstairs. It was the lights in the basement turning on and off, and the sound of something scratching at their door, and one door that leads outside in the woods at the edge of my property. We live in the woods on a mountain with a few acres of land, so the idea of something scratching on the door isn't too far from likely. I've even had bears roam my land, so something scratching at the door is certainly not unheard of around here. The girls continued having nights of being freaked out. Despite that, after the third morning of handprints, I had stopped being involved with any odd event. The girls grew so frightened they moved upstairs and slept on the other two sofas. So now the 4 adults in the house slept in the living room, while my sons slept in their own rooms. I have my own bedroom, but I just don't like sleeping in beds. The girls continued to have odd experiences in the bathroom, feeling like they were being watched, the shower curtain being pulled back when no one was in the room. My sons both woke up with what appeared to be cat scratches on their chest one morning. They seemed superficial enough, but they were spooked because my cats will suffer anything except me using them to dust tables. That's how I got them to scratch me for the original game of Charlie. One night, all 4 of us heard the scratching at the door, this time on the upstairs door and not the basement. As a combat vet, I have firearms, so my buddy and I step outside and search the immediate area. We kept hearing rustling, so we followed it around the edge of the property until we got down by the basement. We both noticed the light was on, but my buddy was the first to notice movement through the windows. In order to prevent air leaks, the few windows the basement has are covered with weatherproof plastic, so we could only make out the shadow of a head moving back and forth. Whoever it was certainly didn't belong in my basement, and especially not at night time. We came around the door, which was already opened, and yelled into the basement that we were armed, and that by coming forward now, they would be safely escorted from the property, whereas jumping out could lead to being injured. But there was no response. No sound, but all the lights were on, and the door had been wide open. The majority of my basement is open space, with just one finished room, save a missing door. The older girl had stayed there, and she had hung a blanket in place of a door. My buddy was standing behind me, and when I moved the blanket hanging in the door, all the lights in the basement shut off. A totally audible snap too. My buddy called out, "What is it?" and ran outside, and I followed him out behind his movements later. He was genuinely spooked when I came out, and told me he had run out because he was certain I had pushed past him in the dark and ran out ahead of him. So when he said, "What is it?" he thought he was talking to me running past him, despite the fact I hadn't moved until he left the basement. I closed the door and put a cement block in front of it. We went back upstairs, put the rifles away, and described what happened. Upstairs, the power had gone out too, but when the girls had gone to the breaker box, which is upstairs in a broom closet by some weird 70s design, the power came back on without an issue. Perhaps to the basement as well, though I'm unsure whether we noticed it did or not. The girls moved out. They still keep in touch and visit, but won't stay overnight because they're afraid of whatever I did. They definitely think I lost something when I tried to make a deal. I've repeatedly pointed out to them that I've received no such bounty as stated in the deal I offered, and they pointed out that just a couple of months after the Charlie game, the VA finally fixed their mistake about my status and began paying me again. They also noted that soon after the game my writing had been noticed, and I have been making money with that, and gained a smallish following. They also pointed out that my buddy sold his house, Yes, he had a house even though he was living with me, and for a life-changing amount of money, which he used to travel for a while before coming back to this area. There continued to be odd circumstances around the house. We've seen odd footprints in snow and mud outside of the house on the patio, and around the cars. We've heard noises in the basement and around the house. Once, the steps to the attic have been pulled down and left open for some reason. I wake up sometimes with inexplicable scratches on my head, arms or legs, but again all superficial. I don't have any scars from them. At this point I can't rule out cats. I'd scratch me in my sleep too, if I'm used for a dust rag for kicks. The running joke is that Charlie needs to come out of his pockets if he's going to harass the household. My life is on the upturn now, but I certainly didn't receive what I was expecting for the offer I made. The girls have told me they think I let something loose that is essentially angry with me that my deal isn't weighted in its favor, so it's stuck being a minor annoyance. While I make fun of it for not giving me any of my loot, 30-30 is a fair trade, and I stand by it, and it'll need to make more than a trivial paw print to change my mind on that. About 10 years ago or so, my family and I brought back these small vases, who we were told were 400 years old from Machu Picchu. The vases were made from mud and had a face carved on them. We were given them by a family friend who said he wanted to give us something special for visiting Peru. He claims he brought them from a local in the Pisco region of Peru where Machu Picchu is. We brought it back home to Canada, and pretty much from week one, a horrible streak of bad luck and accidents began to happen to our family. My mum came down with cataract at a very young age. My father lost both his jobs. My brother and I were both constantly sick, and my little sister would start screaming randomly. Pretty much on the verge of being homeless, we were looking for things to sell and came across these things. We didn't know if we could even sell them, and for how much. To get an idea of the value, we called one of my dad's friends in Peru who had worked in a museum. After a bit of back and forth, he told my dad that these types of items are not meant to leave its home soil and are not worth more than a few bucks. He said that these items are probably cursed. He said to lift the curse, we prick our fingers and smear a little bit of blood on each one and send them back. Now, of course, we were very skeptical and thought they were probably worth something. We assumed the guy wanted them so that he could sell them. I mean, a blood sacrifice? That's ridiculous. Fast forward 2 days, my mother and father get into a pretty nasty car accident. We were okay, but they both needed to be off work for a few weeks. After that, they both decided that maybe we should send them back and do the blood thing. We sent them back, and the next week after that things got noticeably better. My father found a very good job, as did my mum. We found a really good place to live with a very low rent and overall better health. What do you guys think? Coincidence or cursed pots? I am currently 21 years old, and up until recently, I had not experienced anything that I would call supernatural. I'm still not sure what to think of these events as they really freaked me out. I don't know if something brought it on, but I was out with my friends when I suddenly started thinking about the past, particularly about my childhood friend, Brendan. We went to elementary and middle school together, and when I was remembering this, I just assumed that he went to a different high school than me, and because of that, we drifted apart. So I decided that I was going to track him down and try and reconnect, but I couldn't find any of his social media or information about him online, and then I sort of forgot about it for a while. Then a month ago, I was out with another one of my friends called Amy, who I'd known since elementary school as well, and I asked her if she's been in contact with Brendan or if she knows how to get a hold of him. She seems to hesitate when I mentioned his last name. She remembered, she says. She told me she hasn't spoken to him in at least 8 years, but remembered his parents' address. So I drove over there, seeing as they're not actually that far. Then his parents open the door and I recognize him. They say hi to me and invite me inside, and I introduce myself and they remark on how much I've grown, and then they say they don't have a son. I immediately assumed that maybe he had gotten into drugs or something and they disowned him, but no, they insisted that they'd never had a son, and just 2 daughters who I vaguely recognize and remember. But there's no doubt this is his family. I ended up just outright accusing them of lying and they got really defensive, so I apologized and went home. I don't think I got the wrong house. I recognized them and they recognized me, but regardless I phoned Amy and told her what happened, and asked her if she was sure that was their address. I stopped thinking about it for a little while until 2 weeks ago. Amy texted me saying he wasn't in any of her yearbooks, and sure as hell I checked mine and he wasn't there. We met up a few days ago and we both went in separate rooms to draw what we thought Brendan looked like, just in case he was a shared hallucination. But no, we both came back with pretty similar drawings, down to the way he parted his hair and the location of his 3 facial moles. So in the last few days, we've been going down a rabbit hole of talking to old teachers and friends, and I swear to God it's like he never existed. We even went down to our old middle school to see if he was in any of the class photos, and nothing. I also got some old birthday photos from my mum, and on most of those birthdays I'm 100% certain Brendan was there, but again nothing. Not even my parents remember him. Me and Amy went to check hospital records for some kind of birth certificate, but it's really starting to scare both of us. Is there some kind of explanation for this? If it was just me, I'd think I dreamt him up, but Amy pointed out the correct address, and we both came up with near identical drawings of him. I'm pretty sure we're not mistaking his appearance for someone else either, because the facial markings were pretty distinct, and he got bullied for it in elementary school. Shortly after, we went back to visit Brendan's parents, and told them that we had been looking for Brendan, seeing his birth certificate's a public record and all, not that we could find him. I'm pretty sure they thought we were crazy, but surprisingly did cooperate. We showed them the sketches we did, and asked if they'd ever fostered any kids, but nothing. They agreed to let me tour the house, but not Amy as they didn't know her. And first of all, Amy and I were right about the location of his bedroom, and his closet. According to his parents, it's just a storeroom though. There's not a single photo of him in the house either. I don't think his parents are lying. They honestly seem to think they don't have a son. I also asked them more about our relationship, how I knew them and how they knew me, but they didn't really give me any new information. I babysat and helped out around the house, etc., and that was it. Because of Corona, we have to be careful the way we contact people, but we've already got in touch with old teachers and classmates, and they don't seem to know anything about Brendan. I don't have a lot of answers. I guess it's a dead end. Perhaps it was just a glitch, and honestly I have no idea. My mum did reply back to me recently, as I've been messaging her, and she has no idea who the person me and Amy drew was. In any case, I'm going to assume it was some kind of weird glitch, but I just don't understand how we can both remember someone, well, who seemingly doesn't exist and never did. I am a female in my late 20s. My parents, a charming lesbian couple, owned a funeral home and cemetery in a village on the outskirts of the Alaskan tundra. It was a small business that had been passed down from my grandmother Agatha's father, who inherited it from his father and so on. Katie, my other mother, was terrified of the whole situation from the beginning. She was positive that someone would get possessed with us living so close to a field of corpses, in her words. Over time, exactly 8 years after they moved there, she grew to respect the land, as well as the tenants resting in peace there. I was born shortly after her change of heart, but she still limited my access to the cemetery. And while no one was ever possessed, we still had our fair share of terrifying experiences at our home and throughout the property. I went to a tiny schoolhouse every weekday from the time I could walk. Only 13 or so children lived in our town, so we were all educated in one room by a small group of teachers. Katie and her twin sister Gloria were 2 of these teachers. The 3 of us would walk to and from town every day, while Aga and her brother Cal took care of the property. It was a 20-minute trek, but on the occasional day without freezes, we got to take our bikes, and that was generally the highlight of my life. However, on this particular day in December, we had to walk. We were only at the school until about 4 o'clock that afternoon, but the sun usually set around 3:30, so we were shrouded mostly in darkness by the time we got up to the dirt road leading up to our property. I was about 6 or 7 at the time, and still used my clumsiness as an excuse not to walk up the path, muddied by snow. Glory had drawn the short straw and was giving me a piggyback ride up the hill. I was resting my head against her back and staring at the cemetery that was beginning to come into view around the paper birches and spruce trees. It was a sprawling field filled with an odd assortment of mausoleums, colorful tombs of Inuit and the Russian Orthodox citizens, and I was always entranced by the graves and tried to pick out the ones that I had yet to see. We were nearly to the house when I saw a figure standing in the far right corner of the cemetery. It was hard to discern their age or gender, but I could tell from the build that it wasn't Aga or Cal. Visiting hours ended at sundown regardless of the date, so I immediately pointed the person out to Katie. Most of the finer details are recalled by my parents and older family members, due to my young age throughout most of these events, but I can still clearly remember hearing Katie mutter, "Shit," quietly under her breath. She helped me off Glory's back and ordered that I go inside to tell Cal to meet them in the field. Without hesitation, I suddenly found myself as sure-footed as a bunny on the icy ground, and sprinted the last 20 or so yards up to the house. I swung the door open and went into the kitchen where I knew I'd find Aga and Cal, and told my uncle to get the trespasser. Groaning, Cal finished his cup of coffee, which was probably spiked with whiskey, and stood from the table. Angak Cal was a big guy, about 6'8", with broad shoulders and what I called Fred Flintstone fists. Basically, he could knock someone out without much effort, and he did so time and time again. He was insanely protective of his sisters and all of the other women in his life, Glory and Katie included. The entire town respected him and feared him at the same time. He was a nice home security system. Naturally, I was thrilled with this tiny bit of excitement in my normally humdrum life. When my uncle charged out the back without so much as a coat on, I turned my pleading eyes to Aga, who barely flinched at the activity. She stared back at me for only a moment, before sighing and motioning to the rack by the door. I grabbed her parka and helped her put it on as we made our way outside. Knowing that her wife was going to be none too thrilled with my presence in the cemetery, Arga picked me up when we reached the cast iron fence that surrounded the property. We could see Cal's giant silhouette approaching the tiny ones of Katie and Glory. The stranger was still a good 100 or so yards from us. "Let's hide and watch," I whispered to Arga, when I realized that Katie hadn't spotted us yet. For a moment, I thought my mother would shake her head and go to the others, but she surprised me by giving me a conspiring smile and ducked behind a mausoleum. "We can get to Grandmother's grave if we're very quiet," she told me with a glint in her eye. She loved the graveyard and had spent her childhood playing in it, while also learning about her ancestors and the people of her town. She wanted me to enjoy it as much as she did. We hurried from grave to grave, pausing only long enough to make sure the others didn't see us. Katie, Glory, and Cal were moving swiftly as well, but they were too busy eyeing the figure standing only about 20 feet from the large tomb that encased my great-grandmother, our destination. When we arrived at the tomb, Arga set me down, and we crouched behind the rocks and wood that surrounded Grandmother's altar. It was then that I began to feel nerves eat away at my gut. This was a stranger, I could tell. They were standing at the base of the mausoleum, built to honor the infants who had passed before being blessed by the tribe's shaman. This was an old, outdated site that didn't fully honor Inuit customs, though it had been redone in the 1970s, closer to the northern section of the property. No one came to this site because it would be considered disrespectful to their deceased, but it would have just been as disrespectful to tear it down. So it was just a derelict memorial that loomed on the tiny hilltop of that section of the cemetery. Tension filled the air as Cal, flanked by Katie and Glory, approached the stranger. I could hear my uncle speaking to them, likely telling them our hours and asking them if they'd like a ride back into town. He always started off nice, giving people the benefit of the doubt before going into Hulk mode. Arga, who had initially been giggling at the sight of her brother looming over the trespasser, was beginning to cling tighter to me as time went by. It took us a few minutes to realize that the person hadn't been responding to Cal, nor had they even looked his way. They continued to stare at the area just above the mausoleum. Katie and Gloria were exchanging uneasy glances at one point, and Cal told them to go back to the house. They refused and stepped closer to his side. When words failed, Cal resorted to the physical approach. He later recalled that he could tell the person was an old man, and that they were frail, and that he didn't want to hurt them. But he wasn't listening, and if he was deaf, he'd have to get his attention somehow. My uncle placed a gentle hand on the gentleman's shoulder, and immediately he felt a wave of nausea overcome him. He hunched over, clutching his abdomen, and cried out. Arga ordered me to stay put before darting off out from behind the stones and over to her brother, who waved to her and the other women to make them leave. He insisted they go inside, but they were all frozen in place. The strange man still hadn't moved, so Katie yelled at him once more. She stepped around in front of him and waved a hand in his face. "You need to leave." I'd heard her command. "You can't be here after dark, it's not safe." "No, it's not," the stranger finally said. He lowered his eyes to meet at my mother. "Are you all right, dear?" He spoke so casually to her. She stood there in shock for a good moment. She looked back at Cal, who was on his knees at this point. While she was distracted, the man turned and headed towards the exit. When he was coming towards my hiding spot, I had every intention of getting up and running away, but I was frozen in place. It felt like my body was being held down by weights, and I was sinking into the earth. I whimpered and buried my face in my arms, praying to God and my great-grandmother for safety. The ice and leaves crunched in my ears, and I knew Arga realized my predicament and said something to the others, because I could hear Katie shouting at her. Finally summoning the courage, I looked up to see the man walking right by me. He didn't so much as look my way, but as he passed he said, "Good night, Blue Eyes," in a dulcet whisper. Immediately I relaxed and climbed to my feet. I watched him practically float out of the cemetery and towards the road. Katie came and got me, telling me we had to take my uncle to the hospital. As it turns out, Cal had to go in for some emergency surgery because his appendix had ruptured. He's convinced that the old man somehow cursed him on contact. Even Arga, sweet but superstitious Arga, had her doubts about his claim. There was nothing malicious in Cal's approach to the man. Why would he have cursed him? This wasn't the last time we saw this strange man. We actually saw him 2 or 3 more times in the following weeks. He was always at the derelict infant's mausoleum, staring up at the sky. He never spoke or bothered anyone, and from that point on he always came while it was light out. I would sometimes sneak out and watch him from my grandmother's grave. He was a white man, which struck a chord with me. It was my theory that he was Katie and Gloria's real father, who had abandoned them when they were still very young. Katie quickly disproved this theory, telling me that their father died in the early 90s. But that meant nothing to me. It could still be him. The last time I saw him was in early February the following year. It was snowing heavily, and I was helping Arga and Cal go about and check to see if all the tombs and mausoleums were closed. Sometimes family members of the deceased would perform rituals on their newly departed, placing ceremonial offerings on their bodies, but they weren't always restored to their tombs to the way they were. We did our best to ensure that none of the graves would be flooded come the next thaw. When we approached Grandmother's grave, I heard Arga sigh airily, but continued on. Immediately, I looked to the old mausoleum and smiled to the back of the old man. "Good morning," I called out to him. "There's no such thing, Blue Eyes." I heard him respond this over the wind. I began to laugh because it sounded like something Gloria would say after a night of drinking. But suddenly I felt a ball of sadness coil up in my stomach. I began crying and looked up at Arga with a sorrowful pout. It was the first time I had really ever felt dread, and it nearly brought me to my knees. Arga picked me up and took me inside, where I instantly felt better. The man was never seen on the property again. I was a little sad about it, but the adults were glad. They didn't like the pull that he had on us. My girlfriend and I have been together for about a year and never had any big problems. We are both pretty relaxed people and have never had a big fight, never had trust issues, the whole shenanigan. So one day I was out in front of my apartment building smoking a cig. This was before we lived together. I had seen her the night before, had a nice dinner, and gone out to a bar, then gone to my place, after which she took a taxi home. As I'm standing out in front of my apartment building, she pulls up in a taxi. I wasn't expecting her and was pleasantly surprised to see her. I put up my cigarette, smiled, walked up to her and said, "Hey, what you doing here?" She then scowls at me, slaps me square across the jaw, and I'm dumbfounded and at a loss for words. So I kind of just look at her. She never said anything, just barged past me into the building. I follow her up to my apartment, asking her what was happening. The whole way she goes up, she goes into my apartment, grabs her bag and some of her stuff she left there, throws a few things at me, breaking a glass or two, and knocking down a bunch of stuff on a shelf. She calls me a pig, says she knows everything, and that I've broken her heart. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, obviously, and she stops on her way out when I touch her sleeve, glares at me again, and slaps me. She tells me something along the lines of, "I hope I never see you again," and walks out. I followed her to the street, and she got in her cab and drove off. The street was pretty empty, and this was about 8 or 9 a.m. I watch her drive off, and at this point I'm lost for words, scared, and sad. Then as I'm watching the cab drive away, someone hugs me from around my waist from behind. I turn around and it's her, in running clothes. She was wearing heels and a leather jacket before, and I went completely pale. "Hi," she says, in her usual happy-go-lucky tone. Then she noticed my look and said, "What's wrong?" I had spun around. No taxi. It had literally driven away 5 seconds earlier. No way it could have turned in that time, and all the lights were red. I didn't say anything to her. I just ran upstairs. Her bag was gone, the things were still broken, and my door was still wide open. So I told her. We were both momentarily confused. There's no way I could have mixed her up with someone else, and she's an only child. We had security check the cameras, and sure enough, me following a girl into my apartment. The angles weren't great, and the film wasn't great quality, but it was pretty easy to see me and my face, but hers was always hard to make out, and it looked a hell of a lot like her, but never a clear shot. No way it was the same girl. It still creeps me out, and I don't really talk about it. We also filed the police report. They came, gathered up the broken stuff, and found only my fingerprints and my girlfriend's on them, same as with my door. And this girl got into the building by herself, which means she knew my door code. Her typing is on the footage. I just hope I never see her again. A little while later, I had a professor from Columbia who's a family friend, and we spoke about this situation hypothetically, and not wanting to sound the fool. He teaches something like philosophy and other things to do with superstition and explaining the unexplainable. One of his explanations was very close to this. Somehow, a mirror of our world running a nearly identical timeline folded over ours or collided with ours temporarily. Maybe she saw me at the bar the night before with another girl, my girlfriend, not seeing her face, and decided to break up with me the next morning, come to my apartment, and then the amount of a disturbance that resulted in caused our two worlds to break apart right as she drove away. I'm not really one to believe in those things, but after this, I don't consider anything impossible. That also makes me wonder if it's true. How much did I mess up in this mirror world? Things can't possibly be the same there now as she broke up with me. I don't know. It's a lot to think about. This is the first time my girlfriend and I have gone into really thinking about this for a while, and it's scared and shaken me a lot. I'm going to share with you something that I've carried with me for the last 24 years, and I haven't really spoken much about since I was a child, and I've never spoken about it on any kind of public forum, such as this. You are free to not believe me. I in fact encourage you to doubt anything that you're told from anyone. I am sharing this with you because as I've gotten older, I've spent 2 decades developing a life to the best of my ability. I've carried an immense weight on my shoulders that neither therapists nor psychiatrists treat as anything other than a method of repressing memories at best, and the delusions of a lunatic at worst. I do not blame you if you draw these same conclusions. I'm sharing this with what I believe has become the most publicly traded speaking place on the internet, for the sole purpose of attempting to drop the weight that I've carried with my life. This is more of a personal cleanse than an attempt to intrigue. And if no one hears this and it becomes buried, I would have at least gotten it off my chest. I am not from here, and by here I don't mean where I currently live. I mean where any of us live. Anyone hearing this right now? It's now a few days after my 30th birthday, and this time of year it always strikes me, because I started kindergarten on my birthday when I turned 5. I thought at the time everyone did that. You turned 5, and when you turned 5 you go to school. I didn't realize my birthday just happened to coincide with the first day of school. And a little over 1 year later, in about 2 weeks' time, it would have been 24 years to the day that my entire world vanished. I was born in San Diego and lived in a poorer suburb of San Diego as a child. I lived in an apartment complex called Lemon Vine Apartments that were a bit of a slummier version of the Lemon Vine Apartments found in Lemon Grove, a suburb of San Diego. My parents were divorced but friendly. My mother was young when she had me and she was beautiful. She was in her early 20s and was aspiring to be a model, and would regularly take trips to LA to do photo shoots. She did glamour modeling for magazines. She had a darker skin tone, being 1/4 Indian. Indian, not native, and it gave her an exotic look. My favorite picture of her as a child was her modeling a luxurious wedding dress for a bridal company. I used to sleep with that picture when she would go to LA, and I would stay with my dad, who worked for the city of San Diego. They shared custody pretty evenly, and we even did Christmas together as a family, even though they had split when I was still a baby. My dad, his girlfriend, my mum, who was single, and me. Maybe things weren't as good between them as I remember, but I was 6, so if there was drama behind the scenes, they did a good job of hiding it from me. On September 17th, 1996, I was staying at my dad's parents' in Riverside, California. They had a small farm where they raised chickens, pigs, and goats. No horses or sheep or anything, but my grandma had several pet ducks that would eat seeds from your hand, fly away, and return every year like clockwork. My dad had to work at night for a week, and my mum was in LA, so I stayed with my grandparents. Schools back then were pretty cool with this kind of thing, and I was sent home with the sort of nonsense assignment you'd expect a first grader who'd just gone back to school after summer break ended. The 17th was the 3rd day. I was staying with my grandparents, and my grandpa had told me to be careful outside, because he'd seen a rattlesnake and wasn't sure where it had went to. So, since no one knew where the mystery snake had gotten off to, 6-year-old me decided to go hunting for it. In hindsight, letting a 6-year-old go looking around a farm for a rattlesnake was probably not in any parenting 101 handbook, but it was the 90s, and I guess they didn't actually expect me to find it. There were woods on the property, but I wasn't allowed to go in there, so they'd probably figure that's where the snake had gotten off to. I spent all day outside playing jungle exploration on the farm, trying to track down this rattlesnake, and much to my excitement, when I decided to open the well house, which, for those who don't have one, looks kind of like one of the green electrical boxes on the north side of the road, there it was, curled up, rattling away. I immediately slammed the door shut and ran to my grandparents' house to tell them I found it. Now, this might be my 6-year-old memory exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure the snake was 900 feet long at least, give or take. I found it though, and I was excited to tell my grandpa I'd found it so he could do what he did and go out and shoot the thing. I ran in the back door of the house, which led you to the laundry room and through the kitchen. I paid no mind to anything until I turned left and entered the living room, expecting to see my grandparents, my uncle, and the neighboring couple all sat in the living room where I'd left them. Except they weren't there, and it wasn't the same living room anymore. The furniture was completely wrong. The hard and memorable, uncomfortable hardwood furniture my grandpa loved so much was gone. The coffee table he made out of a tree stump was gone, replaced by a fluffy grandma-looking furniture. A 3-person sofa with a floral design on it. The TV was in the wrong place, and newer than Grandpa's old, sit-on-the-ground cabinet TV. The hardwood paneling on the walls was gone, or at least covered by blue wallpaper. The hardwood floor was a shaggy off-white carpet. The pictures of my dad, my uncle and me and my grandparents were gone from the walls, replaced by paintings and pictures of people I didn't know. As confused as I was by this, I was more confused by everyone being missing. In my 6-year-old brain, I accepted that they may have completely rearranged the house while I'd spent the day looking for a snake, but I didn't believe at all that they'd just leave me alone. And I didn't see anyone leave. I didn't see the cars go. So I walked out the front door, which was attached to the living room, as they usually are, and thought maybe they'd gone to the chickens or pigs, both of which should have been visible from the front porch. But the chicken coop was gone. The pig pen had lost its fencing and there were no pigs to be found. At this point I was beyond confused, and I was getting very scared. I didn't want to be alone. I didn't see anyone. Even though they lived on a small farm, the neighbors that had been visiting lived just across the dirt road. So I ran down our dirt driveway and across the road to their house, assuming that it must have been where they went. I remember getting more and more scared as I ran to their house and started crying when their house was the wrong color. It wasn't the faded yellow house it used to be. It wasn't even the right house anymore. Nevertheless, I banged on the door. I remember at this point I was crying quite profusely because I didn't understand what was happening, and I kept wiping my face, which covered it in dirt after having been digged around under stumps and logs for snakes all day. When the door opened, a woman in her late 40s to early 50s answered, and I'd never seen her before. I just started bawling uncontrollably. Everything after this point is largely a blur, because nothing was right. I knew where I lived, I knew where I went to school, I knew where my grandparents lived, but I met the people who lived there where my grandparents lived, and they were not my grandparents. I did not know them. I begged for them to get my uncle and tell him who I was, but my uncle wasn't there. Through a series of various police and people in suits, I was brought back to the town in which I lived. After spending what seemed like 10 hours in the local police station trying to contact my parents, I had my home phone number memorized, but told them my dad would be asleep. But when they called that number, the person on the other end had no idea who I was or what they were talking about. I was asked to give the police officers my address, and sat in the local police station while the police in my hometown went to my address. When they finally called the station back, they were informed that the name of the apartment building was incorrect. Lemon Vine Apartments didn't exist, and the address I gave to them was an apartment complex called Merritt Manor, and the apartment number I gave them was unoccupied. I believe at this point, they were operating under the assumption that I had given them the wrong name of the apartment and the wrong apartment number, but I did in fact live there. When I was finally brought to my hometown after changing hands a few times between police, I was asked to give the police officers my addresses again, and was driven to where I lived. That was it. That was my apartment complex, but just like everything else, it looked wrong. It was painted a different color, and the sign that used to have a large image of a lemon reading Lemon Vine now read Merritt Manor. I took the police to exactly where I lived, and they said, no one lives there. From this point forward, the police attempted to contact neighbors. all of whom knew me. None of them were who they were supposed to be. Every person who came out of the apartment building around me were the wrong people, and they didn't know me. From this point, they attempted to contact my father, which should have been easy as he worked for the city. But no employee by his name apparently worked for the city in any capacity. As day turned to night, I spent endless hours sitting in the police station as they attempted to find any person in the world who knew me. I couldn't do anything but cry and cry and cry endlessly. A woman in a suit who I think was either a detective or just someone who happened to work at the station sat with me for several hours and tried to keep me calm. She gave me a stuffed dog, a Dalmatian puppy, that looked a bit like one of the dogs from 101 Dalmatians, and told me his name was Sparky. She said I could keep Sparky, and that when they found my parents, Sparky would go home with me and make sure I didn't get lost again. She said he was a good dog, and he'd protect me, if I took care of him. During this time, they attempted my school. I told them I went to Shawnee Elementary. It was easy to find. It was really close to where I lived. But a school by such a name, as you guessed it, did not exist. My school was now apparently called Anza Elementary. At one point, I was asked if the police had ever taken my fingerprint, and they had. In kindergarten, my entire class had our fingerprints taken by the police at the school gym for basically this exact reason. Unsurprisingly, this didn't help at all. They couldn't find my parents, my grandparents, my neighbors, my apartment, or even me. They couldn't find me. I was too young to remember what my social security number was, but I severely doubt it mattered. They asked my birthday, any relevant information that could help them figure out who I was and where I belonged, but nothing I told them turned up any information about me. At some point during the day, I was briefly taken to the ER, as police suspected I may have sustained some kind of head injury. After being looked over by a doctor, they found nothing wrong with me, and I was sent back to the police station. I ended up staying with someone that night. I'm not entirely sure who it was. Someone from child services, I imagine. I couldn't stop crying long enough to really focus on what was happening at this point. I cried myself to sleep several times in the police station and cried myself to sleep again at the house I stayed in at the night, despite the woman who I was staying with, not the same one who gave me Sparky, doing everything in her power to calm me down. I clung to Sparky so hard I'm surprised I never popped his head off. I didn't have a picture of my mum. I didn't know what was going on, and no one could find out where I belonged. This didn't make sense to me. I was only 6, just barely. I lived where I lived, and my parents were my parents, and my school was my school. They didn't just all disappear in one day. In between fits of crying and waking up, I begged to just go home. I begged for the lady that I was staying with to try and call my dad again. I just kept begging to go home. Over the next few days, I was interrogated and questioned by different people at different times, at different places, at all hours of the day. Police, investigators, people from departments I still don't know, child psychologists, everyone under the sun was asking me questions. I was back and forth between the police station, the house I was staying at, until eventually someone told me that they thought they'd located my parents, and they were coming to get me. Finally, I was going home. Finally, this was over. Finally, I could get away from all these strange people asking me the same question over and over. When the couple showed up at the police station, my heart fell into my feet. They weren't my parents, but they'd had a son that had gone missing, and I fit his description pretty close. The woman started crying when she saw me, because she immediately knew I wasn't her missing son. But I was out of tears to cry at this point. Eventually, I was collected by child services, and I was taken to a foster family where I stayed for a few months. The police launched a campaign asking for anyone to come forward with information about me. They took my picture at the police station for the newspapers to put in the news. I never let go of Sparky for a second. They didn't want me to hold him in the photo because I didn't have him when I arrived, but I needed him, and I would throw an immense tantrum when someone tried to take him away. They had put me back on the clothes I was wearing when they found me, but they'd since given me new clothes to wear. In those months I spent at the foster home, parents of missing children would come to their houses to see if I was their child. I didn't realize this was what was happening until I was older, and looked back on it. They didn't just pull me out and say, "Is this your kid?" They were a bit more subtle about it. The parents would come to meet me, and upon realizing I wasn't their missing child, they'd often leave in tears. Looking back at all these families that came to see me in desperation that they were going to have their child back, I felt so horrible for them. It's a feeling I can't really explain. Like a type of guilt. Like I wish I had been their child, so they could have taken me back. And now, they were safe. Most of those people probably never saw their children again, but I try and imagine that all of them were reunited, even though I know that isn't likely. The guilt was one of the things that kept me in therapy as an adult. But like I said, no therapist has ever bought my story or believed me. The most common belief suggested to me has been that I was abandoned as a child and lived in an abusive home, dumped on the side of a dirt road in the middle of farmland, and I repressed all the negative memories I had of my past. I didn't stay in that foster home permanently. Eventually, while my case wasn't officially closed, I needed to start going to school. I needed identification, and I was issued a birth certificate for the date that I told them was my birth year. But the day and month were listed as September 17th, the day I was found. I never understood why they didn't just use the day and month of my actual birth, but I imagine it's because they didn't think I knew what it was. My name was unchanged. I started going to school sporadically. One of the child psychologists who had seen me recommended I not be placed back into full curriculum immediately, and suspected I suffered some form of PTSD. I was put in special classes, and was only made to go to school twice a week initially. Eventually, I started going full-time and changed foster homes a few more times. I really can't say how much time passed before it happened, but eventually I was placed up for adoption. I was never actually told I was up for adoption, so I'm not sure how soon after I was found. But eventually people started coming to meet me. But these people weren't looking for a missing child. They were looking to adopt me. But I definitely did not represent myself as a good candidate. I had a story that no one believed or could verify. I insisted my parents would eventually find me, and I rarely had a day that I wasn't crying until my eyes burned. This story does not have a happy ending. I never saw my parents again, and I was a ward of the state until I was 18, and went nowhere from there. My teens were filled with delinquency, and I did a brief stint in something similar to juvie in San Diego called Chaparral. I never went to college, never really started getting my life together until I was around 24. I haven't spoken publicly about this before now, not at least since I was a child speaking to everyone who was trying to figure out where I came from. I still have Sparky. He's old, he's worn, still in one piece, no longer white. He's now a dark shade of grey. He sits on my dresser and is there, just like he's always been, as long as I've been here. I've also been asked a handful of questions, which I think I will address now. The first question is, what things are different in places you came from compared to where you are now? To answer, I'm not really sure. I've been asked about countries, states, laws, planets, languages, you name it. The fact is I don't really know. I was 6. The continents could have been completely different and I would have had no idea. I wasn't particularly bright either. I mean, I was hunting for rattlesnakes. I also thought California was a country. I can say the President of the United States was not Bill Clinton. I can't remember exactly what his name was, but we had to learn it in kindergarten. I think his name might have been Robert or something. I want to say Robert Wilmer, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, that's my story. I doubt anyone will hear this, and it's likely to be buried within 15 minutes. But it's now off my chest and in the open, and hopefully I can go to sleep with a little bit more weight off. It has taken me some time to figure out where to start with this story, since there are so many starting places and no end in sight, at least one I can see. So I've decided to start it at the moment that my life changed forever. Not the drastic change that would come later, but a change that began a terrifying journey that has yet to conclude. I was born in the early 80s. My parents were youth pastors for a Pentecostal church in the southwest of the US. I had grown up in the Pentecostal church my whole life. Eventually, my parents became pastors of their own church. The start of my story isn't the beginning, but it is a start. I'm going to tell you it as I experienced it, so there will be back and forth from one timeline to another, but I want you to take the same journey I did. I was a preteen when I saw it. I'm not sure about the exact year, but I know it must have been between 95 and 97. It was summer. I was at church camp, the same one I had gone to for most of my childhood. It was in the South US, in the hill country area. It was a pretty large camp, really spread out, and on any given summer, there would be roughly 1,000 campers, including adults who either were counselors, helpers, or those doing the church services. My parents were pretty active with camp. In fact, my dad was well known in the district. When people found out I was his son, they were amazed, and sometimes treated me like I was first kid or something. I hate saying this, but I would use this to my advantage sometimes. I would get my way with a lot of things or go behind the scenes of the camp or any other church activity that others wouldn't. So my parents were there the summer I saw it. I was a camper that year. The building where all the campers stayed at was on top of a hill in a large building. It had only been built just a few years prior. The camp was a lot older, but they had added new buildings and such, and after a huge fire at the old cafeteria, which I have a vague memory of, they built an entirely new cafeteria. The building was in 3 parts. The left side held the boys' dormitories, and the right the girls'. The middle was where the small little church sat. This is where I saw it. The little church had light pink carpeted floors, off-pink walls, and cushioned chairs to match. The kids' preacher was a close friend of my dad's, so I knew him pretty well, and vice versa. The stage in front of the room, which was literally a step up from the floor, had a stained glass window in the back. I will never forget this stained glass window for as long as I live, and you're about to find out why. It was a picture of a woman in biblical clothes pouring water from a clay jar into a flowing river. For what? I have no idea. Next to her was a small lamb. They stood on a grassy hill with a tree to the left. I believe there was also a graying sky. I had seen it many times before and admired it greatly. The room was packed full of kids, all of us ranging from ages 12 to 15. Both boys and girls. Boys sat on the left side, girls on the right. There were at least 40 to 50 kids in here. Each of us had itineraries, so while we were in service for an hour, other campers may be doing recreational activities or swimming or any number of things. My bunk, which consisted of about 5 or 6 of us boys, most of whom were from my church. Being who I was, I usually got to pick who I wanted to bunk with, another perk of being my father's son. As service began, my attention span started wavering. I had heard all this religious stuff before from my dad and others. I began looking at the stained glass window, and that was when I saw it. It had never been there before, at least that I had seen. In the lower right-hand corner, near the red stained glass border, was a face. Not just any face, but a terrifying face. Aside from everything else on the stained glass window, it looked absolutely real, like it was peering through the glass. But this was impossible because behind it was a small area, which held lights to backlight it. No room for anyone big or small. Its skin was fleshy colored, nothing out the ordinary. But what really grabbed my attention wasn't its open mouth with sharp, pointy teeth, but its eyes. The eyes were large, bulging out the sockets. Those eyes have haunted me to this day. On its forehead were two small bumps, like a pair of horns that hadn't quite come out yet. It was scary, but I was more fascinated that I had never noticed it before. I leaned over to one of my friends sitting next to me and asked if he had ever noticed that face in the stained glass window. He looked but told me he couldn't see anything. Confused, I asked another friend who replied with the same answer. It was then I began to wonder if I was the only one who could see it, or was it some optical illusion? The whole time we were in there, I couldn't take my eyes off it, and when I tried, I felt like it was staring back at me. As we were leaving the room, I walked to the other side to the area the girl sat and looked. There it was, as it was before, the demonic face. In fact, no matter where I was in the room, the face was there. I pushed it to the back and spent the rest of the day trying not to think about it, until the next day when we went back to church. And it was still there. Same position, same terrifying face, and no one could see it but me. This was when I started to get really scared. Later that day, I had tracked down my dad and asked if I could speak to him in private. We had gone into my parents' cabin. My mother was off somewhere in camp doing God only knows what, and I asked my dad if he knew anything about the stained glass window in the little church. He told me he knew enough. He even knew the guy who had made it, and that it cost the district quite a pretty penny. I asked him if there was a demonic face in it, to which he replied, not that he could remember. He asked me why, and I told him that I kept seeing a demonic face and no one else could. My dad got on his knees, put his hands on my shoulder and told me not to tell anyone about what I was seeing. I tried to protest, but what I had taken as anger back then was actually fear. What kind of fear, I wouldn't learn until much later. Like I said, I thought it was anger that a man of my dad's status had a son who was seeing demons in the Pentecostal religion. It wouldn't be perceived well. I never mentioned it again to my dad or anyone else, but every day I saw it. The whole week, its bulging eyes looked at me. I didn't know it at the time, but seeing this demonic face was just the start of what was to come. It was the beginning of my journey, but not my parents' journey. After camp, we had gotten back home, and my parents had hired some youth pastors from out of state, a husband and wife with 3 kids, 2 girls and the youngest a boy. I don't remember too much about the whole family, just a few snippets here and there. I do, however, remember the young boy, only because he didn't look right. Aside from looking like a typical 6-year-old, he was always pale, with dark circles around his eyes, like he was a ghost. Which I'm not saying he was, because obviously he wasn't. On top of that, the boy was always sick. There was always something wrong with him. For the first few months of them being our youth pastors, they had moved into our house temporarily, until they could find their own home. They lived in my bedroom, which was upstairs and to the right. I was put in the second living room downstairs, which had a TV and a very comfortable sectional couch. The mother homeschooled her kids, but never at home. She always took them someplace else. I believe it was a park or something. So while my dad and the youth pastor were at the church doing their godly work, and my brother and I were at school, my mother had the house to herself. She would tell me that she would hear strange things in the house, and it always came from my bedroom. There were times she would hear someone stomping in my room, or she would hear voices, or something sounded like it had fallen. But each time she would investigate, there would be nothing. In fact, this happened just about every time my mother was home alone, and it had never happened until these people had come to stay with us. Eventually they got a home of their own, but things didn't really change in the house paranormal-wise. My mother would still hear things coming from my bedroom. There was one incident where my Mima, my mother's mother, had come to stay with us for a week, and her and my mother saw what looked like someone standing outside the window in my parents' bedroom. They had even called the police and found nothing, except for the footprints found outside the window. We had lived in a nice neighborhood at the time, but the cops had told my mother that there were always peeping Toms. The only thing I personally experienced in that house was when I had been sleeping in the downstairs living room, while the youth pastor lived with us and I was watching TV in my parents' bedroom. I even remembered which movie I was watching because, like the demonic face, this has haunted me ever since. I was watching Batman Forever, which at that age was my favorite movie, and I had seen it hundreds of times. I had been sitting on the floor, leaning up against my parents' large bed. The bedroom light was off to give more of a theater experience, which I do to this day, and must say I had both of my hands on the ground. My left hand was somewhat under the bed. I was fully immersed in the film, when all of a sudden, I felt a hand touch mine. It came from under the bed. I knew it was a hand. I could feel the flesh of it. I bolted up and ran into the living room to where my parents were, terrified. I told my mother, and she became worried, and my father held his position as a strong man of God and went to investigate. He had looked under the bed, checked the closets, the adjoining bathroom, and of course, found nothing. To make a long story short, after a few months they had moved out of our house, my dad had gone to church one Sunday morning. He would always go around 4 a.m. to pray, set up his sermon and stuff, and when he got into the parking lot, he had seen that the youth pastor's car was in the big, empty parking space, as well as another car. One he recognized, but he wasn't sure whose it was exactly. When he entered the church, he came to find out the youth pastor was with a member of the youth group in his office, having an affair. So eventually my father had to fire him, which caused quite a conflict with people in the church, especially the ones who supported the youth pastor, who happened to be related to the girl he was having an affair with. One woman in particular, Karen, a Hispanic woman who had grown up in Mexico, where we had lived not too far from, just a few miles from the border. The reason I told you this part of the story is because it has a lot to do with the next. After the youth pastor and his family were let go of our church, we had a little over 100 people and had began a revival. My dad had called on an evangelist friend of his, Bob, who was married with 2 children, both boys roughly younger than me and more close to my brother's age. Bob had begun the revival, which became quite huge. I should let you know that I am no longer a Christian, nor do I believe in the Christian religion, and you will soon find out why. Anyway, this revival became really big. Our church was filled to capacity, and people were speaking in tongues, being slain in spirit, and the like. It had lasted 13 weeks, which, now that I think about it, is quite an interesting number considering things. Karen, who was close to the youth pastor my dad had let go, was giving my parents the cold shoulder, and started becoming close with the evangelist Bob and his family. One day during this revival, my mother, who I am very close with, told me something I would never forget. She told me that a woman had come to my father, telling him that her daughter was being possessed by a demon, that my dad had to perform an exorcism to no avail. My dad didn't want me to know this, but my mother told me anyway, and told me to keep it a secret and not to tell him that I knew, or even my brother. One night at revival, as people started showing up and getting ready for service, my mother pointed the demon-possessed woman out to me. She seemed normal, pretty even, nothing creepy about her in the least. My mother, being the good pastor's wife she was, always welcomed people, hugging them, talking to them and whatnot. I watched as my mother went over to the demonically possessed woman and welcomed her in and hugged her. As soon as she did, my mother pulled away as the woman began shaking violently. With a panicked look on my mother's face, she walked over to my father, whispering something in his ear. My dad looked over to the woman. My mother came over and told me to get the children rounded up and take them into the dining quarters, as she and others cleared out the sanctuary. Once everyone was out, the doors were shut behind. My dad and a few of the board members were behind the closed doors, dealing with the demonic-possessed woman. It wouldn't be until a few years later that I found out what had happened behind those closed doors. According to what my father told me, he and the board members began praying over the woman, who was shaking violently and spouting obscenities. The janitor lady, Caroline, was in there, as for what reason I don't know. The woman began screaming as if in pain. My father continued to pray for her. Not too long, the woman began to gag, and at this point the janitor lady ran to grab a bucket and brought it over to her, in which the woman vomited in. My father said what came out of her mouth wasn't normal looking. It was like a blackish blob. His first thought was to take it somewhere to get analyzed, but Caroline flushed it down the toilet before he could do anything. What scared my father the most was the fact that the woman was still possessed and told my dad in a dark voice, "We will meet again." My father doesn't like talking about this, and I've only heard this story a few times, and when I bring it up, my dad pretty much shuts down. There's a part of me that thinks there is more to this story, but he won't say, and the reason is that Caroline never came back to the church. In fact, one day not too long after my dad and I had gone to see a movie, my dad wanted to stop by Caroline's place to check on her and find out why she hadn't come back. When she answered the door, cigarette in mouth, it shocked me. She wouldn't let us in, but told my dad something along the lines of, "Pastor, what I saw that night shook my faith," and we never saw her again. Now back to where the demon-possessed girl told my dad that they would meet again. According to my dad, even my grandparents have confirmed this story. When he was a young boy in the late 60s, my dad had awoken in the middle of the night and saw a shadow person in his room. As my dad stared at it in horror, he said it got bigger and bigger until its head was touching the ceiling. My father eventually found his voice and screamed for my grandparents. That's all I know, except for one more event, an unbelievable one. As I stated, I was born in the early 80s, not too long after I was born, when my parents were youth pastors at a church in the southwest US. On a Wednesday night at church with around 50 to 80 people in the sanctuary, a group of strange people entered the church. My mother said that there were about 10 or 15 of these people, some of whom were dressed in black leather with spikes, typical 80s punk, while others wore white t-shirts with anti-Christian messages written in black ink. They had gone to the front of the church during service and started disrupting, saying obscenities against Christ and Christians. The pastor and the board members, whom my dad was one of, took all the people outside the church while someone called the cops, who were on their way. I cannot stress enough, this took place in the early 80s. The leader of the group started talking to my dad. He was younger than my dad, and he said he knew my dad and hadn't seen him in a long time. My dad asked what he meant, to which the leader said something along the lines of, "I was in your bedroom that night." To further prove this, he began telling my dad he knew a lot about him, like where he was born, who my grandparents were, his social security number, who his best friend growing up was, his favorite car, teacher, where he went to college, and then the leader gave the same information about my mother. Then, scarily enough, he mentioned my name, my social security number, where I was born, and that I was his marked and watched. Just writing this out gives me chills considering. I recently brought this up, and my mother says that it still scares her to this day. I'd first heard this story when I was 16 or so, and I remember one time at camp, the same one where I saw the demon, where me and my friends were, who were too young to actually be campers. We're heading up to our cabin at the top of a hill, while our parents were doing church camp stuff. It was night. On our way up the hill, we encountered a man who came out of nowhere. He was dressed like a biker, leather and spikes. I don't really remember much, except that the three of us ran down the hill and got scared, where we ran into one of our mothers who told us to get in the van. She looked around with a flashlight as we drove up the hill but couldn't see anything, and I've always wondered if that man had something to do with these people many years before who interrupted that church service that said I was theirs. Anyway, back to the revival. After the incident with the demonically possessed girl, things got back to normal, in a sense. On the 13th week of the revival, Bob had approached my father and told him God told him to build another church, so he did. Except he took a lot of members from our church, which hurt our church greatly. We had roughly 200 members, and were now down to less than 50. One of the people who left with Bob was Karen. Karen had come up to my mum and told her that she and her family weren't happy with how things had gone down with the youth pastors. She told my mother that she had come from some dark places in Mexico and that she gave my family the evil eye, which my mother had no idea what that meant. The next part would devastate me. First, I'm going to tell you how I experienced it, followed by what my parents saw, which they wouldn't tell me until I was an adult, and for good reason. It was Sunday morning, and my mother had awoken me to get ready for church. I got off bed, sleepily, and started to get dressed when I noticed that my dog, Pepper, had pooed on my floor. Pepper was my dog. She loved me, and when I left for school, she would sit at the window and wait for me. Wouldn't even eat until I arrived back. Panicked, because my mother would get very upset when Pepper would use the restroom on our carpet, I ran into the adjoining bathroom, grabbed a white towel that I would do laundry with later, and hopefully my mother would never find, ran over to the spot and noticed that the diarrhea was even worse. I put the towel atop and started to wipe, and that's when I noticed it wasn't diarrhea at all. It was a pool of blood. I looked over at Pepper, and she was laying next to my bed. I figured she was sick. I ran and told my mum, and I thought she would be upset, but I saw worry and terror in her face. She told me to put Pepper outside with food and water, and we would let her back in once we got back from church. Once church ended, we got home. I ran out of the car to the backyard. No joke when I say this. I found my dog lying on her side near the house. I called to her. Nothing. I figured she was in deep sleep. I walked over and put my hand on her to let her know I was home, and she was stiff as a board. Tears welling in my eyes, I backed away slowly and ran inside to tell my parents. Strangely, when I saw them, my mother had tears in her eyes already and was scared. My dad's face, blank. I told them about Pepper. Then that afternoon before church, we took Pepper's tiny body and buried her outside in the churchyard, far away from the church itself. It was hard watching my dad dig the hole and place Pepper, now wrapped in a black trash bag, into the ground. I would descend into depression after this. Like I said, it wasn't until about 18 or 19 when my parents told me the truth. You see, when we got home from church that dreadful Sunday afternoon, as I ran to the backyard, my parents found their door slightly open. Upon going inside, my parents were startled to find every picture my mother had hanging on the walls upside down. Pictures on tables and as such were face down. On the kitchen counter was a long, thick strand of hair, which my dad had analyzed at the nearby police station, which revealed that it was horse hair. Someone had broken into our house. Even worse, someone had poisoned my dog. My mother said that Karen had threatened my parents with witchcraft a few days before, saying that my parents would regret what they had done to the youth pastor. To this day, I don't understand why the youth pastors were so important to Karen. All I know is that woman had something to do with ending the life of my dog and breaking into my house. Upon more investigating, I found out that our family was cursed, and literally ever since, my family has been through hell. I'd never seen the demon face again, but I have had many strange incidences, most of which I can't find any relation to. But I don't think it has left me alone. My husband, yes, I'm gay, has seen shadows ever since we got together. My husband is an atheist and doesn't believe in anything paranormal. But sometimes I think even he thinks there's something strange going on. I feel like I'm being watched, and I hear someone call out my name. One time I was at work and I heard someone call my name. I walked around the store asking co-workers if they'd called me, and they all said no. Thinking it was in my head, I went back to where I had heard it, and my co-workers there asked who had called my name, which meant they heard it too. So much has happened in my life, things I can't even begin to put into writing. I know without a shadow of a doubt that whatever I saw is still haunting me in some form. Not a day goes by that I don't think of that demonic face. Not a day goes by that I don't think there is some group of demonically possessed people who know my parents and me, who say I'm theirs. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't know if these people have followed me. Some incidents make me think, perhaps. I can tell you that I live in fear. I don't know how to deal with a lot of this. My husband, who doesn't think I'm lying, thinks a lot of it's in my head, on top of coincidence. I can see why people think that. But trust me when I say this isn't a story that's easy to put into words. It's more something that you have to have experienced to understand. There is so much more to tell. For now, I think this will be enough. If anyone has any idea what is going on or knows something, anything that would help, it would be greatly appreciated. Whatever this entity is still haunting me, and my family, and this curse is getting worse. I'm not lying when I say that I am beyond scared. My grandma's house is chock full of weird stories going way back. Pretty much everything weird and scary has happened in the hallway leading to the spare bedroom. My grandma would see my grandpa's silhouette walking down the hall. He'd stop at the door to their bedroom and peer in, and she'd ask if he needed something. He wouldn't answer and would keep walking. Peeved, she would get up to ask him again, only to find him in the living room sleeping or watching TV, and insisting he'd been there the whole time. My mum has heard someone calling her name from the same hall, and once we were there alone house-sitting while my grandparents were out of town. They were due back late that night, and my mum and I both heard heavy footsteps coming from the hall. She told me they must have come home early, and as she went to greet them, she realized there was no one there. The guest room at the end of the same hall has a TV that will turn on by itself. They also had a couple stay there, and neither one was particularly superstitious. The next morning, the husband was unusually quiet. He finally got a chance to talk to my grandma alone, and said very simply, Someone was watching us last night. He had seen a figure standing in the corner of the room staring at them, and had been so frightened that he'd just closed his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. When my grandma pressed for details, he kind of shrugged it off and didn't want to talk about it anymore. There's also a middle bedroom between the spare room and my grandparents' room, which we have always just called Tipsy Danger's room, because I used to stay with them so often. I was on my bed once when I heard a thump and then a skittering noise, like something had jumped off the bed and was running across the floor. I thought it was the cat being weird, so I sat up to see what she was doing, only to find that the cat was at the foot of the bed staring intently at the doorway to the hall. I looked around for a bit and was unable to find anything. As much as I do believe in the paranormal, I don't usually get the opportunity to experience it firsthand. I want to start off by saying that being from Hawaii, there are many superstitions that I still follow to this day, in respecting my ancestors and understanding my culture. I work in the film industry, and sometimes where we shoot tends to be in certain sacred locations back in the old Hawaiian days. For example, if it was just me on a hiking trip, I would have done to chant an oli to grant me safe passage. However, this job pretty much disregards those types of locations if it's considered a tourist area. We were filming at Waimea Falls, which has a rich history of the paranormal, located on the island of Oahu. As the day was wrapping up, I found out one of the crew members left some equipment back at the falls, and I volunteered on retrieving it. It was completely dark, and it was about a 10-minute drive via a quad to trek up the narrow path towards the falls. I had a colleague help me in locating it in the forest to no avail. I kept feeling eyes were watching us, and we shouldn't linger any longer. We decided to leave and got back on the four-wheeler to head back to base camp. As my colleague was trying to fix the gear, the headlights were beaming our exit. I glanced over to see a shadowy figure standing in the middle of our path. Thinking in my head, that's not right. I looked away, hoping it was only an illusion of some kind. I blinked, hoping I wasn't crazy, and I turned to see if the figure was still there. To my horror, the shadow figure stood 10 feet away from me, blocking our path in front of the headlights. Mind you, these lights were on high beam, illuminating the front road, and all the darkness tucked far back except for the figure. Trying not to cause any alarm to my colleague who didn't want to notice the figure, I quickly closed my eyes shut and told him to hurry up and drive. He asked what was wrong, but I didn't budge until we were back in our well-lit environment. I felt ashamed for causing a disturbance even though it was unintentional. I sent a prayer before my departure and hoped the being could remain at peace. But that experience was a shocker for the first time. Thankfully, it didn't follow me home. This incident happened last year in 2019. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof for the fact that I was completely chicken under those circumstances. Mahalo nui loa for reading this story. And please do not piss off any ghosts on your excursions, people. In February 2018, I decided to renovate my kitchen. It was a remnant from the late 80s/early 90s, chosen by my grandparents as it was their house originally. I couldn't afford a complete refit, so I researched decorating techniques and products that I have gained enough confidence in using in order to tackle the job myself. I'm a fairly anal person, organized to the nth degree, so when I removed the cupboard doors, I made sure to put all the screws from each door inside the cupboard I had removed them from, so I had every single screw accounted for. I did my cleaning and decorating, very pleased with the outcome, and eventually, it was time to put the cupboard doors back up. I was alone, and thought I would have no trouble putting the doors back on, since I had been the one to take them down in the first place. I picked up the first door, glad to see I still had all my screws lined up where I had left them. I struggled to get the door lined up, since I was balanced on step ladders and the hinges which I had left attached to the cupboards for convenience. I decided they wouldn't line up and sit them where they need to go. This struggle made me drop the screw in my hand, and I heard it hit the floor. From that height it should have bounced, but I didn't hear that second thud, and it should have made it on the linoleum. There was nothing on the floor to obstruct its fall. I had cleaned everything from that corner of the kitchen, so I could get on the stepladder and put it inside safely. So there was nowhere for this screw to go. I put the door down and searched everywhere. It wasn't where it should be, which confused me. I searched in the sealed alcove that used to house my under-counter refrigerator, over the floor, even under appliances across from the other side of the room, in case of some miracle that it rolled that far, but I found nothing. Writing it off as yet another strange occurrence, I decided to use another screw from a cupboard I had yet to renovate, thinking that I would buy a replacement at the DIY store later. My work was interrupted by a phone call from my mother, who often calls me on my days off, and after a little chat, she asked me how my decorating was going, since she hadn't seen my efforts for a few days. I told her I was putting the cupboard doors back on, but I lost a screw, and she went a little quiet. She then began telling me how she had just emptied her washing machine that had just finished its cycle. It's a routine for her to put all the clothes the right way out when she pulls them out of the washer, before placing them on the drying rack. And when she put her hand in her sock to pull it the right way out, she pulled a tiny screw out of it. I joked and said my screw had gone to visit her because it definitely wasn't here on my kitchen floor. And even though she couldn't understand how a screw had ended up in her washing machine, especially in a sock she had worn the day before, she said if I could use it, then I should. And she saved me the screw so I didn't have to go to the shop to get one. I wasn't convinced it would be a useful screw, but agreed, so she came to visit as she only lives 2 streets away. And when she put the screw in my hand, my gut turned over and the color drained from my face. It was the same size, with the same amount of rust, and I triple-checked to make sure I had every other screw. And I did. And nothing could explain how a fairly specialized size of screw could end up in my mother's sock in her washing machine. There was only one explanation. It was my screw. When my sister was quite young, our grandmother bought her a porcelain doll. The doll wasn't anything special. It wasn't an antique or anything like that. It was just one that you would buy at a novelty shop. It was on a stand and couldn't be moved without possibly breaking it. She had this doll for a few years before my parents divorced. After the divorce, we moved in with our mother in a poor neighborhood in Alton, Illinois. The house felt strange. It also had a strange smell. My sister put the doll in one of the built-in cabinets in the wall, and that's where she stayed for the first few days. At first, we started to notice small changes about where she was or how she was positioned differently than she was before. She would be on the shelf facing the living room most of the time, and when you left the room and came back, she would be rotated a different way. Okay, we thought. Mum's probably messing with us. We largely ignored it, but it kept happening. After a few more months, the doll started ending up in different places in the house. She would be on the cabinet, and when you came back from another room, she would be on the dining room table. Or She would be on one side of the table in the living room by the couch, or on the floor facing the television. We had made a lot of new friends in the neighborhood, and when they came over, I would show them what the doll would do, and without a hitch, I would put her somewhere, and we would leave the room for a few minutes and return, and she would now be in a different spot. Now, I'll go back to saying that we thought my mum was messing with us at first, but mum was at work a lot of those days, and we skipped school plenty of times to stay home, so it wasn't mum doing this. One day, we decided to mess with the Ouija board I had in my closet. I don't remember if we bought it or it was just there. The messages coming back from the questions we asked identified a spirit called Candy Zimmerman. She didn't say much, but I also being able to connect with her myself by the board. She said she had a crush on me. One day I skipped school again, but my sister went, and I always walked with my buddy down to the bus stop and hung out with him before heading back home, and I watched my sister get on the bus. My mum worked early, so she wasn't there that day. Then I went back to the house and locked up, and since I was still tired, I opted to go back to bed. The next thing that happened, I will never forget. I heard a knock at my bedroom door. It startled me awake, but I ignored it and laid my head back down. After a few minutes, there was another knock, this one much louder and in a rhythm. I still also remember to this day. Think shave and haircut rhythm, but different. This time I was freaked out and laid there with my eyes open for I don't know how long. The door to my bedroom was heavy, and it always stuck in warmer weather, which it was. The next thing that happened was the door popped open just enough for me to see out into the hallway, but not enough for me to see over the edge of my bed. I sat up in bed and looked down on the floor, and there standing at the entrance to my room was that doll on its stand, looking at me. Before the fear set in, I was actually pissed off. Did my sister come back? Was she messing with me? I got up, took the doll by the hair, and carried her out into the living room. No one was there. I checked the front door and it was locked. I barged to my sister's room and no one was there. I barged into my mum's room. No one was home. At this point I was freaking out. I took the doll to my sister's room and threw her in the closet. I buried her in a stack of bags full of old clothes and boxes of junk and shut the door. I spent the rest of the day sitting on the front porch, waiting for Mum to come home. It never happened again, and I made sure to have a friend or local Wiccan bind the Ouija board which she kept. We moved out of the house a year later, and after a few more paranormal incidences. As for the doll, after we moved back in with my father, she was in my bedroom closet for about 5 years. One day we cleaned it out and threw her away. Was the doll haunted? I don't know. It could have just been that house, and whatever it was, moving things around. This story was relayed to me by a colleague and friend. Before joining our organization, this colleague worked as a tour guide. At the time of this story, he worked for a tour company that specialized in Japanese and Korean tourists, and he was assigned to work the trips going to the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia. It should be noted that there is now a major highway that links the east coast and the west coast, but at the time the highway was in the process of being built, and while most of the highways were intact, there were still stretches where you would need to take the trunk roads through towns and villages before rejoining it some miles ahead. He was supposed to meet a small group of Japanese tourists at the airport and escort them on their small bus to Kuantan, a major tourist town in the east coast, which was more than 4 hours away at the time. The weather was bad that night, and the plane was delayed. By the time they go on their way, it It was already 9 p.m., a little more than an hour out of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia's capital. A member of the little tour group asked my friend if there was somewhere they could stop to get something to eat, because he and the tour members were famished. My friend said he would do what he could. He then asked the same to the driver. This man was not the regular driver, he was standing in for the regular who had taken ill. So the driver said he didn't know, but he would look for an all-night place along their way. By that time they had reached a section of the highway that was under construction. Thus, they had to take the parallel road. They drove a little further when the driver and my friend saw an open-air restaurant which seemed to be quite lively, just after a small town they'd passed. So they stopped there. The tour group alighted and went about getting their refreshment. My friend helped them with translations, and he also got some food for himself and the driver. Less than an hour later, they were back on the bus and heading to Kuantan. All tourists were very happy with their stop because they said the food was excellent. A few days later, they were on their way back to the west coast with the same tour guide, but it was daytime and this time the regular driver was driving. A tour member asked my friend if they could stop at the place where they had stopped on their first day. Again, my friend said he would see what he could do. He told the driver, and the driver asked him to describe the place, which he did. The driver's face then went pale. A little later they came to a place that seemed familiar to my friend, and the driver asked him, "Is that the place you mean?" Pointing to a patch of land where a rundown building stood surrounded by what was once a clearing with a few tables and broken chairs. There was also tall grass everywhere. My friend recognized the place. It was indeed the very same where they'd stopped a few days earlier. He turned to the tour group and informed them that they would not be able to stop at the place that they went to earlier because it was only opened at night. They sighed but left it at that. Later, when they could talk privately, my friend asked the driver about the place. The driver informed him that the place had indeed been a restaurant with outdoor eating areas around it, but it had been abandoned for a year since something terrible happened there and the business went under. The driver did not know what the terrible incident was, but it did lead to more than one death. That stretch of highway has since been completed and the parallel road is only rarely used. I've used that road once to see if I could find the place. I followed my friend's description, and I think I found it, but there were only the remains of an old building, with tall grass around it. Perhaps I should try going there at night, if only to see if the food was really that good. My grandma's house is chock full of weird stories going way back. Pretty much everything weird and scary has happened in the hallway leading to the spare bedroom. My grandma would see my grandpa's silhouette walking down the hall. He'd stop at the door to their bedroom and peer in, and she'd ask if he needed something. He wouldn't answer and would keep walking. Peeved, she would get up to ask him again, only to find him in the living room sleeping or watching TV and insisting he'd been there the whole time. My mum has heard someone calling her name from the same hall, and once we were there alone house-sitting while my grandparents were out of town. They were due back late that night, and my mum and I both heard heavy footsteps coming from the hall. She told me they must have come home early, and as she went to greet them, she realized there was no one there. The guest room at the end of the same hall has a TV that will turn on by itself. They also had a couple stay there, and neither one was particularly superstitious. The next morning, the husband was unusually quiet. He finally got a chance to talk to my grandma alone, and said very simply, "Someone was watching us last night." He had seen a figure standing in the corner of the room staring at them. and had been so frightened that he'd just closed his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. When my grandma pressed for details, he kind of shrugged it off and didn't want to talk about it anymore. There's also a middle bedroom between the spare room and my grandparents' room, which we have always just called Tipsy Danger's room, because I used to stay with them so often. I was on my bed once when I heard a thump and then a skittering noise, like something had jumped off the bed and was running across the floor. I thought it was the cat being weird, so I sat up to see what she was doing, only to find that the cat was at the foot of the bed staring intently at the doorway to the hall. I looked around for a bit and was unable to find anything. As much as I do believe in the paranormal, I don't usually get the opportunity to experience it firsthand. I want to start off by saying that being from Hawaii, there are many superstitions that I still follow to this day, in respecting my ancestors and understanding my culture. I work in the film industry, and sometimes where we shoot tends to be in certain sacred locations back in the old Hawaiian days. For example, if it was just me on a hiking trip, I would have done to chant an oli to grant me safe passage. However, this job pretty much disregards those types of locations if it's considered a tourist area. We were filming at Waimea Falls, which has a rich history of the paranormal, located on the island of Oahu. As the day was wrapping up, I found out one of the crew members left some equipment back at the falls, and I volunteered on retrieving it. It was completely dark, and it was about a 10-minute drive via a quad to trek up the narrow path towards the falls. I had a colleague help me in locating it in the forest, to no avail. I kept feeling eyes were watching us, and we shouldn't linger any longer. We decided to leave and got back on the four-wheeler to head back to base camp. As my colleague was trying to fix the gear, the headlights were beaming our exit. I glanced over to see a shadowy figure standing in the middle of our path. Thinking in my head, that's not right. I looked away, hoping it was only an illusion of some kind. I blinked, hoping I wasn't crazy, and I turned to see if the figure was still there. To my horror, the shadow figure stood 10 feet away from me, blocking our path in front of the headlights. Mind you, these lights were on high beam, illuminating the front road and all the darkness tucked far back except for the figure. Trying not to cause any alarm to my colleague who didn't want to notice the figure, I quickly closed my eyes shut and told him to hurry up and drive. He asked what was wrong, but I didn't budge until we were back in our well-lit environment. I felt ashamed for causing a disturbance even though it was unintentional. I sent a prayer before my departure and hoped the being could remain at peace. But that experience was a shocker for the first time. Thankfully, it didn't follow me home. This incident happened last year in 2019. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof for the fact that I was completely chicken under those circumstances. Mahalo nui loa for reading this story. And please do not piss off any ghosts on your excursions, people. I've never actually told anyone about this, but when I was 11 and my siblings were in my room playing Halo, we had 2 controllers, so we're taking turns, and I was just watching my brother and sister play. My room had a bathroom connected to my sister's room that always paranoid me, so I left the door closed and locked. I noticed that the door was open and went to close it thinking my brother may have opened it. And then it was my turn, so I started playing. When I finished, I noticed that the door was open again. I told my brother very adamantly, "Keep this door closed, stop opening it." He and my 2 other siblings claimed they didn't open it. I closed it again and sat on my bed staring at it, seeing why it was opening. All of a sudden the door slams open and I see some cloudy shadow that looks like a person of about 5'8" move into the bathroom. I didn't say anything and just bolted out of the room into the living room. I refused to go back into the room for about 2 months and slept on the couch every night. As I said, I never told anyone about this, but I assume my mum sort of knew what had happened, because about a year ago my mum was telling me stuff she saw in the house and never mentioned it because she didn't want to scare us. My dad also had a similar experience in that house, like seeing someone lean over him when he woke up at night. That was the only experience I had there, and now I'm a bit of a skeptical on the paranormal and think perhaps it may have been my imagination, or maybe air drafts opening the door, but I guess I'll never know. We were on holiday in Japan and walking near Mount Fuji. My son was 2.5, and running off a little bit in front of us as kids do, when he turned a corner and went out of our sight. I hurried up to check the bend he was round and reached it just a few seconds after him. But he was vanished and was completely gone. I couldn't see him anywhere, so I panicked. I dropped my pack and set off at a dead sprint, traveling way more ground than he could have possibly done, worried that he'd been taken or wandered off the trail but couldn't find any sign of him. So I sent my wife to get help while I went to search. Back in Russia, I was SAR and good at tracking lost people, but there was nothing to show any direction he'd gone. The authorities came and searched, but couldn't find him either. Then 2 hours later he reappeared, in basically the same spot we lost him, happy, giggling and clean like he hadn't gone anywhere and just taken his previous step. To this day we have no explanation as to where he went. He was too little to describe it to us. Besides, 2 hours with no dirt on his pants or needing a diaper change was practically impossible for him. It freaked me out, and I really wanted to share this with you guys. My very young daughter started telling us that she would see a lady in our house 6 months ago, about the time she started to be able to communicate well. She said there was an older lady who she described as always wearing brown. We call her the lady. I showed my daughter pictures of her great-grandparents on both sides, thinking it was just a deceased family member, but she never recognized anyone. We started noticing sounds, like doors creaking, rustling sounds and things dropping, cabinet doors creaking. But everything we heard we thought could be potentially explainable. We started hearing things more frequently about 5 weeks ago. I saw a cabinet door in our bathroom swing open while I was brushing my teeth in the reflection of the mirror behind me. Again, super strange, but perhaps somehow potentially explainable. 2 days later, we had a massive water leak behind that same mirror. Due to the water leak, all of our belongings had to have been moved out of our house for the contractors to repair the damage. I've been cleaning and boxing stuff up, and I was boxing up one item in our room when I found 2 old photographs around the 1880s. As soon as I pulled them out, my daughter said, "That's the lady." I asked her which, and she pointed to the younger of the 2 women. We asked her 3 times throughout the day about the photographs, and each time she picked out the same lady. We also noticed the lady in the photo appeared to be wearing brown because of the type of photography. So we took the photographs out and moved them to my new art studio, which is on our property and still in progress. Since removing the old photographs, we have not heard one strange noise in our house. My oldest daughter never makes it through the night in her bed. She has complained since she was a little girl of moving shadows in her room at night. She has since slept every night in her room, all night, since the photographs have been removed. The daughter who sees the lady usually sees her once every week to 2 weeks, so we can't comment about that. Completely surprised by the drastic change in our house, I decided to use a dream/sleep recording app that only records when it hears sounds to see if I could catch something near the photographs in the studio. I mainly want to prove or disprove it to myself. I recorded Thursday afternoon for 3 hours and had 7 audio clips of birds and planes. I tried again Thursday night from 12 to 8 a.m. and this time I had 67 clips. Most of the clips were this weird reverb/electrical feedback that started at after midnight and went on and off for hours. I also heard what sounded like 2 separate single knocks or objects dropping. There was nothing electrical in the studio except the phone itself, as power has not been running in the building yet. There isn't even a breaker box. There's a power pole outside the building about 20 feet away from the front. And last night we left the recorder on from 11:30 to 7 a.m. Not one weird electrical sound all night. We literally caught crickets and 1 clip with 2 small bumps or knocks followed by rustling. We also caught a strange sound at the end of some clip. We don't remember how we came into possession of the photographs. They are not of our family. We confirmed this with our parents. My husband thinks he remembers that one of my customers gave them to me a few years ago. When I was 18, I worked at my uncle's gas station. On Fridays I would do the overnight shift. The story starts off with me by myself in the gas station. It's the middle of winter and it's about 2 a.m. Winter season is extremely slow. I haven't had a single customer in over an hour. I start to clean the store and make some coffee when a customer stops at the pump. The guy gets out. It's a short Italian guy wearing one of those Puma tracksuits with a wife beater under it and sporting some bling around his neck. He was driving a dirty old little car. I have no idea what type it is, and I just say to the man, "How's it going? What can I get you?" This is New Jersey, so I have to pump the gas. The guy reaches into his back right pocket and pulls out a money clip with all $20 bills in it. He looks at the price, then down at his money and begins to count. I say again to the man, "What's it gonna be?" He looks up at the price, down at his money and finally says, "I'll have $22 of the regular." While I was putting the nozzle into his car, I thought to myself, that's weird. $22? He clearly had plenty of money to make it even. But in the end, why should I care? So, as the car was getting its $22 worth of gas, I followed the man into the store. I stop at the doorway just to keep an eye on him, and he goes directly to the cold drinks, stops and stares at the first cooler in front of him. Then he looks to his right, then looks to his left, then turns around and walks out to his car. I was like, okay, weird, but by now the gas is done, and I walk up to his car, and then the man asks, "How much do I owe you?" I look at him with a confused face and say, 22, man. He says okay, and gives me 2 $20 bills. I give him his change, and then he goes on his way. Not 2 minutes go by, and I get another customer. It's an Indian guy driving a really nice SUV Porsche, and he's wearing some really nice looking clothes. I meet him in his car at one of the pumps. As he's getting out, I greet him and ask him what he wants. Now in this moment, I had that sense of deja vu overcome me, because he started doing everything exactly the same as the Italian guy did. When I asked what he wanted, he simply reached into his back right pocket and pulls out a money clip with all $20 bills. He looks at the price, down at his money, and I asked again, but already knew the answer. He looks at the price, then his money again and says, "I'll have $22 of the regular." Now at this point I'm kind of freaking out. It feels like an episode from The Twilight Zone. The guy walks into the store, goes directly to the cold drinks, does the same thing as the Italian guy did. Looks right, looks left, turns around and walks to his car. I'm thinking to myself, is this really happening? By now the gas is done. I rack up the nozzle and the Indian guy asks, "How much do I owe you?" I say with a gasp, $22. When I was a kid, my family planned a trip to New York. We were going to take the train all the way to New York from Oklahoma. At the time, the nearest train station was in Kansas, so we had to drive there first. We left our house in the early morning with plenty of time to make our train, which left at 9 or 10 at night. After driving all day, we made it to Kansas, but somehow got completely and hopelessly lost looking for the train station. For hours we drove on empty country roads that seemed endless. This was the 90s, and well before GPS or the average person having cell phones. All we had was a useless map, and when I say these roads were empty, I mean there was nothing. No gas station, no houses, no stores. Just absolutely endless grassland, as far as the eye could see. It was night now, and pitch black due to the lack of street lamps, other cars, or buildings. The whole area seemed completely dead and abandoned. Finally, with about 20 minutes to spare before our train left, we stumbled across an old building with a payphone inside. The building was run down and looked like it had been abandoned, but may have been a gas station at one point. My mum got out the car and called the cops for help. By now, all of us kids were crying and freaking out, afraid we would miss our train. We had never been on a train before, and we had been so excited about this trip for months. My dad was in a horrid mood, because we had driven all day long to make it on time, and we should have arrived at the station hours ago. Now we only had minutes to get help and find the station. It seemed absolutely hopeless that we would make it there on time. There was no one around, and we knew it would take the police forever to get to us, here in the middle of nowhere. That's when things got weird. My mum hung up the phone and came back to the car, and the second she got in and closed the door, a cop pulled up out of nowhere. I'm telling you, there was nothing on this road for miles and miles. There was no possible way for the police, on the phone, to have sent someone in the time it took for my mum to hang up and walk a few feet back to our car. Even if the cop had been in the area, it would have still taken a few minutes for him to get the call on his radio. I'm telling you that only seconds had passed from the moment she hung up the phone. But the cop knew all about us. He knew we'd called, that we were lost and looking for the station. He was incredibly nice and told us to follow him, and also that if we did the speed limit, we wouldn't make it. I remember that distinctly because it was not something a cop would normally say. He didn't seem like an ordinary cop at all. He seemed to know everything about our situation, almost as if he knew us personally. We followed the cop out of the deserted parking lot, and within seconds were in the train station. It seemed to appear out the darkness like a mirage. There had not been any signs pointing to it, and there was absolutely nothing else around. We made it to the train with about 10 minutes to spare, waiting for it. To this day, we still talk about it as a family, and wonder how it was possible for the cops to have gotten to us that fast on a dark, deserted country road with nothing around for miles. We also have no idea how we were so close to the train station. My mum thinks the cop was an angel, and I don't know what to think. It was one of the weirdest things I have ever experienced, and to this day I can't explain what happened, or who that cop was, or how we got to the station that night. When I was born, my parents rented a small house until I was roughly 2 years old. The only memorable thing mentioned to me was my mother hearing an elderly woman soothing me when I was sick when she walked into the room. Everything that had been left out had been put away. They believed they caught her on a picture, but I have to dig around and see if I can find it. We moved into the house that my great aunt had found for us. This was around 93. I remember being terrified of being alone anywhere in the house. I remember waking up to voices, having very vivid dreams and seeing shadows. The scariest moment was when I woke up and looked at my window to see what looked like a shadow trying to get in. Now you're thinking, so what? Someone tried to break in. Nothing paranormal about that. True, except my room was on the 3rd floor, and the only thing outside my window was a long fall to the ground. For the record, this entity was not the old woman. This thing was different. After that incident, I slept in my parents' room for a few years. I was terrified. Looking back at some of the pictures, you can see an old shadow here and there. We've also had cats our entire lives, and each cat would become very protective of me. My parents figured it was just cat behavior to look after the weakest family member, but it happened until I was much older. When I was 13, we finally moved out of that house into a newly built house. We were, and still are, the first occupants. The first night there, I heard walking in my room, followed by a loud bang that terrified me. I went to my parents and told them that whatever was at the house followed us here. They dismissed it as the house settling, but I knew better. Over the years, things were relatively quiet. I ended up joining a paranormal group and honed in on my sensing abilities, since I had originally shut them off as a child. Upon meeting the members, one of them looked at me and asked if she could talk to me in private. She then accurately described my old house, where my room was, the color and layout of the room, and my experiences. Now, I had yet to tell anyone about these experiences, so I was taken aback a bit. She said she couldn't fully get a look at what it was, but that it was still with me. This reinforced my idea that it didn't want to be found out, and to this day, every time I try and focus in on it, I get a nasty headache and the feeling of being blocked. After a few years of investigating places, we obviously had things attached to us. The good, the bad, and the demonic. The demonic things really took a toll on all of us, but mostly my wonderful future wife. But these are stories for another time. What I want to mention is that whatever they were around me. I got the sense that the things from my childhood had grown a lot stronger, and one of them had become the ringleader. I felt like it would give orders and sit back and watch. Getting back on track about the house, some of the memorable occurrences there have happened to only me. I woke up to my dog whining, which meant she wanted me to put her to bed. I told her to just go ahead and jump because I'm not getting up. I felt something get on the bed. As soon as I felt it, my dog went crazy. She began barking and growling, and my cat started hissing. I assumed that meant that the kitty was on the bed and they were fighting since she hated the dog. It was at that moment that I realized the barking and growling were coming from the door and not the bed. I finally looked, and both animals were staring at whatever was on the end of the bed. When I turned to look, I just saw a black blob. I could faintly make out eyes, and that it was moving its head. I was so tired that I just said, "Look, I'm exhausted from work and not putting up with this. Go away." It left, and that was that. Another day, my mother came home and asked why I messed with her headbands. Now, she had a wall thing where she put her headbands. I walked in there and they were all sticking straight out. Another time I was in the shower and heard the front door open, and someone walked in. I assumed it was my father, since it was around the time he usually arrived home. I got out and heard what sounded like him whistling. No big deal, until I looked outside and saw that my car was the only one in the driveway. As soon as I noticed this, the whistling stopped, and I immediately grabbed 2 knives and checked every room in the house, as I was certain someone broke in. I found nothing, and as soon as I put the knives down, the whistling started again. At that point I bolted, called my dad and said, "Look, it's either a ghost or someone who broke in, so good luck." Since I work night shift, I would come home around 4 or 5 in the morning. I walked in and heard someone say, "Hey, I would respond and get nothing. I've seen a woman in the kitchen who looks like my great aunt. My mother was sick and sleeping downstairs, and when I walked in, a voice whispered, "Shh, she's sleeping." I've had the front door yanked out my hand. I've even seen the deadbolt turn by itself. I've walked in on conversations only to hear, "Shh, he's here. Be quiet." Now those things I can deal with. But whatever followed me from the creepy house pretty much stays in one room. Everyone I have ever brought over has said that the room feels heavy and off. Even my parents don't like being in there for more than a few minutes. I figured out that if you knock before entering, the atmosphere seems lighter. I have since moved out, and the first thing I said before leaving was, "You are not to follow me. I don't care if you stay here, but you aren't coming with me." Interestingly enough, my parents don't experience anything, at least not that they will openly admit. They hear the occasional bump and walking every now and then. But we think that's Kitty, who passed 2 years ago. We had her for nearly 20 years. I'm pretty sure I'm leaving things out. In any case, thanks for listening. When I was still a baby, my Aunt Dawn's friend Eddie came to work for us. He didn't have any qualifications other than being strong and willing to work around dead people, so he was hired. Eddie was a bit weird, and according to Aga, he had a super obvious crush on Dawn. Dawn, the sweetest summer child, didn't think anything of it. She insisted that he was just a shy kid who didn't know how to talk to people, let alone girls. With her being the prettiest girl in her class, she took it upon herself to befriend the older teens. She was only about 15 when this all happened, and Eddie was 17. This event does not involve any violence against my aunt. I want to make it clear. Now, a little something about the property. It is an absolute treasure trove of eclectic tombs and mausoleums, but there are also dens and caves close to the woods where nature has been left alone. While there aren't really any animals that use these dwellings, we still leave the spaces be so that they are there during blizzard season. On the morning that Eddie started, Katie found him taking a nap in one of these dens. He hadn't even been there an hour. A few hours later, he came inside and asked for a snack. Though he hadn't done much work, Katie made him a sandwich, and when he'd finished eating it, she requested that he go into the funeral parlor and help Aga with inventory. He nodded and hurried into the doors that led to the parlor. When Aga came in less than 10 minutes later, Katie asked how Eddie was doing. Aga seemed confused, and when Katie told them what she asked the kid to do, she said that he'd never come in. The two of them went looking for him, and they found him sleeping in one of the empty caskets in the showroom. Fed up and slightly concerned, my parents asked if he'd gotten enough sleep the night before, and offered him the guest room for the rest of the day, and he could finish his chores the next day if need be. Eddie apologized and declined their offer. "It's just a hangover. I'm okay now," he admitted with his blank face and monotone voice. With that, he got to work. He helped Aga with the rest of the inventory, repaired the bulldozer, and even repainted the front gate of the cemetery. He was a model employee by dinner time. Dawn made him some stew and brought it out to him. I had been a pill all afternoon, crying and screaming because of an earache, and my mothers didn't want to subject anyone outside of the family to the horror. A few minutes after she'd left, Dawn came back in to get Aga. She said she could hear Eddie screaming but couldn't find him. The two sisters went out, and sure enough, there was no peace to be found inside or outside that evening. They tracked Eddie's shouts to the cemetery. That was the easy part. The graveyard was pretty big, and sound traveled funny there. Some places echoed, in other parts, the sound was muffled. Poor my grandfather always told me that the restless spirits in the quieter places, and that sound didn't travel much, as they needed a little extra peace until they found themselves. Eddie was probably pissing off a lot of spirits that day, because he was practically shrieking. Arga and Dawn split up first, searching the dens where Katie had seen him that morning, and then spreading throughout the actual tombs. After nearly 20 minutes, Dawn called for Arga to come over to one of the covered plots near the fence. It was covered because there was to be a burial there the following day. They didn't dig too far normally, due to the ground almost being frozen, but they still had to clear 3 or 4 feet to make room for the base of the tombs. My Uncle Cal had dug the plot a few days earlier, and he was going to come over the next day to help Eddie set up the rest of the site. Eddie was lying inside the shallow hole, holding his mangled knee to his chest, and screaming. Dawn was staring down at him, at a loss. She was small, and couldn't help this big guy if he wasn't fully coherent. Arga was equally stunned at first, but as soon as she saw the scratches on the kid's face, she assumed it was some sort of animal attack. Climbing into the hole next to Eddie, Arga turned him on his back so that she could fully examine him. But as soon as he was facing up, he began screaming about the sun hurting his eyes and started scratching at his face. Arga and Dawn tried to calm him down, but when they failed, Dawn ran to get Cal from the house. He was much bigger than Eddie and could easily overpower him if need be. When he arrived, he sent his sisters inside. He asked them to call the town doctor and inform him that he was bringing Eddie in immediately. They watched Cal load Eddie into the truck and sped off down the road towards town. It wasn't until earlier the next morning that they got any kind of answer as to what happened. Eddie was a babbling mess, speaking in mostly broken Inupiaq. When he finally strung together a proper sentence, he began describing a giant hairless canine beast that attacked him when his back was turned. He said that it bit into his shoulder and transformed him into a wolf. Cal, who was very superstitious, believes that Eddie was attacked by a Kikron, an Inuit version of the hellhound. Only it looks like a supersized baby ferret with fangs. It has never been told that a Quirquin's bite can mutate a human, but Eddie did in fact have what looked to be a pretty nasty bite on his right shoulder. The doctor said it appeared to be a dog bite, and it was super infected. Rabies weren't really an issue in our neck of the woods, but Eddie was still quarantined, and we steered clear of stray dogs for a while after the whole ordeal. Eddie never recovered mentally. Not that he was stable to begin with. He was constantly trying to tear off his own skin and bite the necks of those who tried to help. Luckily, no one was seriously injured by him. But most sadly, Eddie ultimately ended up taking his own life 2 years later. He slit his wrists with a sterling silver knife that his mother had gotten him from her shaman. They believed that it was the only way to rid him of the beast that possessed him. In the summer of 1993, I moved into an efficiency apartment in a high-rise building. I had a nice apartment on the 9th floor with a great view of the city. There was one large L-shaped room, a separate kitchen, and a separate bathroom. This was my first apartment, and my first time ever living alone, and I was looking forward to making it look nice. I had my bed in one part of the apartment, and just before you enter the main area near the windows, and I wanted to create some separation between the sleeping and living areas. A friend of mine showed me a catalogue from a company called Tiger Direct, although they are known primarily for electronics. At the time, they had a variety of items available in their catalogue, including a wicker screen which I could set up between the bed and the living areas, giving me the separation I wanted. It was exactly what I was looking for. It looked nice and was affordable, so I decided to go ahead and purchase it. Here is where it gets interesting. This was still several years away from the internet being a household thing. At the time I owned a computer, a PC clone with a 386 processor, and had a modem and an account with CompuServe. This plays no role in the story except to illustrate how different things were back then. This was still several years even before America Online. At the time there were no companies taking orders over the internet. For one thing, there was no secure way to transmit funds. For another, not enough people had computers yet to make it a practical way to sell to the general public. So I ordered this the old-fashioned way. The catalogue had an order form inside. I pulled out the order form and filled it out with a pen. I wrote my new address, filled out the order number and desired quantity, and added up the total. I marked off the box indicating I would pay by check. I took out my checkbook and wrote a check to cover the cost, and put the order form and the check in an envelope, put a stamp on the envelope, and dropped it in the outgoing mailbox in the lobby of my apartment building. When I did this, the mail had already been picked up. The mailman wouldn't come by until the end of the next day for the rest of the outgoing mail. I figured it would take about 5 days for the mail to be sorted at the post office, sent on its way, and arrive to the destination to be delivered to Tiger Direct, and then routed to the order fulfillment office. I figured it would take a few days for them to deposit my check, and then determine it had cleared. I figured it would take another day to pack up my wicker screen and ship it out, and then about 5 or so more days to travel back across the country to me. So all told, I figured it would take at least 3 weeks before I could expect receiving my package. But the package arrived the very next day. When I got home from work the next day, there was a slip in my mailbox telling me I had a package, and there was the package from Tiger Direct with my name on it. When I took it upstairs and opened it, inside was the screen I had decided to order the night before. I cannot explain how this possibly could have happened. There's no way that Tiger Direct could have even seen my order yet, let alone fulfilled it. And yet here it was, in my apartment. And this was way before internet banking. I had to wait several weeks before getting my bank statement in the mail. My check to Tiger Direct had cleared about 10 days after I wrote it, which was the time I would have expected it to clear. This means my check cleared 9 days after I received my purchase. I never tried to contact the company. For one, it would have been a long-distance call, and for another, what would I have said? I'd like to complain about how fast I received my item. I did tell a couple of friends at work and they both laughed, and I think they thought I was exaggerating how quickly it came. I even half-heartedly tried to convince myself that I was exaggerating as well. But I wasn't. I received a package in the mail before the company could have possibly known I had even ordered it, which meant they would have had to have sent it to me days before I even heard of Tiger Direct. And to this day, I have no explanation for how in the world this happened. I've never seen shadow people from my peripheral vision. They're always a few feet away from me, but right in front of my field of vision. I've only ever seen them at night, when my room is quite dark. Generally something rouses me in my sleep. I'll open my eyes, and there it is, a dark, humanoid figure, which I always initially assume is a family member out of bed, and trying to awake me for some reason. I'll then ask them what they're doing, or why they awoke me. but when they say nothing and remain still, I'll grow annoyed and continue repeating my questions until they just gradually dissolve before my very eyes. This is the moment where the fear sinks in, and I realize this clearly wasn't the family member I thought I was just aggressively speaking to. My point here is that these dark humanoid figures are already present, so I don't see how they materialized in the first place. As I lay beneath my covers, I kept my eyes on the corner of my room at the foot of my bed. As I stared into the patch of darkness and shadow where the two walls met, I felt like my eyes were playing tricks on me, because it looked as if the shadow was undulating. I kept my eyes fixed to the space, and slowly but surely the shadow grew larger and morphed into this big, dark, round humanoid figure. I say rounded because it was kind of like a featureless, heavy-set Santa body made out of super dark shadow. I'd never seen anything like this before. He was wearing a hat. He had a kind of large sombrero and just stood there motionless once manifested, and seemed to be made completely from shadow, as though the thing just pulls in and sucks in a patch of deep shadow from a space in the room and uses that to form his space. It was a really trippy experience, and I was a kid and quite scared and remained stock still, staring in shock for at least 20 seconds, trying to gain the courage to scream out to my parents in the next room. I still remember counting to 3 in my head before I finally had the guts to scream, "Mom!" I closed my eyes while screaming, so this time I wasn't able to watch the thing depart or dissolve. My parents took mere seconds to enter my room, and once they were there, my eyes opened, and I looked straight back into the corner and the thing was gone. I never saw one like that again. The others are always quite skinny. One thing for sure though, each time I've had an encounter with a shadow person, even though I've now had quite a few, I'm always equally and unsuspecting at the time before, and I always feel the same initial frustration while not receiving a response, right up until that cold fear takes over upon their eerie and unexplainable departure. Me, my wife, and our 2 children were on a trip from point A to point B. We planned to stop the first evening into our trip with a friend of ours who happened to be near our route. Since we would be arriving at about 1 a.m., our friend left the door unlocked so that we could let ourselves in. Now, this wasn't a large city by any means, but out in the sticks near DeKalb, Texas. So we slipped in as quietly as we could, went back to the room that had been set up for us, and proceeded to try and get some sleep. The room was roughly 10 by 10. Mobile home rooms, gotta love them. My daughter, the 4-year-old, was on a pallet of blankets on one side of the room, and my son started off there but got fussy, so my wife picked him up and let him sleep with us on the bed. The bed was pushed up in the corner, all the way, and I was sleeping up against the wall. My wife had the outside, and our son was somewhere in the mix. We closed the door and turned off the light. It's pitch dark. Roughly an hour later, I hear my wife scream that someone's in the room. I open my eyes and see a black figure move towards the door. I wear contacts, so I couldn't distinguish what I saw, only that it appeared to have been a human shape. I leapt from the bed and bear hugged the intruder. The problem was I couldn't get a hold of it. I could feel its body up against mine, but every time I went to bear hug it, my arms went through it. I could see the blackness. I felt the shape up against my body, but couldn't grab it. I was pushed away from whatever it was, and heard my wife scream something about the light. I went from where I thought the light switch was, and felt something clawing and scratching on my upper body. I found the light switch on the wall, and saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, other than the damage from what looked like a tornado had hit our room. My wife was still in bed, scared, witless. My daughter was on one of the open corners of the room, cowering under a blanket, and my infant son was on the floor next to the bed. Being the manly man that I am, I did the most sane thing I've ever done, and that was open the door to the room. A bathroom was right next to our room, you see. Flicked on the light, and no one was in there. I turned on the next light I could find, and no one was there. I checked the front door. It was deadlocked and deadbolted from the inside. You can't leave a house and deadbolt a door from the inside. There were no other sounds, noises, or movement, and I run back to our room and call a friend. Yes, I should have checked physically, but at this point my adrenaline was wearing off, and panic was starting to settle in. Our friend answered and said she was okay, and then she walks down to our room where we take in what happened. My wife has calmed the baby and our daughter down. They're all fine. My wife has blood pouring from her mouth and can barely speak, and has deep scratch marks from her neck to her ears down to her breasts. I have a fat, bloody lip, deep scratch marks on my chest, neck, and back, even though I'd slept in a shirt that night. And I also have what looks like carpet burn on the top of my right foot. The sewing machine table that was in the room had been thrown across near where my daughter was laying. After we calmed down and collected our wits, we started probing what we just went through. I recounted everything you've heard, and my wife said that she heard the door open and a big black cat jump on her chest and began clawing at her. Its face was smushed up against hers, causing her to feel strangled. The cat then started using its paws to strangle her. She gasped out that someone was in the room, which is when I awoke to see a black figure moving across it. While this was going on, our friend heard absolutely nothing. No shouts, no bumping around, nothing. Our friend and most others that we've told the story to thinks that my wife and I were fighting each other in our sleep, which I'm not past believing. She sleeps with her eyes open at times and used to sleepwalk when she was younger, but we don't think this is the case. We've told a few other friends about it, and they've stated they've had similar experiences. Big black cat strangling someone in bed, and another person wakes up to see something, but the something gets away. The next thing that makes me think this wasn't a dream gone bad were my wounds. My wife's healed up fine. It took 2 months for the scratches on my chest, neck, and back to completely go away. The carpet burn, however, took 4 months to heal. We tried medicating ointments and nothing worked. We went to our doctor, but at that point it had begun clearing up on its own, and he didn't want to do anything. He made a comment saying that the spot looked like it had been burned. If you've ever seen a 3rd-degree burn, it looks similar. Now, I can believe that my wife can make the scratches, but not what was on my foot. You could make out a slightly visible scar through my hobbit-like foot hair. I am of the persuasion that these events were something spiritual. When I was about 16, my cousins Lena and Vincent were visiting from New Mexico. They are both a few years older than me, but we got along really well. I'm the youngest of all the grandkids on Katie's side and the only grandkid on Arga's, so I always looked forward to seeing these two. They were staying with us a few days over the summer. They were both in college by that point, and they wanted to have some time away from the heat before they went back to their rigorous schedules. Their dad, Katie's brother Max, was there as well. He was a paleontologist and was intending to do some digging in the tundra while he was there. Around the 2nd week of their stay, Katie and Gloria went with Max to his site, leaving Arga to entertain us young'uns. She was feeling a bit under the weather, so she requested that the three of us go out and do some of the maintenance she had been working on in the cemetery. Weeds aren't much of an issue here, but grass, flowers, and other plants die when the weather is so inconsistent. Every June and July we would go to all of the grave sites and clean them up. I'd been relieved of my duties because my cousins were in town, but Arga didn't want it getting backed up. Plus, she'd promised to drive us into the city the next day and treat us to dinner and a movie if we helped. Vincent was surprisingly squeamish about the cemetery. He kept asking me why the tombs were so easy to open and freaking out about the possibility of something jumping out at him. It got to the point where Lena and I couldn't take it anymore and asked him to go sit on one of the concrete benches that lined the fence. As he was going over, he let out a groan and covered his nose. "What the hell is that smell?" he shouted. There was an unspoken rule in my family that we were to never speak of hell or demons within the gates of the cemetery. So I immediately shushed my cousin and asked him to say a prayer aloud to ask for forgiveness. But he ignored me and pointed at one of the tombs. "Why is that one broken?" he demanded. I went over to see what he was talking about and was startled to realize that one of our newer tombs, the one belonging to the village shaman's late mother, had a large crack down the middle. It looked like it had been sloppily broken and reassembled. The intense smell coming from it suggested the body was well into the decomposition process. For some idiotic reason, I pulled my shirt over my nose and crouched down to further inspect the grave. I shifted some of the smaller pieces of stone to the side and peered into the hole I'd made. Of course, the first thing I saw was the old woman's rotten hand. She had died 2 months before at the age of 102, and her skin had been like tissue paper, so her bones were already visible beneath the remaining tissue. The rest of the body was connected, and everything that had been buried seemed to be there. When the initial shock from seeing a deteriorated corpse wore off, I did notice something rather shocking. The body was positioned with the head towards north. In Inuit culture, only men are buried with their heads facing north. Females were buried facing the south, because they got cold easily. We never would have mixed this up, and even if we had, many people would come to view the body for days before it was finally laid to rest. Someone would have said something, that she had been positioned wrong. This revelation is what truly sent me into panic mode. Someone came in and not only desecrated a grave, which is twisted no matter which culture or belief system you're from, but they also rearranged the body in a way that could affect their spirit negatively. This woman could now be suffering in the land of souls. I ran inside without a word to my cousin. Arga knew what to do about this. She used to tell me stories of grave robbers from her childhood. These were fishermen from a town over, and their goal was to steal the jewelry and pelts our dead had been buried in. When I finally woke my mother from her NyQuil coma, she pulled on her jacket and followed me outside to the vandalized grave. Vincent was standing just outside of the cemetery now, his face white as a sheet. He obviously hadn't told Lena about our discovery, because she was on the other side of the yard plucking dead flowers out of the ground. Arga yelled at her to come and take her brother inside. When Lena waltzed over to us, she noticed Vincent was shaking and taunted him in a high-pitched voice. "Ooh, little buddy, did you see a ghost?" Arga shoved him towards the house and demanded that he pray for forgiveness. She then asked Lena to call the police in the next city over. Matters such as this had to be dealt with by a higher authority than the ones our town had to offer. Surprisingly, Arga allowed me to stay behind and help her examine it. I chalked this up to her being drunk on NyQuil. She was just stunned with the state of the grave and the body inside. Her experience prior to this had been in greedy white men who wanted quality ivory and labradorite jewelry. For some reason, that was easier to accept than someone deliberately dooming the spirits of those who were laid to rest. The police came along with the shaman of the next village over. The one in our town was unable to perform a proper ceremony due to his relationship with the deceased. We have all been assured the woman's spirit is at peace now. There were no suspects as to who desecrated the grave, and it never happened again. So the police didn't really follow up with us after that. As you can imagine, my cousins refused to go into the cemetery after that. I had a dentist appointment yesterday, so I had the day off. After coming home from the appointment, I went to CVS to grab some essentials and came back to do my laundry. While sorting through my lights and darks, I get a call from my coworker. Puzzled, I picked it up. "You said you were going to call when you got home. Is everything okay?" I figured she was just puzzled about my appointment, so I told her it all went well. But she already knew that. Apparently, I came into work after my appointment, got a cup of coffee, and talked to her about it already. She even knew the amount of cavities they said I needed filled, and I told her I'd call her when I got home. But I was never there. I was there yesterday, and I kept fighting with her over the phone about this fact, but she persisted. I wasn't there. I went right to CVS. I talked to the cashier for 10 minutes about his children, and I certainly wasn't at work. Maybe she got the days mixed up, but again, I wasn't there. At this point, I'm angered, slightly frustrated. My work is 3 blocks away, so I walk there and confront my coworker. She tells me exactly what happened. I apparently came in, went right back to the coffee pot, poured myself a cup, and stood in the doorway of the kitchen telling her about my appointment. Again, I told her that didn't happen. I haven't been there all day long. Surely I'm being punked. Surely Ashton Kutcher is about to pop out and say I've been had. So I go to my boss in the room where the coffee pot sits, and there's a camera pointing towards one of the 2 entrances. I ask her to pull the footage from that timestamp out of curiosity, and I could have crapped myself. I watched a woman my size, my weight, my hair color, and skin color walk through the door and over the pot, disappearing into the kitchen. However, some things are very different. Firstly, this person was wearing a completely different outfit than I had on that day, but it was still an outfit I owned. It was a very bright orange hoodie and a very unique pair of pants that I got at a local clothing store. Secondly, the person was wearing sneakers. I never wear sneakers. I always wear combat boots. Lastly, I don't like coffee enough to stop at my work just to have a cup. These, however, are the things that make me question what the hell is going on. First, I bounce when I walk and swing my arms back and forth. I have very long legs, which gives me a very large stride. Although you can't see the person's face, the walk and mannerisms are eerie similar. Those pants aren't commercially marketed. They didn't come from a company. They came from a designer who is a small, locally owned business owner. Third, her hair was dark green, and I dyed mine dark green a week ago. Still, just as dark and vibrant, and the hoodie was up the entire time. I wanted to see if I could get the footage from my boss, and I'm a little freaked out, because it's one thing if someone looks exactly like me and acts like me, but it's another to have a full-on conversation with my coworker and know exactly what to say and how I said it. I'm so confused. Should I dig deeper? Was this a glitch? What the hell happened today? I am a female in my late 20s. My parents, a charming lesbian couple, owned a funeral home and cemetery in a village on the outskirts of the Alaskan tundra. It was a small business that had been passed down from my grandmother Agatha's father, who inherited it from his father, and so on. Katie my other mother, was terrified of the whole situation from the beginning. She was positive that someone would get possessed with us living so close to a field of corpses, in her words. Over time, exactly 8 years after they moved there, she grew to respect the land, as well as the tenants resting in peace there. I was born shortly after her change of heart, but she still limited my access to the cemetery. And while no one was ever possessed, we still had our fair share of terrifying experiences at our home and throughout the property. I went to a tiny schoolhouse every weekday from the time I could walk. Only 13 or so children lived in our town, so we were all educated in one room by a small group of teachers. Katie and her twin sister Gloria were 2 of these teachers. The 3 of us would walk to and from town every day, while Aga and her brother Cal took care of the property. It was a 20-minute trek, but on the occasional day without freezes, we got to take our bikes, and that was generally the highlight of my life. However, on this particular day in December, we had to walk. We were only at the school until about 4 o'clock that afternoon, but the sun usually set around 3:30, so we were shrouded mostly in darkness by the time we got up to the dirt road leading up to our property. I was about 6 or 7 at the time, and still used my clumsiness as an excuse not to walk up the path, muddied by snow. Glory had drawn the short straw and was giving me a piggyback ride up the hill. I was resting my head against her back and staring at the cemetery that was beginning to come into view around the paper birches and spruce trees. It was a sprawling field filled with an odd assortment of mausoleums, colorful tombs of Inuit and the Russian Orthodox citizens, and I was always entranced by the graves and tried to pick out the ones that I had yet to see. We were nearly to the house when I saw a figure standing in the far right corner of the cemetery. It was hard to discern their age or gender, but I could tell from the build that it wasn't Aga or Cal. Visiting hours ended at sundown regardless of the date, so I immediately pointed the person out to Katie. Most of the finer details are recalled by my parents and older family members, due to my young age throughout most of these events, but I can still clearly remember hearing Katie mutter, "Shit," quietly under her breath. She helped me off Glory's back and ordered that I go inside to tell Cal to meet them in the field. Without hesitation, I suddenly found myself as sure-footed as a bunny on the icy ground, and sprinted the last 20 or so yards up to the house. I swung the door open and went into the kitchen where I knew I'd find Aga and Cal, and told my uncle to get the trespasser. Groaning, Cal finished his cup of coffee, which was probably spiked with whiskey, and stood from the table. Angak Cal was a big guy, about 6'8", with broad shoulders and what I called Fred Flintstone fists. Basically, he could knock someone out without much effort, and he did so time and time again. He was insanely protective of his sisters and all of the other women in his life, Glory and Katie included. The entire town respected him and feared him at the same time. He was a nice home security system. Naturally, I was thrilled with this tiny bit of excitement in my normally humdrum life. When my uncle charged out the back without so much as a coat on, I turned my pleading eyes to Aga, who barely flinched at the activity. She stared back at me for only a moment, before sighing and motioning to the rack by the door. I grabbed her parka and helped her put it on as we made our way outside. Knowing that her wife was going to be none too thrilled with my presence in the cemetery, Aga picked me up when we reached the cast iron fence that surrounded the property. We could see Cal's giant silhouette approaching the tiny ones of Katie and Glory. The stranger was still a good 100 or so yards from us. "Let's hide and watch," I whispered to Aga, when I realized that Katie hadn't spotted us yet. For a moment, I thought my mother would shake her head and go to the others, but she surprised me by giving me a conspiring smile and ducked behind a mausoleum. "We can get to Grandmother's grave if we're very quiet," she told me with a glint in her eye. She loved the graveyard and had spent her childhood playing in it, while also learning about her ancestors and the people of her town. She wanted me to enjoy it as much as she did. We hurried from grave to grave, pausing only long enough to make sure the others didn't see us. Katie, Glory, and Cal were moving swiftly as well, but they were too busy eyeing the figure, standing only about 20 feet from the large tomb that encased my great-grandmother, our destination. When we arrived at the tomb, Aga set me down, and we crouched behind the rocks and wood that surrounded Grandmother's altar. It was then that I began to feel nerves eat away at my gut. This was a stranger, I could tell. They were standing at the base of the mausoleum, built to honor the infants who had passed before being blessed by the tribe's shaman. This was an old, outdated site that didn't fully honor Inuit customs, though it had been redone in the 1970s, closer to the northern section of the property. No one came to this site because it would be considered disrespectful to their deceased, but it would have just been as disrespectful to tear it down. So, it was just a derelict memorial that loomed on the tiny hilltop of that section of the cemetery. Tension filled the air as Cal, flanked by Katie and Glory, approached the stranger. I could hear my uncle speaking to them, likely telling them our hours and asking them if they'd like a ride back into town. He always started off nice, giving people the benefit of the doubt before going into Hulk mode. Aga, who had initially been giggling at the sight of her brother looming over the trespasser, was beginning to cling tighter to me as time went by. It took us a few minutes to realize that the person hadn't been responding to Cal, nor had they even looked his way. They continued to stare at the area just above the mausoleum. Katie and Gloria were exchanging uneasy glances at one point, and Cal told them to go back to the house. They refused and stepped closer to his side. When words failed, Cal resorted to the physical approach. He later recalled that he could tell the person was an old man, and that they were frail, and that he didn't want to hurt them. But he wasn't listening, and if he was deaf, he'd have to get his attention somehow. My uncle placed a gentle hand on the gentleman's shoulder, and immediately he felt a wave of nausea overcome him. He hunched over, clutching his abdomen, and cried out. Aga ordered me to stay put before darting off out from behind the stones and over to her brother, who waved to her and the other women to make them leave. He insisted they go inside, but they were all frozen in place. The strange man still hadn't moved, so Katie yelled at him once more. She stepped around in front of him and waved a hand in his face. "You need to leave." I'd heard her command. "You can't be here after dark, it's not safe." "No, it's not," the stranger finally said. He lowered his eyes to meet at my mother. "Are you all right, dear?" He spoke so casually to her. She stood there in shock for a good moment. She looked back at Cal, who was on his knees at this point. While she was distracted, the man turned and headed towards the exit. When he was coming towards my hiding spot, I had every intention of getting up and running away, but I was frozen in place. It felt like my body was being held down by weights, and I was sinking into the earth. I whimpered and buried my face in my arms, praying to God and my great-grandmother for safety. The ice and leaves crunched in my ears, and I knew Arga realized my predicament and said something to the others, because I could hear Katie shouting at her. Finally summoning the courage, I looked up to see the man walking right by me. He didn't so much as look my way, but as he passed he said, "Good night, Blue Eyes," in a dulcet whisper. Immediately I relaxed and climbed to my feet. I watched him practically float out of the cemetery and towards the road. Katie came and got me, telling me we had to take my uncle to the hospital. As it turns out, Cal had to go in for some emergency surgery because his appendix had ruptured. He's convinced that the old man somehow cursed him on contact. Even Arga, sweet but superstitious Arga, had her doubts about his claim. There was nothing malicious in Cal's approach to the man. Why would he have cursed him? This wasn't the last time we saw this strange man. We actually saw him 2 or 3 more times in the following weeks. He was always at the derelict infant's mausoleum, staring up at the sky. He never spoke or bothered anyone, and from that point on he always came while it was light out. I would sometimes sneak out and watch him from my grandmother's grave. He was a white man, which struck a chord with me. It was my theory that he was Katie and Gloria's real father, who had abandoned them when they were still very young. Katie quickly disproved this theory, telling me that their father died in the early 90s. But that meant nothing to me. It could still be him. The last time I saw him was in early February the following year. It was snowing heavily, and I was helping Arga and Cal go about and check to see if all the tombs and mausoleums were closed. Sometimes family members of the deceased would perform rituals on their newly departed, placing ceremonial offerings on their bodies, but they weren't always restored to their tombs to the way they were. We did our best to ensure that none of the graves would be flooded come the next thaw. When we approached grandmother's grave, I heard Arga sigh airily, but continued on. Immediately, I looked to the old mausoleum and smiled to the back of the old man. "Good morning," I called out to him. "There's no such thing, Blue Eyes." I heard him respond this over the wind. I began to laugh because it sounded like something Gloria would say after a night of drinking. But suddenly I felt a ball of sadness coil up in my stomach. I began crying and looked up at Arga with a sorrowful pout. It was the first time I had really ever felt dread, and it nearly brought me to my knees. Arga picked me up and took me inside, where I instantly felt better. The man was never seen on the property again. I was a little sad about it, but the adults were glad. They didn't like the pull that he had on us. When I was still a baby, my Aunt Dawn's friend Eddie came to work for us. He didn't have any qualifications other than being strong and willing to work around dead people, so he was hired. Eddie was a bit weird, and according to Arga, he had a super obvious crush on Dawn. Dawn, the sweetest summer child, didn't think anything of it. She insisted that he was just a shy kid who didn't know how to talk to people, let alone girls. With her being the prettiest girl in her class, She took it upon herself to befriend the older teens. She was only about 15 when this all happened, and Eddie was 17. This event does not involve any violence against my aunt. I want to make it clear. Now, a little something about the property. It is an absolute treasure trove of eclectic tombs and mausoleums, but there are also dens and caves close to the woods where nature has been left alone. While there aren't really any animals that use these dwellings, we still leave the spaces be so that they are there during blizzard season. On the morning that Eddie started, Katie found him taking a nap in one of these dens. He hadn't even been there an hour. A few hours later, he came inside and asked for a snack. Though he hadn't done much work, Katie made him a sandwich, and when he'd finished eating it, she requested that he go into the funeral parlor and help Arga with inventory. He nodded and hurried into the doors that led to the parlor. When Arga came in less than 10 minutes later, Katie asked how Eddie was doing. Arga seemed confused, and when Katie told them what she asked the kid to do, she said that he'd never come in. The two of them went looking for him, and they found him sleeping in one of the empty caskets in the showroom. Fed up and slightly concerned, my parents asked if he'd gotten enough sleep the night before, and offered him the guest room for the rest of the day, and he could finish his chores the next day if need be. Eddie apologized and declined their offer. "It's just a hangover. I'm okay now," he admitted with his blank face and monotone voice. With that, he got to work. He helped Arga with the rest of the inventory, repaired the bulldozer, and even repainted the front gate of the cemetery. He was a model employee by dinner time. Dawn made him some stew and brought it out to him. I had been a pill all afternoon, crying and screaming because of an earache, and my mothers didn't want to subject anyone outside of the family to the horror. A few minutes after she'd left, Dawn came back in to get Arga. She said she could hear Eddie screaming but couldn't find him. The two sisters went out, and sure enough, there was no peace to be found inside or outside that evening. They tracked Eddie's shouts to the cemetery. That was the easy part. The graveyard was pretty big, and sound traveled funny there. Some places echoed, in other parts, the sound was muffled. Poor my grandfather always told me that the restless spirits in the quieter places, and that sound didn't travel much, as they needed a little extra peace until they found themselves. Eddie was probably pissing off a lot of spirits that day, because he was practically shrieking. Arga and Dawn split up first, searching the dens where Katie had seen him that morning, and then spreading throughout the actual tombs. After nearly 20 minutes, Dawn called for Arga to come over to one of the covered plots near the fence. It was covered because there was to be a burial there the following day. They didn't dig too far normally, due to the ground almost being frozen, but they still had to clear 3 or 4 feet to make room for the base of the tombs. My Uncle Cal had dug the plot a few days earlier, and he was going to come over the next day to help Eddie set up the rest of the site. Eddie was lying inside the shallow hole, holding his mangled knee to his chest, and screaming. Dawn was staring down at him, at a loss. She was small, and couldn't help this big guy if he wasn't fully coherent. Arga was equally stunned at first, but as soon as she saw the scratches on the kid's face, she assumed it was some sort of animal attack. Climbing into the hole next to Eddie, Arga turned him on his back so that she could fully examine him. But as soon as he was facing up, he began screaming about the sun hurting his eyes and started scratching at his face. Arga and Dawn tried to calm him down, but when they failed, Dawn ran to get Cal from the house. He was much bigger than Eddie and could easily overpower him if need be. When he arrived, he sent his sisters inside. He asked them to call the town doctor and inform him that he was bringing Eddie in immediately. They watched Cal load Eddie into the truck and sped off down the road towards town. It wasn't until earlier the next morning that they got any kind of answer as to what happened. Eddie was a babbling mess, speaking in mostly broken Inupiaq. When he finally strung together a proper sentence, he began describing a giant hairless canine beast that attacked him when his back was turned. He said that it bit into his shoulder and transformed him into a wolf. Cal, who was very superstitious, believes that Eddie was attacked by a Kikron, an Inuit version of the hellhound. Only it looks like a supersized baby ferret with fangs. It has never been told that a Quirquin's bite can mutate a human, but Eddie did in fact have what looked to be a pretty nasty bite on his right shoulder. The doctor said it appeared to be a dog bite, and it was super infected. Rabies weren't really an issue in our neck of the woods, but Eddie was still quarantined, and we steered clear of stray dogs for a while after the whole ordeal. Eddie never recovered mentally. Not that he was stable to begin with. He was constantly trying to tear off his own skin and bite the necks of those who tried to help. Luckily, no one was seriously injured by him. But most sadly, Eddie ultimately ended up taking his own life 2 years later. He slit his wrists with a sterling silver knife that his mother had gotten him from her shaman. They believed that it was the only way to rid him of the beast that possessed him. When I was about 16, my cousins Lena and Vincent were visiting from New Mexico. They are both a few years older than me, but we got along really well. I'm the youngest of all the grandkids on Katie's side and the only grandkid on Arga's, so I always looked forward to seeing these two. They were staying with us a few days over the summer. They were both in college by that point, and they wanted to have some time away from the heat before they went back to their rigorous schedules. Their dad, Katie's brother Max, was there as well. He was a paleontologist and was intending to do some digging in the tundra while he was there. Around the second week of their stay, Katie and Gloria went with Max to his site, leaving Arga to entertain us young'uns. She was feeling a bit under the weather, so she requested that the three of us go out and do some of the maintenance she had been working on in the cemetery. Weeds aren't much of an issue here, but grass, flowers, and other plants die when the weather is so inconsistent. Every June and July we would go to all of the grave sites and clean them up. I'd been relieved of my duties because my cousins were in town, but Arga didn't want it getting backed up. Plus, she'd promised to drive us into the city the next day and treat us to dinner and a movie if we helped. Vincent was surprisingly squeamish about the cemetery. He kept asking me why the tombs were so easy to open and freaking out about the possibility of something jumping out at him. It got to the point where Lena and I couldn't take it anymore and asked him to go sit on one of the concrete benches that lined the fence. As he was going over, he let out a groan and covered his nose. "What the hell is that smell?" he shouted. There was an unspoken rule in my family that we were to never speak of hell or demons within the gates of the cemetery, so I immediately shushed my cousin and asked him to say a prayer aloud to ask for forgiveness, but he ignored me and pointed at one of the tombs. "Why is that one broken?" he demanded. I went over to see what he was talking about, and was startled to realize that one of our newer tombs, the one belonging to the village shaman's late mother, had a large crack down the middle. It looked like it had been sloppily broken and reassembled. The intense smell coming from it suggested the body was well into the decomposition process. For some idiotic reason, I pulled my shirt over my nose and crouched down to further inspect the grave. I shifted some of the smaller pieces of stone to the side and peered into the hole I'd made. Of course, the first thing I saw was the old woman's rotten hand. She had died 2 months before at the age of 102, and her skin had been like tissue paper, so her bones were already visible beneath the remaining tissue. The rest of the body was connected, and everything that had been buried seemed to be there. When the initial shock from seeing a deteriorated corpse wore off, I did notice something rather shocking. The body was positioned with the head towards north. In Inuit culture, only men are buried with their heads facing north. Females were buried facing the south, because they got cold easily. We never would have mixed this up, and even if we had, many people would come to view the body for days before it was finally laid to rest. Someone would have said something, that she had been positioned wrong. This revelation is what truly sent me into panic mode. Someone came in and not only desecrated a grave, which is twisted no matter which culture or belief system you're from, but they also rearranged the body in a way that could affect their spirit negatively. This woman could now be suffering in the land of souls. I ran inside without a word to my cousin. Arga knew what to do about this. She used to tell me stories of grave robbers from her childhood. These were fishermen from a town over, and their goal was to steal the jewelry and pelts our dead had been buried in. When I finally woke my mother from her NyQuil coma, she pulled on her jacket and followed me outside to the vandalized grave. Vincent was standing just outside of the cemetery now, his face white as a sheet. He obviously hadn't told Lena about our discovery, because she was on the other side of the yard plucking dead flowers out of the ground. Arga yelled at her to come and take her brother inside. When Lena waltzed over to us, she noticed Vincent was shaking and taunted him in a high-pitched voice. "Ooh, little buddy, did you see a ghost?" Arga shoved him towards the house and demanded that he pray for forgiveness. She then asked Lena to call the police in the next city over. Matters such as this had to be dealt with by a higher authority than the ones our town had to offer. Surprisingly, Arga allowed me to stay behind and help her examine it. I chalked this up to her being drunk on NyQuil. She was just stunned with the state of the grave and the body inside. Her experience prior to this had been in greedy white men who wanted quality ivory and labradorite jewelry. For some reason, that was easier to accept than someone deliberately dooming the spirits of those who were laid to rest. The police came along with the shaman of the next village over. The one in our town was unable to perform a proper ceremony due to his relationship with the deceased. We have all been assured the woman's spirit is at peace now. There were no suspects as to who desecrated the grave, and it never happened again, so the police didn't really follow up with us after that. As you can imagine, my cousins refused to go into the cemetery after that. As you surely now know, I was generally restricted from going into the cemetery by myself when I was younger, up until I was about 11 or 12. That's when I was glued to my parents' sides when we walked to the property. My Uncle Cal used to be the top candidate as my chaperone when neither of my mothers were available. He's a pretty solid dude, and he's willing to knock out anyone who poses a threat to me or anyone else in my family. One morning, when I was 6 years old, my mothers needed to be at the school to discuss an upcoming festival. Cal wasn't what you would consider a natural when it came to kids. He was so nice and did his very best when he was left to care for me, but he never really mastered the art of talking or playing with me. For example, on this particular day, he decided to play hide and seek. This wasn't anything new to me. I'd played all the time with my mums and aunts, but they always knew to go over the rules very carefully before we'd play. Stay in the yard, don't go into the cemetery, don't hide in any holes or dens made by animals, and always come out of your hiding spot when the seeker yelled, "Ollie, ollie, oxen free." Uncle Cow didn't know about these rules, and I wasn't about to remind him. I wanted to find a new hiding spot. If I had to crouch down inside one of the chicken coops one more time, I was going to scream. Cal hated to hide, so he volunteered to seek every time for the game. This was an added bonus. When I played with my parents and their sisters, I had to be the seeker all the time. I was slow, and they were competitive, so they didn't hold back when they got a chance to tag me. "You have to count to 100, I informed my uncle, as I led him to the shed that would be my home base. "And you can't peek." He nodded along and turned to face the wall of the shed. I was running before he even began to count. I wasn't going to hide behind a gravestone or mausoleum. Even at a young age, I knew how disrespectful that would be. But there was a patch of trees in the center of the yard that were calling me. I discovered it a few weeks ago, that one of the trees, an aspen tree, had a low-hanging branch that I could climb if I got a running start. Kids climbed one similar to it in the play area at school. I had joined in with them once, but my Aunt Gloria, who taught me at school, with my mum, Katie, was on playground duty that day, and she immediately made me get down. Without an adult to tell me no, and with at least 60 seconds left, I sprinted through the cemetery towards my goal. The tree that I have since named Ulei, after the Edgar Allan Poe poem, welcomed me with yellowing leaves and white branches hanging down like arms stretched out for a hug. I didn't hesitate. In fact, I picked up speed and lunged as soon as I was within reach. With what I can only call pure luck, I was able to grab onto the lowest branch and pull myself up on the first try. I was only 5 or so feet off the ground, but I felt as though I had climbed the Denali Peak. Knowing that I could still be seen in my bright blue jacket, I scrambled up a few more branches and positioned myself behind a large cluster of leaves that had yet to fall. By the time I was fully situated, Cal was done counting and had been moving about the yard for a few minutes. He checked in the usual places a 6-year-old may have hidden. Most of them were places that I had frequented in hide and seek of days past, and a few places he looked were ones I had never thought of, but catalogued in my brain for the next time I played. I could see him quite easily from my little perch, and I was able to laugh at him without fear of being heard, because he was nowhere near me. He was scratching his head, and double-checking everywhere he'd previously looked before, and then went into the house to search. At this point I was getting sore, and leaned back against the trunk of the tree and waited for him to come out. The air was quiet, and I could hear the chirps of some birds nesting in the surrounding trees. If I hadn't been sitting on a narrow branch, sitting 20 feet above the ground, I would have allowed myself to drift off, but I stayed alert, hoping to see my uncle reappear soon. It was then that I felt a tingly feeling on the back of my neck. It wasn't unlike the sensation I got when my mums ran their finger through my hair or rubbed my back. Feeling relaxed, I glanced around and noticed just how still it was in this little oasis centered in the old cemetery. At this point, I was feeling rather euphoric. It wasn't until I was older that I found something that simulated a similar feeling. I wanted to find my mums. I had this overwhelming need to tell them that I loved them and give them a hug. I felt guilty for going into the cemetery and breaking their rules. I quickly began to climb out of the tree, and in the process, ended up missing a branch and fell about 8 feet to the ground. Later on, I would learn that I broke my wrist and thumb when I landed, but somehow didn't feel the pain and just had to return to my parents. In my delusional state, I decided the best route to take to get to town was through the woods behind the cemetery, probably because I was closer to the woods than I was to the road, but the forest was thick, full of traps that had been set by hunters and forgotten about. It was another place that I was told to avoid. Luckily, I didn't run into any traps that day. There was a pretty clear path that had been made by my mother, Aga, and her siblings back when they were young, so I stuck with that. That's when things got hazy. At some point, the euphoric sensation turned into one of dread. I began to feel as though someone or something was chasing me. I remember crying and calling out for Cal to come and find me, and eventually, I blacked out. When I awoke, I was lying in a pile of leaves and staring up at the night sky, pain flaring up in my right arm and my feet stung. Climbing to my feet, I looked around and realized I was still in the woods. It took me a moment to get my bearings, but as soon as I figured out where I was only a few feet from the path and headed in the direction of the cemetery. My jacket was gone, as were my shoes and socks. I don't know what the hell happened there. My tiny feet were freezing and stung against the rocky ground. When I emerged from the forest in the cemetery, I could see red lights flashing up by the house, and I immediately knew who they were for. For a moment, I contemplated turning back and living my life in the woods, but I soldiered on. And by the time I was halfway across the graveyard, I could hear someone shouting my name. It was my mother, Katie. She was the strict one, with an Irish temper and a hand made for spanking. When I saw her running through the cemetery gate, I immediately felt a rush of relief. I couldn't run. I was too sore, and I could only hold up my left arm, but I called out to her as hot tears steamed down my cheeks. She picked me up, hugged me close, and didn't yell at me for wandering off, nor did she scold me for not wearing coat nor shoes. She just asked me if I was all right, and told me she loved me. Even then, when adrenaline was coursing through my veins, I was relieved that she was taking pity on me. I was way too drained to get a spanking. Katie took me to the house where a hysterical Aga was waiting with her sisters and my Aunt Gloria. I didn't get to stay home though. Once they realized I had been injured out in the woods for nearly 12 hours, I was placed in the waiting ambulance and rushed to the next town for medical care. I was released the next day with a bright pink cast and ordered to stay inside for at least 72 hours. The shaman visited us the next day. He was summoned by my grandfather after I told him about what led me into the woods. My parents stayed with me as I described the ordeal to the shaman. I told him about how happy I felt and about how I longed to be with my parents so much I went into the woods that I feared more than any grave and mausoleum. After that was said and done, the shaman went out to the path of trees I had been hiding in and began to bless them and burn sage and incense. He told my mothers that I could have been influenced by his spirit, but he said that it was likely a young child had passed and missed their parents. Katie, who wasn't as superstitious as her wife, was skeptical of this explanation. She believed in spirits and all, but she didn't think they had the power to control living beings. But she didn't have a reasonable explanation as to why her 6-year-old wandered into the woods and blacked out. So they allowed the shaman to go through with his rituals and reinforce their rule that I wasn't allowed to go into the cemetery alone. Uncle Cal, who had been royally terrified after the ordeal, was the only one to yell at me. I was surprised. He was always a pretty chill guy, and he never really got onto me before. But he had been terrified that he'd lost me forever. And when he found out that it was all because I had broken a rule that I was very familiar with, he blew his top. This was one of the many experiences that occurred in my childhood. I wish I knew more about what caused it, but even my tribe's leader have no explanation. They just used it as an excuse to warn children to not wander about on hallowed land. This is from when my parents first began living together. Katie grew up in a fairly large city, just a few hours from our village. Her mother was a nurse who occasionally brought medical supplies to the more remote areas of the state and provided vaccines for those who wanted them. They met Aga and her family when they were about 9 or 10. They were all friends, and Grandma Mary would sometimes leave Katie and her twin sister Gloria there overnight while she visited other villages. When they reached their teens, Katie and Aga began secretly dating, and eventually they broke the news to their families. Grandma Mary was a devout Catholic and took it surprisingly well. Pawpaw and Ma Aga's parents were a bit unnerved by the whole thing. They had never really dealt with homosexuality within their tribe, and they were convinced that their ancestors would strike them down if they allowed the two girls to continue their courtship. When the community and council members voted on it though, they all agreed so long as Aga and her family maintained their faith and upheld the customs of their people, no harm would come to them from the union. Once they had the blessing from both women's families, they were allowed to move in together. They were barely 17 at the time, but that's how it was within our village. There was no ceremonies, they just went from living apart to living together. This represented betrothal. The house they moved into was small, and only about a half-mile away from the main house, where we eventually moved. But at the time, it was Papa and Moore's house. Katie and Aga swear that the shack was once a charming little cottage, with a beautiful red door and matching shutters. But all I know is that it's currently a condemned structure that gives me splinters just looking at it. Aga worked with her father on most weekdays. Her older brother was a fisherman, and he had no interest in the family business, so my mother was next in line to inherit. She loved the cemetery and the funeral home because she felt that she enjoyed providing a place for closure to those who were going through the most challenging times in their lives. Sometimes she worked long hours, so Katie would spend most of her time in the town teaching, or at the house cleaning or cooking. At the time, she wasn't too put off with the cemetery in her backyard. It was a peaceful place, and she never gave it a second thought. One afternoon, she was outside cleaning the windows. She had music playing from the radio inside, so she didn't hear the truck approaching on the dirt path until it was right behind her. She didn't recognize that it was one of Aga's family members' vehicles, so she immediately stopped what she was doing so that she could welcome the stranger. She was a debutante, and hospitality was very important. The man who stepped out the truck was white, which wasn't odd there. There were a few families in the valley, and even some Russians. They rarely made it to this part of the property, though. The main house was where the funeral home was, and all business was performed up there. Thinking that he may have been lost, Katie waved at the gentleman, who had to have been in his late 30s to early 40s. He was handsome, with an almost rugged look to him. Overall, he seemed very approachable. The only thing that seemed off about him was his lack of jacket. He was only wearing a flannel shirt and blue jeans. It was 30 degrees out in our town in this part of the country, where it can sometimes be dark all day. This was one of those times. With no sun and a substantial amount of wind, it was foolish to go outside without some sort of coat. Katie was only out there because the windows were driving her nuts. "How can I help you?" she asked him as he meandered towards the porch. "Do you have a dog?" The guy seemed out of breath as he looked about the property, as though he were looking for something. No dog," Katie told him. The stranger pointed to the wooded area on the east side of the property. "There's a dog stuck in a trap just off the path over there. Do you know whose it might be? It's brown with a black muzzle." Immediately, Katie stepped off the porch and looked towards the trees. "I have no idea. Could you not get it out of the trap?" She was, and still is, a sucker for animals. She has a habit of bringing home strays and injured wildlife to this day. "I don't have any tools with me." The gentleman pointed to his truck. "Do you have a crowbar or even a screwdriver? I can probably take the trap apart if you don't mind keeping the thing calm while I do it." It didn't occur to Katie that it would probably have been better to get someone stronger to assist him than zeroing in on a petite woman who could barely reach the top of her windows. It also didn't occur to her that the man had driven from a different part of the property, and that he would have come from the other side of the house if he was coming from the woods. All she knew was that a dog was hurt, and that she wanted to help it. She ran into the house and dug through the chest, where they kept all the tools that Arga's brother had given them when they moved in. She found the tools he requested, as well as some flashlights, and followed him to his truck. She had not yet been jaded by a world filled with criminals and pervs, so she didn't think twice about going off with a fellow Good Samaritan. The man drove fast, and when they got close to the edge of the forest, he drove off the path to get a shortcut that most of the hunters in the area used. It dawned on Katie that the man didn't have a gun rack in the cab of his truck, and that he was hardly dressed for a hunting trip. She glanced at the floor behind her seat, searching for a coat or some kind of jumper that he may have changed out of, but she didn't see anything of the sort. When the truck stopped, she asked him about his attire. She suggested that they go to her brother-in-law's cabin to get a coat, and he immediately refused. "My jacket is with the dog," he explained, motioning for her to follow him up the path. The poor thing looked cold, and I wanted him to be at least a little comfortable as he waited for me. This eased Katie's nerves. He's a nice guy, taking care of a dog. They walked up the path that Katie had only ever been on once or twice before. As kids, they explored the woods, but they never went into this area for fear of being shot. With no daylight, they would at least be safe from hunters, but there were still other elements to worry about, like bears and foxes. The man led the way, shining the flashlight over the path to make sure they were going the right way. They walked for nearly a half hour before Katie stopped and took in the surroundings. She asked if they were getting close to the dog, and the gentleman nodded. "It's near the pass up ahead. He's sort of off the path. so keep an ear out." He turned and gave her a smile that even today she calls charming in a Ted Bundy kind of way. As though he sensed her discomfort, the guy started a little dialogue with her. "I'm Aaron, by the way. I live out by the border. You from round these parts?" Confused, Katie bit back the urge to throw a "no shit" at him. He had just taken her from her house. What did he think? Was she a tourist who cleaned windows for giggles? Rather than be rude, she primly hummed an affirmative, while shining her flashlight right and left, looking for the dog. "Are you married?" Aaron went on. While Katie asked him what brought him to the conclusion, he reminded her that she'd mentioned a brother-in-law. "Is your husband not home?" "Wife, actually," Katie corrected. "She's down the road. She'll be home soon." She felt that it was important to add that, even though it wasn't true, Arga wasn't expected home for another few hours actually. But she wanted to make the guy know that she might have had people looking for her soon. Aaron was quiet for a few seconds. They'd reached a rocky incline on the trail, and he seemed to be focusing on that. Once the silence began to settle, he let out a chuckle. "That's pretty hot. 2 women in all." While grateful that he wasn't like a lot of people when they first found out about their relationship, rude and disgusted, Katie almost always found his reaction even worse. For the sake of remaining polite, she faked a laugh. "Ah, sure. So, how do you know?" He stopped walking and turned to face her. Katie really hoped that he wasn't talking about what she thought he was talking about. "How do we do what?" "You know, screw," he clarified, with a casual shrug. Disgusted, Katie stepped back. "That's none of your business." She tried to remain calm, but the man's sudden change in attitude had her on edge. "Can we please just get the dog?" Oh yeah." Aaron looked around, as though he forgot why they were there in the first place. He laughed sheepishly and shook his head. "I'm so sorry, ma'am, but there's no dog. I just brought you out here for a good time." His cavalier attitude gave Katie pause. She let his words sink in for a second, figuring that she had to have misheard. But when he began to unzip his pants, she knew that she had heard right. In Katie's retelling of the event, some small details change here and there, but one thing was always constant in her response at that exact moment of realization. Shit. She didn't give him a chance before slamming her flashlight repeatedly into his head, throat, and chest. She basically hit him as many times as she could until he fell to the ground. When she knew he was unconscious, she turned on heel and ran back the way they came. She didn't know exactly where she was, but she figured that if she stayed on the path, that she would eventually find her way. And she was right. She saw the truck at the edge of the field, right at the opening of the path. She checked the vehicle, and was relieved to see that he'd left the keys in the ignition. She drove it across the field towards the main house, where she found Pawpaw, Arga, and Arga's brother Cal. The 3 of them were horrified when they heard her account of what had just happened, and the men immediately went into the woods to find the injured man. Meanwhile, Arga called the authorities, aka Jimmy, the town-appointed sheriff, with a collection of European muskets and 3 dogs that could tear the skin off a man's bone if ordered to. Jimmy arrived as Pawpaw and Cal were returning, with the latter pulling Aaron by the foot through the mud. He was taken to a jail, aka the concrete cell off Jimmy's house, where he remained until the police from a nearby city came to collect him and perform an official investigation. As it turns out, Aaron was a fisherman from the coast, and he visited friends in our area once or twice a year. He had tagged along with some of these friends when they were visiting Cal at the funeral home, and at some point, it was innocently mentioned that Katie was at the house, and that she was home alone, or something like that. When he found himself with some alone time, Aaron borrowed a truck and found the house and the beautiful Katie alone, as promised. They never really got an answer as to why he thought it was okay to take a woman into the woods for nefarious reasons. He was a relatively attractive guy, and he seemed normal for the most part. In the end, he got a little bit of prison time, and he was banned from our village. That was the most they could do, really, given that he actually didn't do anything to Katie. After all, he was the one who came out with most of the injuries. That's one of the rare occasions that something scary happened on our property that didn't involve the cemetery or funeral home. But it was definitely the first time one of my mothers came face to face with the true evils of the world. "20 years ago, I was sleeping beside my husband, and I woke up. As I was turning over, I look over at my husband's shoulder and saw a woman standing in the bedroom doorway staring at my husband intently with curiosity. She then began moving towards him. She had no idea I was watching her. When she began walking towards him, I got angry, and I was going to launch myself over him and tackle her, but she was too far away. I was concerned I would wake my husband, and he would get up suddenly, causing me to hurt him. Instead, I turned over, got out of bed, and went around. But by the time I got to the end of the bed, she was gone. This was no common intruder. She was approximately 5 feet tall, very slim, but with a definite female figure, around 100 pounds. She was not clothed, but looked like a solid silhouette, or as if head to toe in a skin-tight black bodysuit. She did not have hair on her silhouette. Why can I describe her so well? She was less than 12 feet away from me, and this was not the first time seeing the paranormal, so no shock or fear. But although I did not mind paranormal encounters, I do not let them come near my husband. Can anyone give any hints as to what she was? She seemed solid. I could not see through her or any details in the hall. She was darker than the surrounding night, but it might have been the moonlight, and we have skylights in the living room downstairs. When she realized I saw her, she stopped and felt surprised. I have also found info on shadow men, but this is a woman, not a shadow, and not sinister. Does anyone know what this could possibly have been? I own this house down in South Georgia, near a town in the middle of nowhere called Moultrie. It's just a double-wide mobile home that's been seated on a foundation, so it qualifies as a house on the insurance. Anyway, the house itself isn't old. I lived there about 2 years before moving up to Atlanta to take a better job. While I lived there, I smoked often and always outside because I have kids. So from my front yard there was a large clearing across the road. It was overgrown with weeds and the like, but you could sort of tell that a house used to be there. Within weeks of my family moving in, I began to feel freaked out by being out on my front porch at night. During the day, I felt absolutely normal. There was something about the night that just didn't sit well, and I considered myself a believer in the paranormal, and maybe a mild clairvoyant. So I felt like I knew that there was something. I was being watched, and so many people described these sort of events. I convinced myself it was nothing though, and simply fixed the issue by smoking out back instead of out front at night. My mum was over one afternoon during a small family grill out, and we were walking around the front lawn, just checking out the garden. The sun was near setting, and you could barely see the light fading over the horizon when she went wide-eyed and stopped talking mid-sentence. I asked her what was wrong, and she just slowly lifts her hands and points in the direction of the aforementioned clearing. It was across the dirt road from my property, and I look towards that direction as I do, and see a dark shadow simply go from what looked like a dog form crouching over to a full bipedal humanoid shape. This thing was 10 feet tall. I mean, huge, if it were human. So I blink and rub my eyes for a second, before asking my mum, "Do you see what I see?" She confirmed by nodding, but is unable to make words. At this point, I'm really getting scared. Now I know that I wasn't mistaken by my feelings of being watched. I tell her we need to go inside. She agrees, so we begin to walk towards my front door slowly. At that moment, my spidey senses go off, and I turn to look back at the thing, as it does what looks like charge across the dirt road towards my lawn. I panic, my mum panics, and suddenly the creature lurches back, as though it ran into an invisible wall. We made it to the porch at that moment, and I have one foot in the door when my mum finally speaks and says, "Wait, it looks like it stopped." When I focus again on the thing, I notice it has no eyes, no defining form, only the dark outline of a shadow overcasting the already dark background of tall grass and the clearing with the surrounding trees. The thing charges forward again, but lurches back at the edge of the lawn. Freaked out, we assume it's paranormal, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we head inside. We tell everyone in there, and of course they think we're messing with them. Eventually everyone goes home, and I discuss it with my wife, who tells me to stop playing around. I wouldn't go out front at night again, and shortly thereafter we moved out into Atlanta. I knew the previous owners personally and contacted their son, my friends, to see if they had ever experienced anything like that. They said no, but strangely they had witnessed angels at the four corners of the lawn before. I'm not Christian, and am barely religious, more of a spiritual thing, so I go along with it since they are and listen carefully. Apparently their dad was a pastor at a church, and in doing so prayed constantly over the land and his family. Now, be it strange or not, the fact that they have claimed to seen angels at the four corners of the lawn, and that I have just witnessed who knows what, attempting to enter the lawn and almost being pushed back to the edge, was unsettling. The story ends anticlimactically, with me simply not going outside at night anymore. At least, not to the front. We move and try to forget it happened. I've since rented the place out to another family, and I haven't heard them say anything about it, though I did request they keep an eye on their kids and not let them go across the road there. I later found out the house that used to be there had a small family that lived in it. The teenager actually went to middle school with me, but I never knew him. He ended his own life 3 years before I moved there, and the house across the street was demolished shortly thereafter. I won't ever cross the street again, and I wouldn't advise anyone else to do it either. The year of 2013. I moved into one of the 4 houses that came from Stephenson Island in the late 1800s. A lot of loggers had died on that island. Well, I was supposed to get the basement for my room. As soon as I stepped into that house, an eerie presence hit me. I felt uneasy, The feeling grew worse descending into that basement. The crawl space was boarded off. I was a very depressed teenager, cutting, debating ending it all, the fun stuff. What I didn't know was something was feeding off it. My room at night had an eerie feeling. I kept the lights completely off and immediately went to sleep after this, because you would see figures of people in the room standing over you and watching you intently. At this time, I believe they were merely curious about my family's presence in the house, basically them wondering what we were doing at their place. So skip forward half a year later. Weird occurrences start happening. I lost my sketchbook, and my sketchbook is my baby, and I would never lose that. I also had shavers being thrown at me in the shower. My brother and I were sitting on the couch playing video games during the end of winter and heard metal scraping across the attic floor above us. Now I know that sound. It wasn't just any metal, it was a metal chair scraping across a wooden floor. I tell my brother, and he doesn't want to believe it. Fast forward a few more months, I finally find my sketchbook in the weirdest place. Because for one, I'm always in my room, because my depression is eating me alive, and two, I would never place my sketchbook so perfectly in front of the door. I came home, opened my door, and there the thing was, in front of the door perfectly in the middle. I felt weird but shrugged it off. A week later, my brother left his bowl of mac and cheese in the kitchen. He came back and watched it stop moving towards the edge of the counter. He doesn't believe in this type of stuff, but even he can't explain that. I started becoming more of a positive and happy person, and then moved out into the living room to sleep, because my mother and father cannot sleep in the same bed anymore comfortably due to her sickness. So my dad took the room. I took the living room, and the first night I was petrified. Yes, my brother slept on the other couch, but I was scared, very scared. I had a direct view into the kitchen where the basement was, and if I tried looking another way, I'd see into the bathroom. So I thought, let's just look in the bathroom instead. Wrong. I was so wrong it was almost bad. You could see figures going back and forth, and I ended up shutting the door like the chicken that I am. But then bam, I wanted to take pictures because it calms me down. I happened to be using Snapchat. I didn't think anything of these pictures until people began messaging me, saying things like, "What the hell is that? There's a demon thing standing in your kitchen." So personally I felt scared. I went to bed that night, only to be struck by sleep paralysis. I had sleep paralysis for a month non-stop. This is where things got really bad. I lay on my couch stuck, not being able to move, scream, and just look around frantically. This creature lifted me up and made me levitate, and opened my legs and started tugging at the hem of my skinny jeans, as I used to wear skinny jeans to bed, because I didn't have pajamas, but I had skinny jeans. Another spirit intervened and threw the creature down. I, still in the air, finally get out of the sleep paralysis, fall and hit my head, got up and ran into my mother's room scared and crying. Imagine a 14 or 15-year-old asking if they can sleep with you because of sleep paralysis. After that night, I started to not sleep as much. I didn't want to sleep after that, but I give in one night and regret that night. I awoke to my cat's bed being dragged away from me towards the basement. I had it. I'd had it with this thing. It could mess with me, but not my baby. I threatened to seal it away in the basement and attic if it didn't stop messing around with my family and our cats. It's one thing to mess with me, but my family and cats is something else. I told it I didn't want to seal it away, but that we could live in harmony together. Luckily, it stopped everything besides the shadow creatures and occasionally hiding my shirt and throwing shavers at me. Ever since I moved out, my family has had very few problems with this entity. The shadow creatures will not leave my father alone. He recently told me he felt the same way about that room, and that if you ever open your eyes you can see a figure hovering over the bed. My brother leaves the bedroom door closed, so I'm sure he doesn't want to admit he's having issues with shadow creatures as well. About 10 years ago, I took my sister-in-law for the first time to Fredericksburg, Texas, from Austin. My father had lived there for about 20 years at that point, and is still the place I call home. Needless to say, I have been traveling from Austin to Fredericksburg for over 30 years now, and know every inch of the 30 miles it takes to drive there. For perspective, let me explain the route you have to take. From where we lived, you would take the 290 west from South Austin to Dripping Springs, where I remember telling my sister Nikki that is where my uncle and nephew lived. Nikki is from another state, and so all of this was totally new to her. From there you continue west on 290 until you hit a T in the highway at 281. From there you take a right and drive for roughly 2 minutes before you hit Johnson City. About a mile in, you turn left onto 290 west, which picks back up again and drives straight through downtown Johnson City. A few miles out from Johnson City is a tiny town called High, and then a few more miles down is Stonewall. It's another 15 miles from Stonewall to Fredericksburg. Now backing up. I remember hitting the Y at 290 and 281 because my husband had sent me a message and asked if I had gotten to Fredericksburg yet. I took my right on 290, as I have done hundreds of times, but after a few minutes I began to feel uneasy. I couldn't piece it, but something felt off. I felt like I couldn't get my bearings. Where was Johnson City, I thought? Shouldn't we be there by now? The longer we drove, the more weirded out I became, but I didn't say anything to Nikki. I just kept searching in front of me for the unforgettable neon Roadrunner sign you see when you first drive into Johnson City. It never came. I drove 70, never once having to decrease my speed until I happened to see a set of blinking lights above the road that didn't look familiar until I glanced over to see a road sign saying 3 miles to Fredericksburg. Somehow, I had skipped 3 towns. Needless to say, I flipped out, and Nikki was obviously very confused, as she had never made the trip before. When we got to my dad's house, I came in and immediately grabbed a map. I was sure somehow I'd found another way to get to Fredericksburg. But there is no other way. You cannot just keep driving and get there. When we came back, I took my sister at night. I know if we had driven through any of those towns, she would recognize them. I mean, how can you forget a huge neon Roadrunner? Nope. She swore she'd never seen any of these towns before, the ones between Dripping Springs and Fredericksburg. As far as the time it took, it seemed like we drove 40 or so miles in 15 to 20 minutes. But honestly, I was so confused and shocked at the time that I didn't spend more time trying to figure out that part of it. I do not believe we missed hours of time. Rather, it seemed to take a lot less than it should have. I will say the whole area around there has a lot of stories about UFOs and other paranormal legends. I don't know what happened, glitch or something, but it still gives me and Nikki the creeps. My boyfriend's grandfather is an antique collector, and one of his interests are dolls, porcelain to be exact. They picked this up, and the previous owners said to be very careful with it because it was special. Completely unfazed by this statement, he didn't ask any further questions. He brought it home with him about 2 weeks ago. The first 3 days were fine, and it stayed in the kitchen. The following day, my boyfriend and I were laying in our room down the hall talking. It was around midnight when suddenly 3 light knocks were heard through the door. We look at each other, and from the other side I hear his grandfather say his name. I get up and open the door while he was getting ready for whatever task his grandfather had in store for him. Upon opening the door, I expected to be brought face to face with him, but no one was there. I closed the door and shrugged it off, but after I closed the door, I could hear footsteps from down the hall, so I go out to investigate. But in the distance, I can hear both the grandparents snoring. The following day, around the same time, all power to the house was lost and didn't return till 5 or 6 a.m. Thankfully, throughout that night, 1 lamp was on. I don't know how, but occasionally it went out, but for the most part, somehow, it was still being powered. A few more nights go by without anything happening, until just a few nights ago, all through the night there were screams, not in the house but right outside. Last night, at around 2 to 3 a.m., I was laying down watching videos when my boyfriend sat straight up, rambled gibberish mixed with numbers. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he was okay, looked me dead in the eyes, screamed and threw himself back and continued snoring. I asked him about it earlier today, and he has no memory of it. His grandfather is taking the doll to his shop tomorrow, and hopefully, things will go back to normal. After he took it out the house and put it in his antique shop, the air seemed heavy and everyone is easily irritated. Usually the family is upbeat, kind of an I can conquer anything kind of attitude. I've also had a few hyper-realistic dreams, one where I was drowning, another where I was burned alive, and another where I was pulled apart, and another one where I was captured and shown my new face as I didn't have one. There was a tall man there that said, "Look at the beauty I have created." Unnerving to say the least. I've had a few moments that I feel fit the mold of a glitch in the Matrix. The first really big instance I can remember began so innocently. My then fiancée and I were watching something on Netflix, probably The Office, when she got up to get a drink of water. We lived in a studio that was very well arranged for the square footage. The kitchen had a bar separating it from the rest of the living room, and a wall at the end of the bar that prevented you from seeing into the kitchen from where the couch was located. The bedroom didn't have a door, but it did have an entryway instead of just being open. My fiancée calls my name rather loudly for how close I am to the kitchen from my spot on the couch. She comes around the wall from the end of the bar with that giant nervous smile she always got when she was seriously freaked out. "What's wrong, babe?" I ask. "Just come here. This is going to sound stupid," she says. She pulls me up from the couch, and I follow her around the corner to the kitchen, and up to the sink where she is pointing. "Did we have one of those before?" she says, pointing to a sprayer on our kitchen sink. A sprayer which definitely we did not have. It didn't even exist before she'd pointed it out. I feel myself go white, which may sound silly given that there was no danger. But I will tell you it was a very uncomfortable thought to know that something could just materialize like that. I pulled the sprayer out and tested it to see if it worked, and it did. I looked at Sandy and said flatly, "Nope, it wasn't." I remember there being a little circular metal cover where one should be installed, and I'm pretty sure I asked the landlord if the sink had one when I saw the model unit, and he told me that it did not, but that he could have installed one if I wanted it. But he said that we could have one installed if we wanted it. I am sure I said something along those lines, but with a lot more stumbling around, as my thoughts were dumbfounded. I should also mention, No one had been to do any work on the sink at this point. Our garbage disposal broke a few months later, but there was no point at which a sprayer could have been installed. Sandy couldn't talk, and she began to panic. I sat down on the couch with her and turned on the show, so that she could have something else to think about while we tried to figure out another way to prove that we were both just completely spaced out and that the nozzle existed. It took me about 10 minutes to remember that I had taken pictures of the apartment the day we moved in, documenting any damage so that we would not be responsible when moving out. Surely there must be pictures of the sink there, I thought. I flipped through my gallery until I came to the first of the 20 or so pictures of our studio apartment. About halfway through where the pictures of the kitchen should have been, 5 or 6 of the images had been corrupted and were just black. No other pictures in my entire gallery had been corrupted, just the ones that should have shown our kitchen, and more importantly the sink. I felt the color drain from my face even more, if that were possible. I explained to Sandy what I found, and she didn't believe me until I handed her my phone. That probably wasn't the best idea, because I spent the rest of my night comforting her. I will say that around 4 hours later she randomly said, "Oh, I remember using the sprayer," and promptly stopped being freaked out. My honest opinion, given how stable my now ex-fiancé was, is that she could not handle the idea something so bizarre could happen, and fabricated a memory to ease her mind. That would not be the first nor last time she invented something happening to make her life a little easier. On another occasion, I was out driving with the same ex in the passenger seat. She had this thing where she liked to count how many dogs she saw in a day, which was admittedly pretty cute. Well, we saw this guy walking his dog. The dog was on a leash. We didn't get a good look as we were driving by at a decent pace, and as we passed the man, he passed behind a telephone pole just before an underpass. As he emerged from the other side of the pole, we both saw there was no dog with him as he came into view. There was a small wall alongside where the man was walking, and for the dog to have gone anywhere, he would have had to have run directly into traffic. Not only that, but the man just continued walking with no leash and no dog, and no panic of an owner or dog walker just having lost hold of their leash. We looked at each other wide-eyed, and I asked her if she saw the dog, and she said she did, as she was just about to count it as it was the first dog she'd seen that day. She described the exact same thing I witnessed, that when the man crossed behind the telephone pole, the dog went behind him but didn't come out the other side. I'm sure everyone listening to this is aware of how hard it would be to miss a dog crossing behind a telephone pole, even if it turned to line up with the pole. And why would it do that anyway? Anyway, I found it very disconcerting. This was back in 2012, a simpler time. Let me preface this by saying that the room I stay in my parents' house, used to be my grandfather's room. It's sort of like an apartment. It's got its own kitchen and bathroom. He passed in 2005, and I moved into the room in 2009. Ever since I moved back, every once in a while, I'll feel a presence in the room. Someone sitting at the edge of the bed or holding my hand, or I feel like someone's standing behind my shoulder. This is never ever threatening, and I never feel in danger because I believe it's Grandpa. But in October of 2012, I was doing my junior practicum student teaching. This is a sort of program where you go in once a week to a school and observe before real student teaching starts. It was a Tuesday night, and I only remember this because I went to the school on Wednesdays. It was a considerable distance from my house, so I tried to get into bed early. This one night I had trouble getting to sleep, which I never have. I can usually pass out anywhere at any time, and I begin to feel anxiety come over me, and a state of panic. Another thing that never happened to me. In my mind's eye, I kept envisioning a tall, black, humanoid figure with a long, red tongue standing in the corner of my room, and at the time it felt very vivid. But now I can't recall any details about this figure except that tongue. I began to feel like if I stayed in my room any longer, I would be in serious danger. I went into the next room, our family room, and decided to watch TV. I looked above the TV at the cable box and noticed it was 2:59 a.m. The second the digital clock hits 3, the sound of crickets coming from inside the room and the attached laundry room resounded. Once that box hit 3:01, everything stopped. Now I'm not a religious person, but my supervising teacher at school is. He told me that crickets are related to locusts, referring to the biblical plague, and he told me to recite the prayer to St. Michael. He couldn't remember it at that moment though, even though he said he used to say it every day. Getting home that day, and accompanying days, it seemed as though there was a fog around my room, and the room felt different, just off. I would come home and lay on my bed for an afternoon nap, and the bed started to shake. It got to the point where my mother began to ask me if anything felt weird. She has her own experiences, but that's a different story for another day. Now I live in New Jersey, and in October of 2012 we were hit by a hurricane, Sandy, and we were without power for about a week or so, and I was not sleeping in that room in the darkness. I moved my mattress upstairs to our living room. Every night that week, a bluish-grey fog came up from downstairs and circled the room, and I began to have dreams of religious icons and the Virgin Mary falling into pits of fire. I had soon realized that after I forgot my grandfather's birthday, usually I'd light a candle at church or something for him. I thought perhaps he was angry with me, so I went to church and lit a candle, but it didn't change anything. A night soon after, however, I had a dream that I was driving with Grandpa down a road. It was pitch dark, a paved road, and it was bright white on either side like a desert. My grandpa had a really thick Irish accent, and sometimes it was really hard to understand him. But he said something along the lines of, always being there. The next morning I told my mom while my younger brother was in the room, and he interrupted me and began filling in details of my dream for me. I asked him how he knew, and all he said was, I was in the back seat. The following night I had another dream. One of those hypernic jerk dreams where you start yourself awake, only I couldn't wake up. I was in a dead cornfield with naked androgynous grey children who were dancing around each other. They kind of looked like the kids on the cover of Led Zeppelin's House of Holy album. And from behind these children and up on the ground came a giant dark monster. It looked a bit like a dragon. I could see this creature clear as day. From behind it came a winged humanoid being, I guess an angel, which had a sword that stabbed the creature and knelt down in front of me. I awoke, and at the foot of my bed was a white translucent figure. It hovered for about 10 seconds before vanishing. As I looked at it, I felt peace again, and I've never felt before. I don't think I'm going to ever feel that kind of peace again. The dream and everything stopped after that. I never told my youngest brother about the black figure, or the dragon, or the children, but fast forward a year later, I come home from work and my brother is sitting on the kitchen table looking shaken. He tells me he had a bad dream of naked children dancing around a dead cornfield and a black dragon behind him. No angel came, but he told me when he got ready for school and left, looking out of the window of his room was a large black figure with a long red tongue. It was the last I ever heard of it. I'm not particularly religious, but I can tell you ever since that event, I slept with the lights on and have had routine sleep paralysis. I used to work in music and toured with this band. The guitarist, called Josh, of the band, had a best friend called Matt who died a few years back. He always talked about the kid and seemed like a great guy. Josh always had this reoccurring dream where Matt was standing on this abandoned street, which supposedly was metaphorical for purgatory. Josh had all these conversations with Matt in these dreams, and because he had overdosed unexpectedly, he felt like his spirit was not able to move on. At the end of the dream, Matt would take a bulb from the street light on the street they were standing in the middle of. Josh described these dreams in extreme detail, and I could pretty much picture what the street looked like. Fast forward to about 6 months into touring with these guys. They are huge Bright Eyes fans and wanted to stop in Cassadaga, Florida, as the Bright Eyes singer wrote an album there, and it's a really creepy and spiritual place. It might be worth noting that 6 out of 7 of the people I was with are all atheists. So we drive into Cassadaga about 2 or 3 a.m. and drive around. Suddenly, this black dog comes into the middle of the road and just stops and looks at us. The guy in the band were all weirded out and were just saying things like, "Follow the dog, it's trying to show us something." And in my mind, I'm thinking, these guys are idiots. We follow the dog for a few blocks, and it was just walking pretty slowly. All of a sudden, we turn a street and the dog bolts. We try to speed up, but Josh says, "Stop the van. This is it." We're all confused. He gets out of the van and looks around. This is it. This is the street in my dream. We hang out for about 15 minutes, and the way he described the street, from having houses on the left to a park on the right, it was definitely a street. The one from the dream. As we get in the van, a street light goes off and we just drive off. He claimed he never had any more dreams about it, and it was closure on everything. As you surely now know, I was generally restricted from going into the cemetery by myself when I was younger, up until I was about 11 or 12. That's when I was glued to my parents' sides when we walked to the property. My Uncle Cal used to be the top candidate as my chaperone when neither of my mothers were available. He's a pretty solid dude, and he's willing to knock out anyone who poses a threat to me or anyone else in my family. One morning, when I was 6 years old, my mothers needed to be at the school to discuss an upcoming festival. Cal wasn't what you would consider a natural when it came to kids. He was so nice and did his very best when he was left to care for me, but he never really mastered the art of talking or playing with me. For example, on this particular day, he decided to play hide and seek. This wasn't anything new to me. I'd played all the time with my mums and aunts, but they always knew to go over the rules very carefully before we'd play. Stay in the yard, don't go into the cemetery, don't hide in any holes or dens made by animals, and always come out of your hiding spot when the seeker yelled, "Ollie, ollie, oxen free." Uncle Cal didn't know about these rules, and I wasn't about to remind him. I wanted to find a new hiding spot. If I had to crouch down inside one of the chicken coops one more time, I was going to scream. Cal hated to hide, so he volunteered to seek every time for the game. This was an added bonus. When I played with my parents and their sisters, I had to be the seeker all the time. I was slow, and they were competitive, so they didn't hold back when they got a chance to tag me. "You have to count to 100, I informed my uncle, as I led him to the shed that would be my home base. "And you can't peek." He nodded along and turned to face the wall of the shed. I was running before he even began to count. I wasn't going to hide behind a gravestone or mausoleum. Even at a young age, I knew how disrespectful that would be. But there was a patch of trees in the center of the yard that were calling me. I discovered it a few weeks ago, that one of the trees, an aspen tree, had a low-hanging branch that I could climb if I got a running start. Kids climbed one similar to it in the play area at school. I had joined in with them once, but my Aunt Gloria, who taught me at school, with my mum, Katie, was on playground duty that day, and she immediately made me get down. Without an adult to tell me no, and with at least 60 seconds left, I sprinted through the cemetery towards my goal. The tree that I have since named Ulai, after the Edgar Allan Poe poem, welcomed me with yellowing leaves and white branches hanging down like arms stretched out for a hug. I didn't hesitate. In fact, I picked up speed and lunged as soon as I was within reach. With what I can only call pure luck, I was able to grab onto the lowest branch and pull myself up on the first try. I was only 5 or so feet off the ground, but I felt as though I had climbed the Denali Peak. Knowing that I could still be seen in my bright blue jacket, I scrambled up a few more branches and positioned myself behind a large cluster of leaves that had yet to fall. By the time I was fully situated, Cal was done counting and had been moving about the yard for a few minutes. He checked in the usual places a 6-year-old may have hidden. Most of them were places that I had frequented in hide-and-seek of days past, and a few places he looked were ones I had never thought of, but catalogued in my brain for the next time I played. I could see him quite easily from my little perch, and I was able to laugh at him without fear of being heard, because he was nowhere near me. He was scratching his head and double-checking everywhere he'd previously looked before, and then went into the house to search. At this point I was getting sore, and leaned back against the trunk of the tree and waited for him to come out. The air was quiet, and I could hear the chirps of some birds nesting in the surrounding trees. If I hadn't been sitting on a narrow branch, sitting 20 feet above the ground, I would have allowed myself to drift off. But I stayed alert, hoping to see my uncle reappear soon. It was then that I felt a tingly feeling on the back of my neck. It wasn't unlike the sensation I got when my mums ran their finger through my hair or rubbed my back. Feeling relaxed, I glanced around and noticed just how still it was in this little oasis centered in the old cemetery. At this point, I was feeling rather euphoric. It wasn't until I was older that I found something that simulated a similar feeling. I wanted to find my mums. I had this overwhelming need to tell them that I loved them and give them a hug. I felt guilty for going into the cemetery and breaking their rules. I quickly began to climb out of the tree, and in the process ended up missing a branch and fell about 8 feet to the ground. Later on, I would learn that I broke my wrist and thumb when I landed, but somehow didn't feel the pain and just had to return to my parents. In my delusional state, I decided the best route to take to get to town was through the woods behind the cemetery, probably because I was closer to the woods than I was to the road, but the forest was thick, full of traps that had been set by hunters and forgotten about. It was another place that I was told to avoid. Luckily, I didn't run into any traps that day. There was a pretty clear path that had been made by my mother, Aga, and her siblings back when they were young, so I stuck with that. That's when things got hazy. At some point, the euphoric sensation turned into one of dread. I began to feel as though someone or something was chasing me. I remember crying and calling out for Cal to come and find me, and eventually, I blacked out. When I awoke, I was lying in a pile of leaves and staring up at the night sky. pain flaring up in my right arm, and my feet stung. Climbing to my feet, I looked around and realized I was still in the woods. It took me a moment to get my bearings, but as soon as I figured out where I was only a few feet from the path and headed in the direction of the cemetery. My jacket was gone, as were my shoes and socks. I don't know what the hell happened there. My tiny feet were freezing and stung against the rocky ground. When I emerged from the forest in the cemetery, I could see red lights flashing up by the house, and I immediately knew who they were for. For a moment, I contemplated turning back and living my life in the woods, but I soldiered on. And by the time I was halfway across the graveyard, I could hear someone shouting my name. It was my mother, Katie. She was the strict one, with an Irish temper and a hand made for spanking. When I saw her running through the cemetery gate, I immediately felt a rush of relief. I couldn't run. I was too sore, and I could only hold up my left arm, but I called out to her as hot tears steamed down my cheeks. She picked me up, hugged me close, and didn't yell at me for wandering off, nor did she scold me for not wearing coat nor shoes. She just asked me if I was all right, and told me she loved me. Even then, when adrenaline was coursing through my veins, I was relieved that she was taking pity on me. I was way too drained to get a spanking. Katie took me to the house where a hysterical Aga was waiting with her sisters and my Aunt Gloria. I didn't get to stay home though. Once they realized I had been injured out in the woods for nearly 12 hours, I was placed in the waiting ambulance and rushed to the next town for medical care. I was released the next day with a bright pink cast and ordered to stay inside for at least 72 hours. The shaman visited us the next day. He was summoned by my grandfather after I told him about what led me into the woods. My parents stayed with me as I described the ordeal to the shaman. I told him about how happy I felt and about how I longed to be with my parents so much I went into the woods that I feared more than any grave and mausoleum. After that was said and done, the shaman went out to the path of trees I had been hiding in and began to bless them and burn sage and incense. He told my mothers that I could have been influenced by his spirit, but he said that it was likely a young child had passed and missed their parents. Katie, who wasn't as superstitious as her wife, was skeptical of this explanation. She believed in spirits and all, but she didn't think they had the power to control living beings. But she didn't have a reasonable explanation as to why her 6-year-old wandered into the woods and blacked out. So they allowed the shaman to go through with his rituals and reinforce their rule that I wasn't allowed to go into the cemetery alone. Uncle Cal, who had been royally terrified after the ordeal, was the only one to yell at me. I was surprised. He was always a pretty chill guy, and he never really got onto me before. But he had been terrified that he'd lost me forever. And when he found out that it was all because I had broken a rule that I was very familiar with, he blew his top. This was one of the many experiences that occurred in my childhood. I wish I knew more about what caused it, but even my tribe's leader have no explanation. They just used it as an excuse to warn children to not wander about on hallowed land. This story took place roughly 30 years ago. Me and my best friend Emma were rebellious teens. We were both 15 and hated going to school. It just wasn't our scene. At the time, we lived fairly close to each other and would often hang out at each other's houses. We'd sometimes even skip going to school and explore the local woods so that no adults could see us. It was on these excursions that we found the house of an old lady. Her name was Mrs. Bateman. We never got to meet her, but we saw her and said hello. That's about the extent of our conversation. Her house was in the middle of the woods, decrepit, practically falling to pieces, and she seemed absolutely insane, talking to herself while sitting in the garden on a chair that was surrounded by forest. It was an extremely odd place for a house, and we assumed that it must be because she owned the land, and were worried that we were potentially trespassing. But at 15, you'd think you're above the law and everything else. Well, one day, we hear, through some mutual friends, neighbors and stuff, that the lady, the crazy lady specifically, that lived in the woods had passed away. The very next day, we're talking about it at school. And seeing as I really didn't want to do geography, me and Emma decide to head up into the woods to see if we can see the house, maybe even the dead lady. Obviously, she'd been removed by this time, but we were teenagers and quite oblivious to how the world works. We started setting off. It was around 2 p.m. because we were skipping our final lesson. As we were walking through the forest, we knew no one would be none the wiser. This is where Emma started to pipe up, saying she had a bad feeling about doing this. My only intention, of course, was to look at the house from the outside. I never really had any intention of going in, and just to see if I could see the body. There was this morbid fascination surrounding me. I wanted to know what happened to this woman and why she suddenly passed. What made people say she was crazy? And how did they know she was dead? I convinced Emma to carry on going, despite her relentless protests. It took us about 20 minutes of walking when we finally reached the house. There was no one there, which surprised me at first. As we approached the door, we looked through the windows, cautiously, scared that she might jump out at any moment despite people saying that she'd passed. There was no one in sight. That's when I got the guts to try the door. I slowly lowered my hand to the handle and started pulling down. At that very moment, it opened and I had a satisfying grin cover my face. Emma was scared. She dared not venture into someone's house without permission, but I did. I told her that we'd be quick. We'd just be exploring. No one was home. And the lady had passed away anyway. As far as we knew, she didn't have anyone to leave the house to or anything. So we were doing everyone a public service by seeing if there was anything worth taking. I know, it was pretty crappy of me. Spoilers, I never actually took anything. In truth, I was just trying to entice Emma to go in. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, continuing with the story. She followed me in because I wasn't going to stay outside, and looking up at the sky, it looked like it was going to rain. So, I guess all of the reasons meant that she was going to come in. The house, as I mentioned before, wasn't in a very good state. She was a hoarder. There were newspapers piled up all around the place. The electricity was still working, but it was a dingy little place. We looked around the kitchen, and it smelled disgusting. Clearly, she hadn't washed dishes in a long time. There was food waste accumulated on plates and stuff that was going moldy. She'd only been dead a few days, I thought. How could all of this have accumulated so quickly? In any case, we carried on looking around. The house didn't have a very welcoming atmosphere, but I just assumed I felt uncomfortable being on someone else's property when deep down I knew I really shouldn't be. We went up the stairs. The rooms were bare and barren, except her room, which had a whole host of trinkets on the little sideboard and table. Then we saw the last door at the end of the upstairs hallway. We tried to open it, but there was a small catch above us that appeared to have a lock. At that moment, Emma recalled that there was a tiny key which seemed to fit the lock over on the dresser in the other room. She went over, fetched it, and like a charm it worked. We opened the door and were instantly hit with a wave of cold. We wondered if this was because this part of the house was in disrepair, but regardless, we took up the wooded stairs and started making our ascent. It's important to note that her house was carpeted, but these stairs were wooden, which gave it an extra creepy feel. There was no light switch as we were going up, so we were going up in full darkness nearly. By the time we reached the top, we tried using our hands to see if we could find any form of switch, when finally we found one, an old-fashioned one. We flipped it and we were greeted by the darkness of the loft. There wasn't really much about. A few picture frames covered by a sheet, an old chair, nothing really of interest nor value. It was interesting to be up here. Having been in lofts before, I knew that you had to be careful, as there were lots of beams and wooden planks, and stepping in the wrong place could mean you fall through the ceiling, as it's not that stable. After we had a good look around, we were just about to leave when my friend Emma shrieked and ran downstairs. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't reply. I looked around to the loft room and didn't see anything, and just as I was about to flip the switch and make my way down, did I look directly into one of the corners of the house, near an area I hadn't really been paying attention to. There was a figure, a shadow. It almost looked like a man, just standing in the corner, slightly crouched. All I could make out was the shape, no features. I stared at it, I blinked, and it was still there. At that point, I just about crapped my knickers and decided to run down the stairs, leaving the light switch on out of pure fear. Emma had already made it down the second set of stairs and was just about to leave the house, screaming at me to run out. I bolted, left the house, and we fled and went home. We were chilling at our house for a while, talking about what had gone on, hoping that my brother wouldn't overhear, as he had been at school, and we really didn't want him to know that we hadn't been there. After saying in whispers how freaked out we were, we both asked each other what we'd seen, and when we concurred it was the same shadow man, did our excitement fade to fear. We really hoped we hadn't disturbed something, and that's when we realized we never even closed the door. It was about 6 p.m. at this point, and fairly dark. The forest and house weren't too far, but we really didn't want to go back. A part of me was worried someone may have seen us leaving that house, or that we might get in trouble. Now, the teenage stupidity had all but dissolved, and was left the real possibility that we could get in trouble for our stupidity. We knew we had to go back. No one closed the door. I even left the light on upstairs. What if people saw? What if people knew it was us? We gathered up our courage and a torch and started making our way back in the dark. The streetlights guided us most of the way, and that's when we got to the entrance of the forest. We walked in with our torch to guide us. It wasn't the best, visibility was limited, but we made it to the house with the torchlight. When we arrived though, the door was closed, but the light was still on upstairs and was leaking through and could be seen from one of the top windows. Emma said she didn't want to go in, but went in anyway, as I knew it was my responsibility. She had the decency to wait at the bottom of the stairs and said that if she heard me shout she was going to run, and she'd meet me in the forest as she had the torch. I flipped on the light switches and started making my way up the stairs, hoping to hell I didn't see anything. My eyes were darting around the house, absolutely terrified, scared that at any moment this shadow man would appear out of nowhere and do who knows what to me. Every step was painful, and when I made it to the upstairs landing I took a sigh of relief as there was nothing. That's when I saw the door. The door was closed. The upstairs door, I mean, the one that would take us to the loft. I had most certainly left it open, but perhaps in my haste, it had bounced back or something. Although it was open the whole time, I tried not to think about it. and I didn't want to make any noise, so I took off my shoes and started slowly creeping up the stairs. However, one of the wooden steps betrayed me, and it made a loud creak. I just about had a panic attack there and then, hoping that the entity wouldn't hear me. I was going up step by step. I could see the light switch. I was just about to flick it, and then I did. A wave of relief washed over me as I crept down a little louder now, content that I had done what I needed to do. I slipped on my shoes and started making my way downstairs. But when I got to the bottom, Emma was no longer there. Oh no, I thought. Where did she go? The door was closed and I never heard it open. Me being as quiet as possible, I doubt she would have left. So instead of opening the door, I looked out of the little square window in the door, but there was no light around. I walked out of where the stairway was and into the living room to see Emma stood stock still and terrified, staring into the kitchen area. I instantly saw what was scaring her. There was the shadow. It was now a lot more pronounced than before. The light leaking in from where we were was meeting the darkness of the kitchen, but it was very clearly visible. It was radiating a dark and fearful aura. Maybe this is why the old woman went insane, I thought. And with that, I grabbed her hand, closed the door on our way out, and ran like I've never ran before. I don't think in all my life I've run any faster. This was Usain Bolt proud speed. We made it back to my house, sweating, panting, crying, and hugging at the end. We were so relieved and vowed not to get up to any mischief again regarding people's property we shouldn't be in the first place. That's our story. We never saw the Shadow Man again, or even approached that house. We stayed out of the woods for a long time. In a way, I think this experience helped us, as we were too scared to even venture out of school, and ended up passing all our grades reasonably well. But we both never forgot. Even though as we grew older our friendship drifted apart, in my 50s I actually moved back to the area, and she had never left. A few years ago we were talking at a bar, and this event came up. We spoke of our memories and how terrifying it was, and both could relate exactly the same thing to each other. I knew it was never just a story. It really happened. But God, it was the scariest moment of my life, and really made me believe that there's something else out there. When I was a child, I woke up to footsteps on the roof of my apartment, as I lived on the top floor. It sounded like something was running across the roof. Being a young child, and not really knowing when Christmas was, I ran into my parents' room as they slept, and was excited, telling them that Santa and his reindeer were on the roof. They woke up, and told me to go back to sleep as it wasn't anywhere near Christmas. So I go back into my room, and closed the door. I laid in my bed, and clearly remembered a tall figure, which was shadowy, and can't remember any more of what happened after what I saw. After the event, all my life I've seen shadow figures. I've had dreams of grey aliens and having medical type experimentations done on me, and have woken up with scars that are perfect incisions that were made overnight and healed completely once I awoke. One time, I was in my grandparents' backyard around 1 or 2 a.m. with my Siberian Husky and ex-girlfriend. We were sitting on a picnic bench just looking at the stars, as I would constantly see stars in space that started moving back and forth, as they were objects in space that were being flown by intelligence and enjoying the nice night. They lived in a rural area with practically no light pollution, and you could see so many stars it was quite beautiful and breathtaking. On this particular night, we were out there with the dog facing the forest with about 4 acres of my grandparents' yard between us and the forest. We began to hear loud screams that didn't sound like human, fox, nor owl. Not to mention, the closest home was a mile or two away. And then all of a sudden, my husky started barking at something in the field. And my ex and myself assumed it would be a deer or something like that, as only the dog could see it. The field was big and it was hard to see, so we calmed down the dog and continued to ignore him until he began snarling. I got down to the dog's level and tried to see which area of the field he was looking at, and tried to focus my eyes and saw a tall figure, and it made this screeching sound that I would constantly hear all the time. Instead of trying to run after it, my dog on a leash tried to run away, so my ex and I bolted inside, as she also saw it. Take it as you will, but when I lived in that house when I was alone, I felt like I was constantly being watched, even when I would walk upstairs and have to run up them, as I felt something was behind me that I couldn't see. I had a dream the other night, a lucid dream mind you, that I was with a guy whom I've never seen, but this guy seemed familiar. He had headphones on listening to music, the big over-ear studio headphones, and he proceeded to take the headphones off and place them in my head, which a folk rock song started to play as clear as day, a song I've never heard in my life. And all of a sudden, after I heard the music, the guy morphed into a grey-brown type alien, and my surroundings changed, and all of a sudden I was lying on some medical procedure table inside of a craft, and I instantly awoke and started crying. The alien in my dreams looked all the same with insane detail. Anytime I think about that event, seeing the tall shadow figure behind my door after closing it as a child makes me cry and sends chills throughout my whole body. Thank you for letting me share my stories. They have bothered me my whole life. I haven't shared these events and dreams with anyone except my current girlfriend. I'm 31 years old and figured it was time to share, regardless of what people think of me. Back in the summer of 2012, I was in my high school, and then over the summer break, I had become absolutely obsessed with this show called The Supernatural. The story of two brothers, Sam and Dean Winchester, hunting monsters and demons. It was my absolute favorite. I've always had a knack for digging deep into the paranormal world, a little too interested about the other side, and watching the show only piqued my interest in this. I do not know how many of you hearing this have actually watched it, and even if you haven't, I'll give you a little context regarding the next part of my story. So in the initial seasons, they used to show exorcisms and various rituals, chanting spells and all that jazz. Watching those really intrigued me, so I wanted to look into this a little more, and see for myself if the spells and such were real. I had the power of the internet at my disposal, and so one day in the middle of the night, I hopped onto Google and started typing keywords like demon, spell, witchcraft, etc. After pursuing through the contents of various sites, I was getting tired, when I finally came across this one. Oh, I wish I could remember the name. The site had the most amazing spells, white magic to dark, summoning fairies to demons, it had it all. Being young and naive, I chanted the spells out loud. I started with fairies and moved on to demons. Yes, just a tiny detail. All these spells required a few ingredients, or had to be performed a specific day under the moon, or in the forest, or whatever. I didn't follow any of these rules, and went straight for the spells. The spells were long, and I have the attention span of a hummingbird, so I read them out loud for only half the spell, and by the time I was done, it was pretty late. so I crashed on my bed and fell asleep. I woke up the next morning with backaches, probably from sitting in front of the computer for too long, with 3 long nail marks on one of my thighs. It was red and sore. I immediately checked my own nails to rationalize the situation and saw my nails had not grown since the last time I had them trimmed, and I sleep alone. This was the first incident, which I brushed off. For that time, I went about with my day. Until later that night, I hopped on the computer and began going through those spells again. But tonight something happened. I couldn't sleep the entire night. I kept waking up in the middle of the night and thought I had a sinking feeling that I was being watched in my sleep, or that there was someone standing near my bed. I could properly get some sleep when the sunlight creaked through the gaps of my windows when I finally woke, and what I encountered made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. There were 3 more marks this morning, long, deep ones, 3 on my other thigh and 3 on my left arm. Now I was scared. I had watched enough horror films and TV series to know what was happening. I concluded that I was being haunted by some kind of evil entity. Why the marks otherwise? I guess I was reading out the spells, and I had done it too diligently and actually summoned a demon. I told my parents what was happening, and at first they didn't believe me. Then I showed them the marks, and they tried to somehow rationalize it with me. I kept trying to convince them, and this night I didn't dare open my computer, and again had more restless sleep, waking up often with the feeling of being watched, and again the next morning. You guessed it, more red marks, now on my right arm and a few on my back. Even though I had stopped going on the site, and this ordeal continued for a few weeks, before suddenly out of the blue it stopped. I realized this because I could finally sleep peacefully again, and there were no new marks. Over the years I've shared this story to many people, and no one could give me a proper answer as to why it happened, or what it was. If you have any theories, I'd be grateful to hear them. This happened a year ago. I was on one of my hour breaks. I go to a park, swim some laps and eat, then walk back. As I'm walking to the park, some guy stops me, and he asks me in a very serious tone if I'm okay. I just say, "Yeah, I am." He then goes, "Yeah, you look okay." He walks off, and I look behind me thinking this guy is off, and see where he's heading so I can avoid him later. But he was just gone. He didn't cross the street or turn down a road, as it was a straight road surrounded by houses. This was extremely strange, so I shrugged it off. I'm heading to work, walking in the opposite direction of the street to get some shade, when all of a sudden this dog comes out of a person's house, looks at me and comes closer. I think it's gonna sniff my leg, but instead it sinks its teeth deep into my calf without warning. I'm limping and bleeding all over the ground, trying to desperately flag down passing cars, thinking this dog is just going to attack me again. I somehow make it across the street, and it leaves and goes back to its house. But now I'm just on the sidewalk, limping and bleeding. I dropped my phone during the attack, and was trying to get someone to stop and help me. Guess where I ended up needing help? The exact spot the random dude stops me and asks me if I'm okay not an hour before. By far one of the strangest and weirdest things to ever happen to me. I told my friend, and she swears I met a time traveler. My grandmother on my mother's side was always considered to be our family's crazy one. Long before I was born, the marriage to my mother's father had failed because my grandmother was far too interested in witchcraft. My grandmother really liked astrology. This was considered witchcraft to my grandfather's very Catholic family. Growing up, she used to tell me stories about the fairies that lived in her garden, and how I should never leave my shoes outside at night, for the gnomes may steal them. As any child of the 90s, I was in love with Disney. So all of Grandma's stories seemed to be just that, stories. There were always rules to being at Grandma's house. Most certainly not your typical ones. Things like leave the windows open at night so the frogs can come in. And be sure not to step on any of the frogs. If you bake something, you must leave a small piece for the fairies, or things will start to go missing. Odd rules, but as a kid it was fun. Now my grandmother was a hoarder for my entire life. The type who has a trail from one end of the house to the other. Everything else was stacked floor to ceiling. She never hoarded trash. It was always useful things, just things she was probably never going to use herself, but needed to have just in case. And food. Oh Lord, did that woman hoard food. My grandmother grew up during the Great Depression, constantly having to move around and leave everything she owned behind each time. Once she grew up and was able to create her own stability, she started hoarding. My mother says my grandmother started hoarding when my mother was a teen, and never stopped. Most of the things she would collect came from Goodwills, flea markets, garage sales, and pretty much unwanted second-hand crap. Something else I feel as though I should mention. I am the youngest child of 3. My 2 older siblings are my half-siblings. My sister and I share the same father, and brother and I share the same mother. My brother was around 4 or 5 when my parents met, meaning I wasn't the first grandchild my grandma had, but I was the only one she seemed to like. My siblings were never invited to her house, or really welcome to be there at all. My grandmother treated my siblings as though they didn't exist. Me, on the other hand, she would call my parents constantly to ask when we were going to be in the valley next, and if they would like to bring me to her house to spend the weekend. Neither of my other siblings ever stayed the night at Grandma's house. I feel as though the above information is important as to why I'm making this post. I was 13 at the time I brought him home. I had spent a weekend with that grandmother while my parents were staying at another relative's house not far from there. This was pretty normal, as stated before. I seemed to be the only family member she liked. Well, that weekend my grandmother gave me a music box / porcelain doll. I collected porcelain dolls, so I didn't think anything of it, the fact that she was giving me a new one. She told me to take care of him, that he's very special, and I needed to be sure to give him the love and attention he deserves. I was instructed to wind and play him at least once a month. Okay, whatever you say, Grandma. My mother and her ended up having a falling out, and I was told that if I wanted to see her or speak to her, I would have to find my own way of doing so. But as far as my mother was concerned, she was dead to our family. Still to this day I have no idea what their falling out was over. Now there's a whole lot to be covered between the time period of 13 to 18. The strangest of them all was at 15 I had to have an emergency neck surgery. A mass had appeared and started cutting off blood flow to my brain. If I hadn't have gone to the hospital for my neck being sore, I could certainly have died. Fast forward to Mother's Day 2011. I'm 18 at the time. Every 4 years or so, my grandmother's birthday would fall on Mother's Day, and did so on that day. I hadn't talked to her for a few years at that point, since I wasn't allowed to use the house phone to contact her, and for the longest time no one would give me her phone number. So I got her number and called her, and the conversation went like this. Hey Grandma, it's me. I just wanted to call you to wish you a happy birthday and Mother's Day. Do you have anything special going on? Oh goodness, I thought I'd never get to speak to you again. I'm surprised that bitch mother of yours let you call me. Yeah, I'm sorry I haven't called sooner, but I've really missed you, Grandma. How would you feel about me making a trip up there to see you soon? Oh, that would be wonderful. We can finally talk about all the things your mother has been hiding from you. She's been lying to you your whole life about who you really are. Don't deny it. Embrace it. You need to confront your mother and demand she tell you what she's been keeping from you. Oh, okay, Gran. So, what do you think of me coming to see you soon? I'd really like to catch up with you. I've missed you so much. Do you think you'd come to my high school graduation next month? Yes, you should definitely come see me. Can you come this next weekend? No, I don't think I can, but I'll try. After a very long silence, do you still have him? Who? The jester? Yeah, I do. Why? Bring him with you. Oh, alright, Grandma. Well, I'll have to go soon because I'm making dinner tonight. But I love you, and I'll call you again soon. I attempted to call her again a few weeks later to see if she could attend my graduation. She didn't answer. My other phone calls over the next few months were unanswered as well. She died that December. Which brings me to my whole point of this post. The doll she gave me I've had for 10 years now. I've had a lot of unexplainable experiences I'd prefer to keep private, but I'd be willing to share those more on a one-to-one basis if they could possibly help. But as far as the noticeable activity that I and my partner witnessed are as follows. Night terrors start. If it's not in our bedroom or sleeping space, like the absolute worst I've ever had. Things go missing and turn up in places they should not have been in. It will go through months of sitting alone on a shelf, not being wound or played, but will constantly play single notes or small parts of the song. And then there's our new dog. He can't stand it. He will wake up from a dead sleep and start blinking and growling like crazy at it. I have a video of him doing so. I have depression and think back to when I first started to feel the way I do. It was around the time the doll came into my life. I guess what I'm getting at is I need help, figuring out if there really is something going on or if I'm just crazy. Help to bring him and myself to peace again. There's a whole lot that I wanted to say but haven't been able to, and would be more than willing to talk to someone if they think they can help. And please, don't recommend Sage. You don't think I've tried that? Many years ago, I awoke after what was easily the most vivid and detailed dream I'd ever had. In this dream, my life had simply gone on and on. I got married, moved, changed jobs, had a house and kids, and nothing was out the ordinary. Then suddenly I woke up, and I was back in my small Boston apartment, lying next to my girlfriend, and it was like a huge part of my life had never happened. The closest way I can describe it would be the feeling you get if you woke up one morning and found yourself wherever you were 15 to 20 years ago. Everyone you'd ever met in those years never existed. Every life achievement you had was a lie. Every memory was false, and your entire life had instantly rewound back to a random moment many years in your past. I was so shocked and traumatized by this that I remember waking up and sobbing uncontrollably for hours, like I was grieving for the death of all my family, which in a way I was. The unexplainably bizarre part to me was how mundane this dream was. Nothing dreamlike or surreal happened. It felt absolutely like real life. The only difference was the time scale. In this dream, the time elapsed and was easily at least 15 or 20 years. To this day, I can still recall bits and pieces, including vague memories of my family's face, and I start to feel like I'm going to cry again. And sometimes I can also start to get emotional at the thought that someday I may not remember anything of the dream at all, and all those people and life memories will be gone forever. I'd never had anything like this happen before nor since, but it's still one of the most deeply scarring events that's ever happened to me, and one that I have yet to explain or understand. While I was in the Navy, I messed around and ended up invoking a deal with a demon. One in particular, Mammon. I messed around with this stuff for about 6 months and nothing ever came of it. Since then, I had exceedingly good luck up until recently. Fast forward about 8 years and life kind of sucks, living paycheck to paycheck after moving and leaving the Navy. But I've recently got into a relationship about 5 months ago with a green witch and her roommate, an alleged psychic. They reaffirmed a lot of beliefs that I already had, but never told them about this demon thing, because in all honesty I had forgotten about it. But about a month into the relationship, her roommate had a demon visit them in a dream and tell them that I was his. There were 2 dark figures, one large and overbearing and a smaller one. So her and her roommate came up to me the next day and were like, "Have you ever messed around with demons?" And I was like, about 8 years ago? They did a reading on me and found out the actual name without me saying it to them. But apparently, I cannot do anything to rid myself of the demon until I complete the terms of the deal, which I cannot for the life of me figure out. I'm pretty sure the demon doesn't want me to figure it out either. It's not like I feel like he's trying to harm me in any way or anyone around me. But what I can tell you is that I've had nightmares for a solid 8 years, and my luck and success has been eerily low as of recent. I wish I could find out what he wants, but I doubt that's gonna happen. I'm not a superstitious or generally spiritual person. But in high school, I was in the drumline, and we practiced early in the morning prior to starting school. We were inside the band room that day because it was fairly cold. So anyway, I'm doing my thing playing the tenors, and I drop one of my mallets. I turn to pick it up and can't find it. There is about 10 feet of open bare floor surrounding me, and it's nowhere to be found. My instructor stops us and basically just asks me what the problem is. So several of us start searching around but can't find it. I say screw it, grab my spare set, and about 20 minutes later the band director walks in and locks his office, sits on his desk, and knocks on the window. I look up, and he picks up the mallet from his desk with a look like, "What is this doing here?" I could verify that it was mine because I marked each set. Nobody had gone in or out. There's no gap under the door, it's a locked room, and it somehow ended up on the desk? There were 15 of us in that room at the time, and there was a unanimous nope at that moment. I was stunned, and one of my buddies became unglued. We pretty much cancelled the rest of the rehearsal right there and then, and many of us were pretty bugged out about the rest of the day. I couldn't concentrate on anything for almost a week after that. Eventually my brain just filed it away under unsolved mysteries, and we ended up carrying on with life. This is from when my parents first began living together. Katie grew up in a fairly large city, just a few hours from our village. Her mother was a nurse who occasionally brought medical supplies to the more remote areas of the state and provided vaccines for those who wanted them. They met Aga and her family when they were about 9 or 10. They were all friends, and Grandma Mary would sometimes leave Katie and her twin sister Gloria there overnight while she visited other villages. When they reached their teens, Katie and Aga began secretly dating, and eventually they broke the news to their families. Grandma Mary was a devout Catholic and took it surprisingly well. Pawpaw and Ma Arga's parents were a bit unnerved by the whole thing. They had never really dealt with homosexuality within their tribe, and they were convinced that their ancestors would strike them down if they allowed the two girls to continue their courtship. When the community and council members voted on it though, they all agreed so long as Arga and her family maintained their faith and upheld the customs of their people, no harm would come to them from the union. Once they had the blessing from both women's families, they were allowed to move in together. They were barely 17 at the time, but that's how it was within our village. There was no ceremonies, they just went from living apart to living together. This represented betrothal. The house they moved into was small, and only about a half-mile away from the main house, where we eventually moved. But at the time, it was Papa and Moore's house. Katie and Arga swear that the shack was once a charming little cottage, with a beautiful red door and matching shutters. But all I know is that it's currently a condemned structure that gives me splinters just looking at it. Arga worked with her father on most weekdays. Her older brother was a fisherman, and he had no interest in the family business, so my mother was next in line to inherit. She loved the cemetery and the funeral home because she felt that she enjoyed providing a place for closure to those who were going through the most challenging times in their lives. Sometimes she worked long hours, so Katie would spend most of her time in the town teaching, or at the house cleaning or cooking. At the time, she wasn't too put off with the cemetery in her backyard. It was a peaceful place, and she never gave it a second thought. One afternoon, she was outside cleaning the windows. She had music playing from the radio inside, so she didn't hear the truck approaching on the dirt path until it was right behind her. She didn't recognize that it was one of Arga's family members' vehicles, so she immediately stopped what she was doing so that she could welcome the stranger. She was a debutante, and hospitality was very important. The man who stepped out the truck was white, which wasn't odd there. There were a few families in the valley, and even some Russians. They rarely made it to this part of the property though. The main house was where the funeral home was, and all business was performed up there. Thinking that he may have been lost, Katie waved at the gentleman, who had to have been in his late 30s to early 40s. He was handsome, with an almost rugged look to him. Overall, he seemed very approachable. The only thing that seemed off about him was his lack of jacket. He was only wearing a flannel shirt and blue jeans. It was 30 degrees out in our town in this part of the country, where it can sometimes be dark all day. This was one of those times. With no sun and a substantial amount of wind, it was foolish to go outside without some sort of coat. Katie was only out there because the windows were driving her nuts. "How can I help you?" she asked him as he meandered towards the porch. "Do you have a dog?" The guy seemed out of breath as he looked about the property, as though he were looking for something. No dog," Katie told him. The stranger pointed to the wooded area on the east side of the property. "There's a dog stuck in a trap just off the path over there. Do you know whose it might be? It's brown with a black muzzle." Immediately, Katie stepped off the porch and looked towards the trees. "I have no idea. Could you not get it out of the trap?" She was, and still is, a sucker for animals. She has a habit of bringing home strays and injured wildlife to this day. "I don't have any tools with me." The gentleman pointed to his truck. "Do you have a crowbar or even a screwdriver? I can probably take the trap apart if you don't mind keeping the thing calm while I do it." It didn't occur to Katie that it would probably have been better to get someone stronger to assist him than zeroing in on a petite woman who could barely reach the top of her windows. It also didn't occur to her that the man had driven from a different part of the property, and that he would have come from the other side of the house if he was coming from the woods. All she knew was that a dog was hurt, and that she wanted to help it. She ran into the house and dug through the chest, where they kept all the tools that Arga's brother had given them when they moved in. She found the tools he requested, as well as some flashlights, and followed him to his truck. She had not yet been jaded by a world filled with criminals and pervs, so she didn't think twice about going off with a fellow Good Samaritan. The man drove fast, and when they got close to the edge of the forest, he drove off the path to get a shortcut that most of the hunters in the area used. It dawned on Katie that the man didn't have a gun rack in the cab of his truck, and that he was hardly dressed for a hunting trip. She glanced at the floor behind her seat, searching for a coat or some kind of jumper that he may have changed out of, but she didn't see anything of the sort. When the truck stopped, she asked him about his attire. She suggested that they go to her brother-in-law's cabin to get a coat, and he immediately refused. "My jacket is with the dog," he explained, motioning for her to follow him up the path. "The poor thing looked cold, and I wanted him to be at least a little comfortable as he waited for me." This eased Katie's nerves. He's a nice guy, taking care of a dog. They walked up the path that Katie had only ever been on once or twice before. As kids, they explored the woods, but they never went into this area for fear of being shot. With no daylight, they would at least be safe from hunters, but there were still other elements to worry about, like bears and foxes. The man led the way, shining the flashlight over the path to make sure they were going the right way. They walked for nearly a half hour before Katie stopped and took in the surroundings. She asked if they were getting close to the dog, and the gentleman nodded. "It's near the pass up ahead. He's sort of off the path, so keep an ear out." He turned and gave her a smile that even today she calls charming in a Ted Bundy kind of way. As though he sensed her discomfort, the guy started a little dialogue with her. "I'm Aaron, by the way. I live out by the border. You from round these parts?" Confused, Katie bit back the urge to throw a "no shit" at him. He had just taken her from her house. What did he think? Was she a tourist who cleaned windows for giggles? Rather than be rude, she primly hummed an affirmative, while shining her flashlight right and left, looking for the dog. "Are you married?" Aaron went on. While Katie asked him what brought him to the conclusion, he reminded her that she'd mentioned a brother-in-law. "Is your husband not home?" "Wife, actually," Katie corrected. "She's down the road. She'll be home soon." She felt that it was important to add that, even though it wasn't true, Arga wasn't expected home for another few hours actually. But she wanted to make the guy know that she might have had people looking for her soon. Aaron was quiet for a few seconds. They'd reached a rocky incline on the trail, and he seemed to be focusing on that. Once the silence began to settle, he let out a chuckle. "That's pretty hot. 2 women and all." While grateful that he wasn't like a lot of people when they first found out about their relationship, rude and disgusted, Katie almost always found his reaction even worse. For the sake of remaining polite, she faked a laugh. "Ah, sure. So, how do you know?" He stopped walking and turned to face her. Katie really hoped that he wasn't talking about what she thought he was talking about. How do we do what? You know, screw, he clarified, with a casual shrug. Disgusted, Katie stepped back. That's none of your business. She tried to remain calm, but the man's sudden change in attitude had her on edge. Can we please just get the dog? Oh yeah. Aaron looked around, as though he forgot why they were there in the first place. He laughed sheepishly and shook his head. I'm so sorry, ma'am, but there's no dog. I just brought you out here for a good time. His cavalier attitude gave Katie pause. She let his words sink in for a second, figuring that she had to have misheard. But when he began to unzip his pants, she knew that she had heard right. In Katie's retelling of the event, some small details change here and there, but one thing was always constant in her response at that exact moment of realization. Shit. She didn't give him a chance before slamming her flashlight repeatedly into his head, throat, and chest. She basically hit him as many times as she could until he fell to the ground. When she knew he was unconscious, she turned on heel and ran back the way they came. She didn't know exactly where she was, but she figured that if she stayed on the path, that she would eventually find her way. And she was right. She saw the truck at the edge of the field, right at the opening of the path. She checked the vehicle, and was relieved to see that he'd left the keys in the ignition. She drove it across the field towards the main house, where she found Pawpaw, Arga, and Arga's brother Cal. The three of them were horrified when they heard her account of what had just happened, and the men immediately went into the woods to find the injured man. Meanwhile, Arga called the authorities, aka Jimmy, the town-appointed sheriff, with a collection of European muskets and 3 dogs that could tear the skin off a man's bone if ordered to. Jimmy arrived as Pawpaw and Cal were returning, with the latter pulling Aaron by the foot through the mud. He was taken to a jail, aka the concrete cell off Jimmy's house, where he remained until the police from a nearby city came to collect him and perform an official investigation. As it turns out, Aaron was a fisherman from the coast, and he visited friends in our area once or twice a year. He had tagged along with some of these friends when they were visiting Cal at the funeral home, and at some point, it was innocently mentioned that Katie was at the house, and that she was home alone, or something like that. When he found himself with some alone time, Aaron borrowed a truck and found the house and the beautiful Katie alone, as promised. They never really got an answer as to why he thought it was okay to take a woman into the woods for nefarious reasons. He was a relatively attractive guy, and he seemed normal for the most part. In the end, he got a little bit of prison time, and he was banned from our village. That was the most they could do, really, given that he actually didn't do anything to Katie. After all, he was the one who came out with most of the injuries. That's one of the rare occasions that something scary happened on our property that didn't involve the cemetery or funeral home. But it was definitely the first time one of my mothers came face to face with the true evils of the world. This event occurred on the 29th of October, 2019, between 6:23 and 6:27 a.m., Eastern Time Zone of the USA. My daughter, who was nearly 4 at the time, had woken me up that Tuesday morning right before Halloween. I felt awake and perky that morning, so I grabbed my black glasses and put them on my face, got out of bed, then stood facing the wall, which the door is located on, to slip my feet into the purple woolen slippers as I do each morning. This morning, however, was different. I had an extremely difficult time getting my slippers on, no matter how I moved my feet. The slippers moved millimeter by millimeter, and my feet chased them, unable to slip inside. It would have been comical how much trouble I was having, or it would have been had it not been slightly irritating and frustrating. However, determined, I continued to slowly chase my slippers with my feet as I checked the time. The clock was by the door, and it illuminated that it was 6:24 a.m. Meanwhile, I watched my daughter bound towards the door, and despite my protests, she threw it open. Peering out into the dark hallway, I noticed something pure black, much darker than anything else, and began processing what this could possibly be. My dad had placed several items, a small bookcase and a lamp, as well as other stuff outside the bedroom door on the wall opposite my bedroom door and the bathroom door to the left of my room. So I assumed the blackness was some sort of office equipment. Yet I continued staring, and an uncomfortable feeling began rising in my chest and stomach as I made out the shape of a nose on a head, and I was viewing this at an angle rather than head on. My slippers were still not cooperating either, as I had the sudden thought, oh God, is that a shadow person? I chided myself, rolled my eyes and laughed internally, thinking I've been watching too many paranormal shows on the Travel Channel, or perhaps too much Mortis media. But at that moment my discomfort and sense of alarm grew, as I noticed that my daughter had not moved once she threw the door open. My eyes widened as I wondered, does she see it too? Looking back and forth between the blackness and my daughter, I suddenly realized that it could lift its arm and touch her. Frantically, I tried to get my feet into the slippers, but it was as if my foot and the slippers were opposing poles of a magnet. I literally could not get my foot inside, for some reason that I can't explain either. I had it in my head that I had to get my slippers on before moving to the other side of the room, so I continued to struggle with my stupid slippers, watching the darkness and my daughter stare at each other. Great parenting, I know, but I think the shadow person had a hand in it. By now, the time was 6:26. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. I called my daughter over. "Baby, come here, please." And for once she obeyed, as the spell was broken. My slippers suddenly allowed my feet into them, and let me tell you, I had felt incredibly clumsy being able to put on a pair of slippers. By the time my daughter had walked the mere 3 meters to my side, I gave her a hug and looked up, and she nonchalantly said, "I saw a shadow." It felt as if all my internal organs dropped to the floor. Gasping, I stared at the door. The blackness was gone. It was 6:27 a.m. Where the blackness had been, there was just a lump with a white lampshade and a desk or bookshelf in a blonde shade of wood. Nothing could have possibly had the appearance of a jet black silhouette. Fast forward to yesterday, Thursday, May 14th, around 4 p.m. I walked down the same hallway, but when I stepped in front of the bathroom door, which was closed, did I see the light pop on and hear the fan start, as they're on a single motion sensor switch. Again, the door was closed, so it would be impossible for it to pick up any movement outside the bathroom. Just to be sure, I knocked, opened the door and peered inside. It was completely empty. Now this one I could have rationalized away, except the timing seemed so deliberate, as it was only about a meter from where my daughter and I had seen the shadow person more than 6 months before. A shiver ran up my spine as the memory came back to me. Every time I had to walk past that spot, since seeing the shadow person, I've been afraid, and I think the bathroom light was a bit of a reminder that he is still there. When I was a child, I lived in the Mojave Desert, which is ground zero for a lot of paranormal events, notably Roswell, Area 51, and also just tons of abandoned towns, which makes it all that much creepier. I was living relatively close to Edwards Air Force Base, which was pretty much Area 51 before we knew Area 51 existed. Anyway, in my childhood home, there was never any yelling or fighting. My parents were married and still are, and I was not abused in any way. Initially, I thought what had happened was a result of my parents hitting me for some reason, but I didn't see their faces because they did not have any in this instance. I remember that night so vividly. I didn't know about shadow people until I was around 15-16. Even then, I didn't connect that I had experienced them. I recently clicked a few months ago when I had thought back to the experience. So this one night, I was getting ready for bed, and I was in the bath. I was playing around with the bubbles in the bath and putting it on my head to make a hat. I'm pretty sure I washed it off my head, because I doubt I would go to bed with bubbles on my head. I had gone to sleep, but awoke, feeling a presence. Like I said before, I thought it was my parents, but these beings had no faces, and were just shadows. I had a nightlight, so I could tell that there was something there. I saw 3 or more of these shadow people moving around the front of my room, and talking to each other about me. I don't know what exactly they were saying, but I knew they were speaking because they kept pointing at me and huddled up together as if, okay, what's the plan, y'all? I wasn't afraid of them until shortly after. After looking at them for a hot second, one of them shoots over and puts me in a chokehold while pushing me onto the pillow. I couldn't breathe and was squirming around trying to free myself. While this was going on, I see what you would see if you looked through a kaleidoscope, except instead of looking through it, it's like I fell into it. It reminded me of when you play PS2, and the camera would fall into that abyss of fog when it booted. I thought to myself, that's the last time I put soap on my head. I have never been abused, but I imagine that that is what it felt like. I fell into a deep-ass sleep. The morning after, I went up to my mum to tell her about it. At this point, my only experience with anything even slightly paranormal was at the movie Monsters, Inc., so I did not have the vocabulary to say what those beings were. My parents were super conservative and Christian, so they didn't let us find out about all that stuff. The conversation went like this. Mum, I saw Scully last night, and he hurt me. But Scully's a nice monster. He wasn't nice to me. Hella spooky, right? After that, I didn't sleep for 3 days straight, and had several panic attacks. My mom kept giving me Benadryl to make me go to sleep, but that just made me hallucinate, and made me become more afraid to go to sleep. I straight up saw bugs crawling out of the walls. Thanks, Mum. I was convinced that if I went to sleep, I would be attacked again, and this time, I would perish. Eventually, I did fall asleep, and fortunately, nothing has happened to me since then. I was raised Catholic and became an atheist around when I started middle school. I did not come out to my parents about being an atheist until I was well into college, so I spent my teenage years pretending to be Catholic. Several times when I was a kid, I would get a bad premonition feeling in the middle of the night that were basically panic attacks. I was certain that I was going to die, or that something bad was about to happen. When I told my mum about these, she would encourage me to pray until the feeling went away. So one night in high school, I wake up with this feeling again. I feel like there's something watching me, even though my bedroom is well lit by a nearby streetlight, and there's nothing there. Whenever I hear someone say that they felt a presence, I think of this moment. My senses give me no indication that there was anyone around, but I was certain that there was, despite all evidence to the contrary. I thought that they must be darting in and out of my vision faster than I could blink, or that they had managed to get under my bed somehow without opening the closed and locked window and door to my room. After laying in bed, panicked for what felt like hours, my sister calls out to me from her room across the hall. She had heard a voice and thought/hoped it was me, but it wasn't. I lied and said it was so that she wouldn't be scared. We both got out of bed and went to get my mother. She saw the look on my face and got out her Bible and sat us all down in the living room. I panicked even more because I had no faith in what she was about to do would be helpful. I don't know where I heard it, but I remember someone once saying something about there being loads of people who didn't believe in God, but they believe in the devil. I didn't believe that my mum's praying was going to help, but I did believe that whatever I was feeling was evil with a capital E. My sister, who is a year younger than me, started to cry after our second Our Father. She was, and still is, fiercely religious, and this was the first time that she had ever experienced the middle of the night dread the way that I had when I was a kid. Even though I didn't believe the words, I said them anyway. Now that I'm in graduate school to be a mental health counselor, I can in retrospect say that repeating a mantra of familiar words that were once comforting and reassuring would naturally help calm someone in my state. However, I didn't feel calmer as we continued to pray. I only felt increasingly anxious that something awful was about to happen. I noticed my mother getting louder and louder with every word, and I couldn't tell if she was angry, scared, or both. I followed suit and became louder, but the presence didn't go away. Without any warning, there was a loud bang, like a gunshot, and the floor shook as though it had happened right next to us. I distinctly remember facing the heavy glass door to the patio and seeing it vibrate. We were all stunned into silence. As a kid, nothing was scarier than seeing my parents scared, and the look of wide-eyed terror on my mother's face at that moment is burned into my brain. Pretty much immediately, the panic I felt subsided. My mother stood up and walked into the patio door to look outside. Then she looked at the clock. It was 3 a.m. My father slept throughout all of this, without even stirring, and could not believe that the house shook so much without waking him. To this day, my mother is positive that we banished a demonic presence from the house. I myself have no idea what happened, but I know that I felt in my heart that I was doomed, and I felt the house shake in a way that I still cannot explain away rationally. I was sleeping with my girlfriend in her grandmother's house. This night, she was crying because her grandmother had been acting very mean to her. So I woke up from bed and tried to go downstairs to speak to the grandmother. I had to cross another room to get to the stairs. When I got in there, the place was dark as hell. I couldn't find the light and couldn't see my own hands. After a few steps, I couldn't even see my girlfriend's room, even though I'd left the door open. So I made my way to the opposite wall, where there should have been a door. But all I touch is wood. No furniture, no door, only wood everywhere I put my hands. At this time, I saw some grey smoke from the corner of my eyes, at the place where a mirror should have been. I started freaking out a little bit, and I decided to go take my phone into the bedroom to make some light. I couldn't see the bedroom, so I followed the cries of my girlfriend. I couldn't call her because she was trying to sleep. The cries get louder. I find a door, I turn on the lights, and I'm not in my girlfriend's room. I'm in the stairs, at the exact opposite place I was supposed to be. This made no sense according to the directions I took in the room, and the source of the cries. So I go downstairs to speak to the grandmother. Then I go back upstairs. This time the room wasn't so dark anymore. I could clearly see the furniture and the door of my girlfriend's room. Strangely, there was no wood. The walls were now stone. I really didn't know what all the wood was when I touched it before, since nothing matched the surface I felt under my fingers. I get in bed with my girlfriend and she asks me, "Why did you sleep in the other room?" "I haven't," I said. "Don't lie. I heard you in bed with the mattress squeaking." Turns out she felt like I had left for far longer than I had, and she couldn't see the door of her own bedroom during all this time. The day after, we tried to investigate the room, but there was definitely no wooden surface. We asked the grandmother, who told us several people had died in this room, as it's a very old European house. She'd also fallen unconscious twice in this very place, 1 year ago to the day. This happened some months ago, and I still can't explain what happened this night. I am currently on vacation in Mexico. I have family here, my grandparents, 4 uncles and their family, and my family all live on the same street. We live on a ranch and the nearest airport is a 4-hour drive. When we arrive here, Uncle D picks us up, and on our way to our ranch, him and my dad were catching up. My uncle proceeds to tell him that currently they have been having some weird experiences with a doll, that the doll was haunting him and his family for a while. This included keeping them up all night by knocking on their windows and stuff. He also said that it was attacking people who were walking down the street late at night, and that a guy even tried to shoot it. Everyone was fed up about it and tried to set up a group to attack it. I was creeped out, but thought that maybe he was lying or joking around. We arrived, and for the first 2 days we slept at my aunt's house. This is because our house had recently been renovated. Those 2 nights, I wasn't able to sleep, and every time I closed my eyes I had a dream that I was being assaulted. I told my dad, and he decided that we should try and sleep in our own house. On our 3rd night there, we were walking down the street late at night to visit my grandparents, and my Uncle Jay was there. He was drinking and said that the doll was going to get us if we kept walking at night. He was drunk, so I dismissed the comment. Later that night, we came home and tried to sleep for the first time. I'm not going to lie, the house feels really creepy at night. I can't walk down a long hallway that goes to an empty room because I feel some bad energy there. My room faces the big glass sliding door we have to the backyard. I always felt like someone was watching me there. We've been here for 3 weeks already, and yesterday my little cousin Jack was outside with us in the backyard. We were burning trash and he mentioned that the doll lived in the big tree in our backyard. He lives right next to us, and we don't have a gate separating our property from his. He says he can hear it cry at night, and one time he saw it when he was going to the restroom, as their restroom is located outside their house towards the backyard. I didn't believe him, but got spooked out, and that same night Uncle D's son was playing Xbox with us. Cousin Jack was with us too, and my brother brought up that doll and said that Cousin Jack was lying to us. As soon as we mentioned it, Uncle D's son went pale and said he didn't want to talk about it. That spooked me out, because Uncle D said that the doll was haunting them. So, if it was true, his son had to know something about it. It scared him so much, and that's when I believed it. He got me thinking, and that's probably why at night I felt like something watches me. My room faces the glass door, and the tree is right in front of it. So, after a few days, we noticed our sink was smelling. Now, we were on vacation, so we weren't cooking, and everything in the sink was mainly cups or bowls of cereal. We went on a 3-day trip to Guatemala, as we were staying in Chiapas, so the dishes from that morning were left uncleaned for 3 days. When we came back, there was a rank smell coming from the sink. It smelled like rotten flesh, and we didn't know where it was coming from. I then cleaned the dishes, and hundreds of larvae started to crawl out the sink. Some people might think that it was us being dirty, but we never found what caused that reek. I didn't find any rotten meat or anything that the larvae were eating. Some people said it must have been the pipes or something in the walls, but the house is brand new, and the walls are made of brick and cement. As soon as the larvae came out, the smell went away. It was like a scene from a horror movie. We all left when we heard my cousin describing the muñeca differently. Someone said it was a mono, or a monkey, so we concluded that it could have been a shapeshifter. I luckily never ran into it, but there have always been stories going around of unexplained things happening there. People say that they could have been made up stories because people are bored, whereas others say it's the truth. I've had my own experiences in there before. I've heard something with dark, heavy voice speaking to me in English when no one there speaks it. I've had dolls that I brought from the United States start moving when I leave them in that house. My brother claimed that he heard La Llorona before when he was coming home late. It could just be our imagination, but stuff does happen in Mexico. I was a sophomore in high school, at my girlfriend's house watching a movie. It was around 10 p.m. when the flick ended, and I proceeded to skateboard home, as I only lived 2 blocks away and it was a pretty quiet suburban neighborhood. I'm skating down the hill towards a larger street, larger but never really busy, especially not at night. When I reached the intersection, I nail a rock. I had planned on blasting across the street since there were no cars coming in either direction. I fly off the board, skid a good 3 to 4 feet on my head, right shoulder, hip and knee. I rolled to my back and screamed out in agony. The pain was so bad I couldn't really move. I looked up the road about 30 yards off, and a car is coming straight down the way. And where I landed, I was right in its path, 2-lane street. I was right in the middle of his lane, my head aligned with the wheel. I tried like hell to move and scream but couldn't do anything. The car was 15 yards off. He didn't see me, made no attempt to swerve. 10 yards. I heard him barreling down and I closed my eyes, bracing for the worst. Nothing. I opened my eyes, looked where the car had been. Nothing. Hear the car behind me. Look where it was supposed to be in the other direction. Taillights cruising up the road. I hadn't moved. He hadn't swerved. It was like he passed through me. Or I passed through him. There isn't really any way he could have passed over me. Not with the way I had landed, and I was positioned in the street. It was a little car. I can't explain it. I got up terrified, bloodied and baffled, hobbled home, and went to sleep. No one believed me, but it's true. When my family first moved into our new house in the country, I was happy about finally getting out of our previous home that was haunted. Unfortunately, it wasn't even a week of being there before the activity started in our new house. I still remember the first event that started the whole thing. I was in the house alone while everyone else was outside. I had to run out and ask my mum something, so I went through the kitchen on my way to the back door. The faucet was not running when I went past it on my way out, but as soon as I came in, I found it running full blast. Not just the cold water had been turned on, but the hot one as well. This was an event that happened several times to everyone in the house. Not to mention the dishwasher would start itself in the middle of the night, which us kids were blamed for, of course. That is, of course, until it started right in front of my stepdad and I. He called a repairman to check it out, since it happened so frequently at first, but there was nothing wrong with the switch, and the repairman showed us that it was impossible for the thing to start itself. We, as a family, talked about these little events in general conversation from time to time, but there was another event that we were all experiencing that we didn't talk about, because it was the kind of thing that was questionable. I had been seeing what looked like someone walking past the windows of the house from the corner of my eye almost daily, but felt stupid saying something since I never saw it while I was looking at the window, and when I ran out to see who was there, of course there'd be no one. Since no one else had mentioned seeing this, I had the idea that perhaps I was the only one, until we'd been there around 8 months. We were all sitting in the living room watching TV, when I saw someone go by one window. I looked over at the window, and there was nothing there. But just as I got my eye on the window, the figure went past the other window in the room. I immediately noticed, and my mum and stepdad looked over at the window at the same time. I knew right then that they had seen it too, so I asked them if they saw someone going past the window. They and my brother all said yes, and we sprinted out running to see who it was. There was no one. When we came back in, I opened up and told everybody that I had been seeing the thing the whole time. At that point, everyone came out and said they'd been seeing it too, which gave me a huge feeling of relief. At least I wasn't crazy. We had all been seeing it regularly, but were too afraid to say anything for the same reason I didn't. The shadow people we were seeing in the corner of our eyes continued for several years after we moved in, and then it just suddenly stopped out of the blue for a while. My mum told me later, after I was out the house for a while, that she was occasionally seeing it again when I brought it up. It was just another one of those weird things that happened in the house that we all eventually had to get used to. This happened a little over 2 years ago, and I still think about it from time to time. It was October, and I was a senior in high school at the time, and had been sleeping in very late, as I had a terrible case of senioritis. When I woke up, my mother had just returned home, and I said my typical morning greeting to her in the kitchen. She had seemed somewhat surprised when she saw me, and eventually told me something rather alarming. About 30 minutes before I had awoken, she had seen my younger brother getting ready for school. As she had passed by the archway into the living room, she said she saw me standing next to the couch. She assumed I was waking up and groggy. She hadn't thought much of it, and continued on her task of taking my brother to school. The rather alarming part is that not only had I still been sound asleep in my room, but she told me that I had been wearing a grey t-shirt with a specific design on it. At the time, I no longer owned that specific grey t-shirt. I'm not even sure where it went. I was also wearing a completely different t-shirt when I woke up. She said that I had just been standing there with my long dark hair obscuring my face. This chilled me to the bone, as one can only imagine. I got over it pretty quickly though, in the dismissive way a high school senior often does, but I still think about it from time to time. My parents' house has always been rather creepy. I had a few more odd experiences up until I moved out and into an apartment with my fiancé, then boyfriend. On a few occasions I've heard my name being called by my father when I was home alone. A pretty creepy encounter happened a few months after my mum had seen my imposter. I had been putting my shoes on in the dining area as I looked up, and I saw a greyish figure float by the window. It had gone by the first window and didn't continue into view of the second window. It completely vanished. It was broad daylight, as I had gotten a pretty good view of it, even though it had gone by rather fast. It seemed to be wearing a cloak, or a cloak-like grey hoodie. I remember grabbing my bag and running outside, heading down and leaving for school like a bat out of hell. My mother had also reported seeing orbs of light shooting across the ceiling on occasion, and hearing the occasional voice or two call her name, one of them being a child's voice. My parents' dog will sometimes whine at a specific wall in the living room before backing up and running down the hallway like he's terrified. This is alarming because he's a big 100-pound dog. Even my fiancé has experienced a few things. The creepiest by far being the sight of the same possible shadow person I had seen. This was right after I graduated. We'd been cuddling on my bed. I had my face against his chest and my back to the bedroom door. All of a sudden he stiffened and said, "Whoa." He said he saw something zip by the open doorway. It was almost as tall as the door, dark in color, and seemed to be gliding. It also looked to be wearing a cloak of some kind. This is just an estimate, but the door is 7 to 8 feet tall. When he told me this, I immediately thought of the dark, seemingly cloaked figure that I had seen a few months before that. He had also been scratched once by seemingly nothing. Something of these experiences are rather run-of-the-mill haunted house stuff. Others stand out and are more unnerving. The only people who haven't felt, seen, or heard anything odd are my father and brother. This has come to my mind once again, because a few weeks ago my parents had gone out of town, and I had stopped by to bring in their mail and borrow their vacuum, as mine had broken. As I walked through the house to grab the vacuum, a very sudden feeling of uneasiness fell over me. I felt the overwhelming feeling that something was nearby and watching me. I'm not gonna lie, I grabbed that vacuum and booked it out of there. I hardly wanted to lock the place up. Here's the thing, I've always been interested in the paranormal, but this all stumps me. I sometimes wonder if some of the events may have been caused by me. I had played with a Ouija board a few times with a friend when I was 15. There was also an abandoned house about a mile from my parents' home. Keep in mind, this is in the middle of the country, long dirt roads and cornfields going nowhere. We'd walked there multiple times and taken pictures on the inside, with broken mirrors, pentagrams drawn on the walls, broken beer bottles, and totally unfinished walls and everything. We even found a child's shoe on this side of the house, and the skulls of some animals in the barn. We were creeped out. On one occasion, my friend, Ali, had turned and yelled, "Bye, ghosts, we love you." Stupid, right? This messed up part is immediately after that. We heard a loud scream from the property of the house. It sounded almost like an animal. Needless to say, we didn't return after that experience. Weirdly enough, any time I opened my Photos app to show other people the pictures we took, the app would crash and my phone would sometimes even die at full battery. Never had an issue with that phone. Afterwards, there were a few times Ali would stay the night and I'd be pinched seemingly out of nowhere and she'd feel her hair be pulled. This stopped after a month or so. Bad choices aside, I've researched all of this as much as I can and feel maybe it's time to get an outsider's opinion. I'm sharing this in the hope that someone might be able to get answers in regard to these odd happenings. More specifically, the ghost who stole my face and the mysterious cloaked shadow person. I'm also wondering why only myself, my mother and my fiancé have experienced these things. Perhaps we're more perceptive. My brother and father are skeptical. They don't buy into the paranormal at all. My fiancé is very skeptical too, and yet he's experienced these things and has never found an answer for them. He's experienced a few other rather messed up paranormal things in his childhood that he can't explain, but that's a story for another day. The creepiest thing I found suggested his scratches, the 3 long superficial slashes down his back. They could have been of demonic origin, which terrifies me. If anyone has any ideas, please let me know. I could really use with some help. This started 1 year ago, around the beginning of September 2017. I would occasionally wake up in the middle of the night to strange noises coming from the hallway and seeing strange shadows walk past my open door. As the months went by, they got worse and worse until it happened. September 2018. I was lying on my bed, tossing and turning trying to sleep, with the worst paranoia I've ever experienced. After hours of attempting to fall asleep with no result, I finally decided to go into my mum's room. I slowly climbed out of my bed and grabbed my flashlight, clicked it on, and began slowly walking out of the room, flicking my head back and forth, scanning my surroundings. It seemed to suffocate me. I walked through my kitchen to get to my mum's room, where the clock read 2:15 a.m. I walked straight into my mum's room, just to see my 2 little sisters already hanging up the bed. Now I know that I'm 14, but sometimes being scared makes you feel vulnerable. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the lamp illuminating my sister's room and made my decision. I went to Alia's and Olivia's room and jumped in the bed, keeping the lamp on. I hugged the wall and finally managed to obtain slumber. Next thing I remember, I was sitting up in bed staring at the black abyss beyond the open door. I slowly whispered 3 times, "I see you." And after the last syllable left my mouth, I noticed a little glass circle in the palm of my hand. It was all fogged out except one little clear circle. I looked through the hole in the glass, and what I saw burned an image in my mind which I'll never forget. A young boy was standing in the doorway staring at me. He was dressed in an old pioneering outfit with a top hat, his hair long, shaggy and black, his long face pale white. In fact, everything on him was black or white. Everything but his eyes, they were yellow. I immediately put the glass down, and as I did it, it was like he teleported, because the next thing I knew he was crouched right in front of my face and pulled the biggest smile. His teeth, the same color as his eyes. I burst awake, eyes wide open, facing the ceiling. I tried to get out of bed but couldn't. I was terrified. My ears were ringing to the point where I couldn't hear anything else. It was so loud yet so quiet. I felt pressure on my chest like someone was pushing really hard. But that wasn't the worst part. The boy from my dream was standing in my doorway, staring at me. He wasn't even moving. It was enough for me to panic myself into oblivion. I tried to get out of there ASAP, but nothing worked. After what felt like an eternity, everything snapped back into place. No more boy, no more ringing, no more tension. I could move again. After that experience, I immediately noped right into my mum's bed between the kids already there, and finally fell asleep at 3:15 a.m. My family has always been pretty sensitive to the paranormal, only on my mother's side, but it did pass down to my brother and myself. The first story occurred when I was about 6 years old. I have a friend called Caitlin. We hung out almost every day. I live in a wooded area, and we have a brush pile of approximately 7 feet. Caitlin came over one day in the middle of winter, and we were sledding down the snowbanks in my driveway. We were about to go on our 3rd or 4th run to solidify the track, and Caitlin froze in her step. I jokingly asked her if she was tired already, and she smacked me and pointed to the brush pile. "Do you see that?" she asked me. I turned and saw a figure there. It stood a foot or so above the brush pile, making this thing about 8 feet tall. It was in the shape of a person, but a solid black mass. Needless to say, we both freaked out because it was just standing there. And as we ran towards the house, it disappeared. Fast forward 8 years. I'd just turned 14 and we temporarily moved in with my grandparents. I was down in the basement doing some artwork for an assignment, and I felt like I was being watched. I turned around and I remember dropping my paint palette on the ground. There it was. This thing that I hadn't seen in so long was standing in front of me. I had no idea where it came from, and at this point had chalked the previous experience up to being a child with an overactive imagination. But here it was, standing in front of my face. I noped out of the basement as fast as I could and started seeing it more frequently every time I went to do the cat litter, which sadly was also in the basement. Every time I was down there painting, and even when I was at school, this thing would appear. I was convinced I was going mad. I ended up calling Caitlin and asked her if she remembered anything odd from when we were kids. She responded with something along the lines of, "Not really, besides the thing in the brush." Now I knew something weird was happening. She remembered the experience as vividly as I do, even though we hadn't spoken about it in almost a decade. I'd recently moved into my new house and figured that would be the end of it. But nope. First night I was in the basement, the figure was back. I still see it to this day over 10 years later. I have no idea what it is. There's so much more to tell with this entity, including a near-death experience. I just wanted to put this out there, to see if anyone knew what it is. My friend and I had a long day, filled to the brim with fun and adventure, joyous and whimsical things. After we had spent most of the day in the downtown portion of Charleston, enjoying the cool breeze, watching the rough waters roll against the docks, we decided it would be best to head back before nightfall. Some time had passed, and we eventually arrived back in our city of Somerville, but our appetite for the fun and excitement hadn't been sated yet, so we decided to drive around and look at a newer town that had been added close to us, the town of Summers Corner. It was a nice town, sure enough, but it felt off, unreal. It was heavy and almost suffocating, the feeling that was there, that wouldn't deter us, as we were quite the resilient bunch, always moving forwards, keeping a smile on our face, even if the circumstances are pure, unadulterated agony. About a half hour into the drive, we discovered a street called Navajo Boulevard, which had immediately interested us, as the name itself is similar to the Native American tribe of the Navajo people, just with a slight spelling differential. These Native Americans live in the southern United States and are a great, proud people. They have many traditions with their tribes, with one such telling of a frightful creature. This creature is pure evil, a true monster among men. It is known as the Yenaldushi, and is a shape-shifting, vile, heart-wrenched fiend. We started to drive down the road, our windows rolled down so that we could enjoy that cool southern breeze. It's a dark, starry night, and while beautiful above us, the feeling from earlier was thicker and almost encumbering. Immediately I felt watched, not by the nightlife, which we noticed was eerily silent, but by something else. Whatever was watching us didn't want us there at all. It felt as though, whatever it was close to us. Its presence was intimidating and quite malicious, not to mention that it put us on edge, our eyes peeled, and ourselves readied for whatever may happen next. What seemed like an hour or so had passed, when suddenly, where there had been no wind before, a heavy gust slammed itself against the car, nearly pushing it off the road and into the woods. Our hearts were about to beat out of our chests from the shock of it all, or at least mine was. Just then, as I tried to keep us on the road, we saw something pass by the car. It was grotesque, mottled with malice and spiteful things. Its eyes, as pale as silver as the moon, gazed into our souls, sending nothing but fear throughout our bodies. We were motionless now, shrinking into our seats as this abomination grew closer. It unhinged its jaw and let out a horrific scream, snapping us back to reality. I put the car in gear, and we drove the hell out of there. Unfortunately, the feeling was intensified as we got back onto the road and sped away, another gust of wind slamming into the car. Suddenly, my friend had yelled for me to look out the window. Right behind my seatbelt on the outside of the car was that monster, and that's when I saw this awful thing in its entirety. It had reddish pale skin and eyes that seemed to have no end, with goat and reptilian slits for pupils. The horns from atop its forehead gave it a demonic appearance, our fear intensifying beyond belief as a result. It unhinged its maw and revealed a row of sharp and twisted teeth. A hand with long claws stretched at the glass, making us scream to high heaven. As we were driving out of the neighborhood, going as fast as we could, the damned thing smiled at us and faded away. The breeze scattered the leaves on the road where it sauntered after it had jumped from my car. It was gone, but the feeling of fear that it left us with would haunt us for months to come. Me and my mum were once taking a walk through the deep woods behind our house. It's a very large area, a huge park. Anyway, we were taking this long walk like we usually do on Saturday afternoons. The cold air was hitting our face, and it was refreshing to be out of the house. We started our walk at around 2, which is the time we usually head out. My mum puts on a nice pot of soup that my sisters were going to look after, so that we could eat it when we'd be getting back around 3:30, lovely and warm. By the time we reach the peak, it's starting to look dark, but this is still summer, so we're a bit confused as to what's going on. We assume it must be some kind of strange meteorological effect, and try to dismiss it completely, telling ourselves that it must be nothing, so we start making our way back. But the darkness grows ever heavier, but by the time we reach home it's now completely pitch black. We knew the time we left, and only when we checked our phones did we realize that we had been gone for closer to 6 hours than just 1. However, for us it felt like barely an hour, as we were walking and chatting the whole time. I want to point out that my mum has a TV show that she likes to watch at 7, so there's no way in the world we would have gone out anywhere near that time, as her risking watching her show is dangerous territory. We were so confused. My mum said that we should call the police, but we had no reason to really call them. What would we accuse what of? Nature stealing our time? We were both left flabbergasted, exhausted and confused as to what the hell had just happened to us. In some strange way, we felt kind of violated. What had taken our time, and how? My sister suggested it was the fairies. In any case, glitch, fairies, paranormal, whatever you want to call it, we were left very spooked and haven't gone for a walk since. I would be reading or playing with my toys, and as all young children do, I began to reminisce of recent events and conversations. Then, as I remembered something specific that was said, I would literally hear a spoken word or two whispered directly into my ear. It would shock me because I knew I was alone, but what used to scare me was the black shadow man who I would then notice standing there. The second my eyes tried to fixate on and rationalize what I was seeing, it would instantly disappear. He was always wearing a thin, brimmed hat. This all happened in South Florida. I never felt paralyzed, and every time I saw him, I was wide awake in broad daylight. I saw him when I was playing in the living room, and only at one particular house. It was unnerving. I work for a non-profit that helps mentally and physically disabled people live fulfilling lives. John and Chris are brothers. I work for the same company as Chris, but at a different house. There are several houses around the city and bordering area. He works at one that houses children. Only children. 4 of them, I believe. His story begins on a graveyard shift, which he was working with one co-worker, a middle-aged woman. The house has alarms on the doors and windows, which are alarmed during the night, to let them know if any kids are trying to leave when they shouldn't be. Chris was downstairs in the office. His co-worker was upstairs cleaning. Suddenly, all the alarms in the house went off, every door and window. He sprang up, assuming the clients were planning a mass breakout, as he would later refer to it. He yelled to his co-worker to head out one door, and he went out the other, frantically looking for whoever was outside. He saw one client standing beneath a tree, but not apparently in a hurry. He thought he recognized the client to be someone called Barry. "Barry, head back inside," he said, or something to that effect. He continued searching for the other clients, but after running around in a panic, found no one. He gave up and headed inside to reconvene with his co-worker. He said he found Barry, but no one else. She stunned him when she revealed that everyone was inside, having never left, including Barry. He said she must be mistaken. He was outside a big tree in the backyard. She wore her fear on her face when he insisted this. She explained how what he saw was in fact what staff of the house refer to as white dress, a ghostly woman wearing all white that seems to reside on the property and is often seen under that tree. Needless to say, he was surprised and confused and definitely creeped out. But the story doesn't end there. Sometime later, a client from another home, whom Chris was very close to, sadly died. He was sick for a while, and Chris was present for his final breaths in the hospital. He was wheelchair bound when he was alive, and later a client at the white dress home needed a wheelchair, temporarily while recovering from a slip and fall accident. They brought the wheelchair that used to belong to Kieran, and right away Barry began fixating on it. When it was no longer in use, Barry would take it for his own enjoyment. Staff took note of this and couldn't explain why he loved it so much. He would take it outside to a small hill, push it down the hill empty, and then return it to the top and do it over and over again. Barry is nonverbal, in that he can't speak with spoken language, but he does understand speech and communicates using gestures. One useful gesture has him select staff's left or right hand in a sort of this or that conversation. For example, he could hold out my hand and say, "Barry, do you want tacos for dinner tonight?" and identify it as left hand option. Or do you want burgers for dinner tonight? Right hand. And then he would choose. He also had a tick where he would hold his palm up to his face very close and sort of mumble into it. This is actually what Chris thought he saw when white dress was under the tree. He thought Barry was there doing that. This is important because Barry would often do this gesture when he played with the wheelchair. Staff got curious and thought they might be able to determine who Barry was speaking to when playing within the wheelchair. They posed a sequence of this and that questions with fake names. "Barry, who's in the wheelchair? Is it Michael or Emily?" No response. "Is it James or Samuel?" No response. "Is it Stephanie or Teresa?" No response. They did this a few times before dropping in the real name casually. Is it Kieran or Jen? Right away, he selected the correct hand. Everyone present was shocked. According to Chris, he was the only real link between Kieran and this house. Barry and Kieran didn't know each other, and he didn't believe anyone talked of the previous owner of the wheelchair, and he can't explain how Barry knew his name. This story doesn't end there, however. For reasons unknown to me, Chris took this wheelchair home for a while. Maybe it was a keepsake. He took it home with him, and weird things began happening around his house. Chris and John, like I said, are brothers. They live in a big house and rent it out with their girlfriends, as well as 2 others. One day, everyone was out, except for John and Chris's girlfriend. Both of them claimed the door to Chris's bedroom slammed much too loudly and hard to be explained by wind, especially since no windows in his bedroom were open. This happened a few times while the wheelchair was there, which is more interesting when you know that Kieran would often get Chris's attention by slamming doors. John said other strange things had happened once the wheelchair arrived too, but I'm a bit confounded on details. I do know he claimed to have once heard someone calling his name, but no one was home but him. As I said, both Chris and John remain skeptics. They agree these events are all strange, but ultimately are not convinced. I too am what I call a hopeful skeptic. I would love for any of the paranormal subjects in the world to be verified, but I guess I need to see it myself to believe it. John summarized his feelings well by saying, "I'm not saying it was a ghost. I'm just saying weird things would happen while we had the wheelchair here, and they stopped when the wheelchair left." I asked about the current whereabouts of this wheelchair, but I forget what they said. Either they don't know, or it's somewhere else in the company, where Chris no longer visits. If I can get hold of it, I'd love to ask for more details. I'd like to know what you guys think about these stories. Specifically, I'm curious to know more about what John said are referred to as anchor points. The wheelchair was present when Kieran died. Apparently some believe that souls, which I do not believe in, can attach themselves to physical objects of importance from a person's life. This logic doesn't make sense to me. Even if I suspend my disbelief and believe in ghosts, what makes me believe these ghosts can attach themselves to objects? Is it the same logic that ghosts haunt certain areas, homes, vehicles, or rooms? I'm just dying to be convinced. And I always love hearing more stories and reading theories and learning about this topic. Finally, I'd like to mention that I spoke to John. He also has videos of the chair moving by itself on flat ground. It was deleted on his phone, but he hopes a co-worker still has it. He also clarified that he never really attributed these events to the chair until later when he heard staff speculate there was a cursed object, and he put it all together. Lastly, he added that another boy at the house was able to describe white dress, and he often played with the wheelchair too. The details get kind of confusing because the white dress stories and the wheelchair stories are separate, but he said it was all amplified once the chair arrived at the house. Finally, he told me of an incident where the wheelchair was rolling down hills and slamming the doors, and it was strange to him, because those were the things that Kieran loved to do the most while he was alive. I had a friend in high school called Bob. He was very nice, and while we weren't that close, we had similar tastes in music and we shared CDs. This was in the late 80s and way before file sharing. We eventually graduated and I moved several hundreds of miles away to college and we lost touch. When I left for college, I had one of Bob's CDs still in my possession, Beat by King Crimson. Fast forward 10 years and I graduated college and was knee-deep in my career and finally saved up enough money and bought my first house. In the new house, while I was unpacking, I see the CD in the box. I hadn't noticed it in many years and thought, gee, I really should track down Bob and return this. Then, at that moment, the doorbell rings. It's Bob, and he says, "Hey, you wouldn't happen to still have my King Crimson CD, would you?" I'm looking down and holding it in my hand. I hand it to him, and his mouth drops open. Mine probably already is. We exchange pleasantries. I ask him how he found me, but can't remember his answer anymore, and he eventually takes off. Haven't seen Bob since. A few weeks ago, I was staying with my mum, grandfather and uncle in a small cottage in Cape Cod, probably built sometime in the late 60s. My mother and I were staying in a room with 2 twin beds about 6 feet apart on each side of a small room. We had driven there late, and everyone was settling down to go to bed around 3 a.m. The very first night that we were there, it was around 3:30, and the lights were off and my mum was already asleep. Now I 100% know that I was tired at this moment, but I was completely awake. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. I was laying on my side in the direction of the bed, facing my mother, and suddenly I blinked, and the next thing I know, a pitch-black shadowy figure with womanly features and long hair hanging down appeared in front of me, clear as day, and whispers, "Hey, shh." And for a short moment I thought it was my mum, but when I looked she was asleep and the figure was gone before I could react. I spent the next 2 hours freaking out, practically having an anxiety attack with my heart racing, trying to play off what I just saw. My mother doesn't believe in the supernatural and says it was my imagination, but I am a college-age man and know for a fact that I was completely awake when I saw and heard what I did. I felt incredibly uncomfortable in the room the next 3 nights, as we were there and slept facing the wall. I didn't even dare to flip over and face that wall again, and I swear I heard light footsteps the next few nights in that room, all aboard the Nope train. I live in New York, and have done for a number of years. I spend most of my free time in Central Park, to the point where I could be dropped into any part of it and know where I was, and find my way to any other point in the park without issue. Which is why this is so disturbing. I was walking home in the evening from the west side of the park. I had to walk directly across a wide open field to the east side of the park. No winding paths, no obstructions to get around. Just walk straight across some ball fields while looking directly at a distinctly ugly building on the east side. I walk for about 15 minutes towards the distinctively ugly building, which puts me on the east side of the park. I pass some guys playing baseball and a playground with a big concrete climbing thing, and walk a few more minutes and exit on the street. Immediately I know something is wrong, but it's so bizarre that it takes me a minute to figure out what. The park is on the wrong side of me. Sure enough, I look up, and the sign says W100th. I'm back where I started, feeling incredibly disoriented and all around confused. Okay, that was weird. I must have just spaced out somehow and gotten turned around. Back into the park I go, and this time I make it a point to keep checking that the distinctively ugly building on the east side is in my line of sight and concentrate. I walk halfway across the field, checking the distinctively ugly building. I walk past the same baseball game. Distinctively ugly building, still good to go. I walk out of the field onto the path, past the playground with the climby thing, and follow the path out of the park. My heart sinks immediately. W100th Street. I'm now legitimately freaked out. I can't decide if it's some weird House of Leaves kind of stuff, or if I'm having some kind of blackout, and neither idea are comforting. I try to logic it out and figure out where I could possibly have turned around, and I can't. I didn't walk back past anything, not the ball players, not the playground, or not the field. I seriously consider just taking a cab, but suddenly feel sympathy for every idiot horror movie protagonist, because I just have to know. I walk into the park again, retrace my steps exactly, keep my eye on the distinctively ugly building just like last time, and walk past the same baseball players, the same as last time, onto the path and just past the playground with the concrete climby thing. I follow the path out the park, and I'm on E100th Street. I still have no idea how it happened. I've never been able to replicate it. Logically, there must be something weird about the line of sight or the little stretch of path leading out. Less logically, Olmsted was a creepy wizard who created portals, and I took a quick stroll through the Twilight Zone. When I was 16, I found a yellow sheer fabric, I think it was tapestry, with outline of white fishes on it in my parents' attic. It was summer. My room tends to get hot, so I ended up using it as a blanket of sorts. My parents have no recollection of it or why it was in our home. I remember one night as I was trying to look for it, and it seemed like it had vanished. I didn't really think much of it. I thought maybe my mum misplaced it when she washed it. I guess a few months passed and I remembered and wondered what had happened to it. My dad, turns out, burnt it. He said that one night he went to check on me and my sister as we shared a room and slept in separate twin beds. He told me that when he looked at my bed, it seemed like no one was sleeping there. He got closer as he was worried, and I was there. He said the more he got closer, he noticed it looked like I was wrapped with pitch black darkness, which really freaked him out, because my bed was against two big windows and I purposely had really sheer curtains so that the moonlight and sun would brighten my room. But somehow, with the moonlight shining, I remained to look like darkness. My dad removed the blanket off me to make sure I wasn't passed out under it. He said he later looked at the blanket to see why the hell a sheer yellow blanket would do that. He said the white fishes didn't look like fishes at all. He described it as looking like the skeleton of fishes, with something inside the bellies trying to get out. That's when he decided to burn it. Honestly, I don't know what to think to this day. I never felt anything wrong with the blanket itself. I really think my dad was just being dad, as he's a man of faith, and around that time he was listening to a sermon of objects being able to retain spirits. Matthew 8:24-34 is what I remember him bringing up. I'm just wondering if anyone might have experienced anything like this. I'm not sure if the blanket was cursed, but whatever my dad thought, it was enough to burn the damn thing. Then again, my dad can be very extreme when it comes to things. I'd just like to know someone else's thoughts. I remember being pretty young, like 9 or 10, and I was in the car park of a pub in England, Southend, and remember seeing someone in their teens in the window of a house looking over the car park. They waved at me and I felt like I knew them somehow. My parents asked me who I was waving to and I just said some lady in the window over there. Didn't think much of it. Fast forward 10 years, I was at my grandma's house. I remember walking into her room, which I was never allowed to do, and going to the window. I then realized I was in the house looking over that same parking lot. I'm remembering their interaction years before. Then a girl around 9 or 10 who was in said car park waved at me and I waved back, and I felt like I knew her. Could not explain it, and I've never told it to anyone, but it still freaks me out. When I was a kid visiting New Orleans, my family went to a voodoo shop. I wish I could remember the name, but it wasn't one of the tourist attraction ones. It was hard to find and not like all the others. Anyway, I thought it'd be cool to buy this little black doll made from cloth that had no face or features, just black cloth in human shape, stuffed and sewn together. It was sold as a voodoo doll of death, and thinking back on it, I feel pretty dumb taking something like that home with me. Once back, many weird things started happening to my whole family, until we eventually moved because of it. Hearing whispering in my room late at night in an unintelligible language was common. I also heard an angry man say my name behind my ear as I was turning on the living room TV. I literally felt his breath. None of this my family believed when I would tell them. I was under 12, so it's understandable. What changed this and made us move the next day is this. My mum saw an orb come up to her face when she was almost sleeping, and she said she couldn't breathe for almost a minute while it was in her face. Then it flew into the corner of the room and disappeared. When we moved close by, and the new people in the house we made friends with started saying that their kids were hearing whispers at night, we never told them about this before when they mentioned it, which is the crazy part. I'm not certain if this is all tied to the doll or not, but other stories I've heard have made me think it might be. I live in this ranch-style house. My bedroom is at the back of the house and has a single picture window that looks out onto the backyard. The window itself is probably 7 to 8 feet off the ground because the entrance to the crawl space was directly below the window. Also, there's this tree in the backyard that's involved. It's 20 feet from my bedroom window. I don't know what kind of tree it is, but it's an evergreen tree, and the bark can be pulled off in stringy bits. I'm around 5'6" tall, and if I'm standing at the base of the tree, the branches closest to the ground would still be over my head. So these branches that were closest to the ground were at least 6 inches off the ground. It happened in 1998, sometime in late August or early September. It was after school started. I was a sophomore in high school at the time, and I remember it was on a Sunday. My mum dragged me to church that morning. My friend and I had started talking about religion. It was nothing specific about religion, but we were talking about it in general. After church, my mum and I went out to eat lunch. When I got home, my friend called. We continued our conversation, and I took the cordless phone to my bedroom, and I was pacing back and forth while speaking to them. I'd take a few steps towards the window, turn, take a few steps towards the opposite wall, and repeat. At one point, I walked down towards the opposite wall, turned to face the window, and that's when I saw this shadow that looked like a person from the neck up. I quickly tried to find something that could have cast a shadow of that shape, but couldn't. Then I realized the shadow had a 3D quality to it, and I audibly said, "Oh God." I suppose it realized I could see it, and it appeared to drop. I ran towards the window in time to see it run across the backyard to the tree. It started to climb the tree. It got to the lowest branches and it stopped. It stopped climbing and looked at me to see if I was watching it. While it was looking at me, it grabbed a few of the branches. It held the branches for a bit and then started climbing again as it vanished. My friend heard me say, "Oh my God," and asked me what was happening. I told him what I'd seen, and he told me to start thinking of God because, according to him, what I had just seen was a demon. A few days later, I go back out into my backyard for another reason. I look at the tree, and it reminded me of what happened. I went over to the tree, and that's when I noticed that the couple of branches this thing had grabbed and was held onto were dead. I could tell these branches specifically were dead because all the needles on these two branches were brown, while all the other needles on the tree were green. A few days after that, all the needles from just those two branches had fallen to the ground and were laying in a pile. Several years later, while working the graveyard shift as a security guard, I gathered up the courage to call this famous late-night radio talk show and told my story. The host asked me if the eyes were glowing red. I told him no, because this thing's eyes weren't glowing at all. He said that in his experience, if the eyes were glowing red, it was a demon. Otherwise, it was something else. When I was a kid, probably between 8 and 10, I used to see shadow people in the night. It happened almost every single night. It was so frequent that I just got used to them. They never scared me. When I saw them, they would just walk against the wall and watch me while I was in bed. I remember they never had clothes, they were just a figure or body. They used to open my door at night, and I'm pretty sure one of them whispered my name into my ear at night, before bed, while I was brushing my teeth. I was in the washroom with my cousin and sister brushing our teeth before bed. They finished before me, and I was alone upstairs and I could feel something behind me but didn't acknowledge it until I heard a really faint whisper of someone saying my name right into my ear. All I remember is freaking out and running downstairs screaming that someone just said my name. There was also this one time I was playing hide and seek with 3 of my siblings, and after finding 2 of them, we were looking for my sister and toys started being flung from her room. Being kids, we laughed it off, went running into the room looking for her, but there wasn't anyone there, and we ended up finding her hiding in the basement. I also remember I used to suffer from 2 different night terrors when we lived in that house. One of them I still can't explain to this day. I can only draw a picture, but it's hard for me to do because of how traumatizing it was. The other was a dream of me walking down the basement and finding a little girl curled up in a ball in a box crying. The strange thing about that second dream is that my younger brother had the exact same dream. He's 17, I'm 23, and we still agree that's some messed up stuff going on in the house. I lived previously in a small 2-story house with an unfinished basement along a main road. It was a nice brick house with around 0.8 acres in the backyard. The house was built in the mid-40s to 50s and is roughly 60 years old. The past owners of the house died inside it, and what my parents heard from the neighbors is that the husband was part of a cult. But me and my brother experienced a few strange things in the house. The first one was when the basement door slammed like someone was very angry at something, and it awoke my parents. The second one when I was trying to get some sleep, as I had a hard time getting to sleep when I was younger. The hallway light flickered on and off, and then my door creaked open. The third experience was when I was trying to get to sleep, but instead of the door slowly creaking open, it slammed open, and there behind it was a black figure with glowing red eyes, like a ball of pure hatred and evil. Me and my brother have had many experiences with this demon, and ran into it on a regular basis. But the one experience that stands out from the rest is when me and my brother were watching TV in the basement and had a tent set up. Now at the time we had fixed any air leaks in the basement and had no AC down there. But after a while I felt like someone was slapping the small tent me and my brother were in. So I checked it out and saw nothing, and went back to watching TV. Now a while later, the TV signal began to falter. It was like someone was taking this TV signal away from us. but then it suddenly turned black. Not off, black. I tried turning it on and off, and even unplugged and plugged it back in. I even took the TV out of its place on the entertainment system, but it remained black. Then at some point, I set it back in its place and went around to get my parents. But the basement was locked, and it only locks from the basement side of the door. I went back down, and that's when it happened. All of the lights were off. My flashlight, the ceiling lights, everything. Then the lights went on, and then off again. But in that brief flash of light, I saw the dark figure. I shined my flashlight in the direction I saw him last, and there he was. He stepped towards me, and made a full sprint towards the back room, which was still unfinished. I turned the TV off, booked it for the door, and me and my brother ran to our beds. In the house we live in now, I've only seen the black figure a few times. In my window in the property surrounding my house, and by the cemetery. That may have been short experiences, but they have nevertheless been very creepy. I was going to my sister's graduation in Binghamton University, and my family rented out a well-priced Airbnb for 2 nights. The only one that had 5 bedrooms, because extended Chinese family. It was a Victorian-era house, completely decked out with Victorian American aesthetics, trinkets, paintings of serious children, photos of even more serious children, ornate floral wallpaper and dolls. Many dolls. We were picking up bedrooms, and no one in my family wanted the room with the creepy dolls. I'm not superstitious, and I didn't see the room, and I didn't understand the gravity of the situation. So I was like, sure, I'll take the room with the dolls. You see where this is going. As midnight approached, I got tired, even after being energized by a tiny bite of baklava and an espresso. So I was the first to go to bed. I went into the room and saw the dolls. They were locked inside a glass case, all facing the bed. Don't be silly, I thought. You're a brave trans girl, and they're probably more afraid of you than you are of them. Because you're something they've likely never encountered before. Silly thoughts. I decided to take out my black ebony-handled Opinel pocket knife and slept with it at the nightstand, so I would have some protection. I watched YouTube for a while, turned off the lamp, and went under the covers. I felt the dolls staring, but my rational side told me it was all in my head. By 3 a.m., I was half-conscious, slipping in and out of pure unconsciousness. While I was in a dreamlike state, I was aware of everything going on around me. The dolls staring. Were they next to me? I was afraid to open my eyes. I blinked. And I thought, it's okay, I have protection. I didn't dare look at the ebony-handled knife on the nightstand. I was afraid I'd see a doll next to me. Then I remembered statistically armed victims of assault tend to have their weapons taken away and used against them. And I thought, my gosh, I'm gonna get stabbed. Then I heard vividly a playful, childlike voice. It would be my heart's desire. I immediately became alert, like R2-D2 rebooting after being in low power mode. Adrenaline rushed through me. I heard a ringing in my ear as my awareness went from 0 to 60 in a split second. I stayed like that until the sun started to rise at around 5 a.m. That was when I fell asleep. When I woke up, I dreaded having to sleep there again for yet another night. The next night I thought, you know what? Violence begets violence. So I slept with my pocket knife in my bag instead, and I fell asleep and slept through the night. This happened to me in 3rd grade, and it scared me so much I started crying and had to go to the office to talk to the principal about it. I was in the hallway for misbehaving, and my neighbor Tad, a year younger than me, came out of class to my right, passed in front of me and headed down some stairs. We said hi to each other, and about 20 seconds later, he walked out of the same class, passed in front of me, and headed down the stairs. I just stared at him, confused and afraid, and he looked back like, "Why the hell are you looking at me like that?" I never realized how much of a Matrix deja vu it was. I've also got a second example of this. A few years after this incident, my sister and I were hanging in the living room watching TV. We both saw our mum walk through the other room and through the adjacent hall. 20 minutes later, she came in from the backyard. My sister and I looked at each other confused and asked how she got back outside. She didn't know what we were talking about. She'd been outside for hours. No one else was home, of course. Three years ago, my daughter attempted suicide and ended up in CICU for 6 days, and inpatient directly after for 5 days. When she came home, unexplainable things started happening. We had lived here for 11 years, and prior to this nothing had ever happened. We were finding animals that had been dead a very long time on our back porch steps. 2 carcasses to be exact. A knife flew off our kitchen counter while no one was in the room. We even put the knife back on the counter and jumped to see if it would rattle off. It didn't move. My daughter confided in me that she felt a demon followed her from the hospital. She would sleep at night with headphones so she wouldn't hear the demon telling her things. I did call a local paranormal research team out to the house, and they found a spirit named Adam and a dark entity. They wanted to come back after they went through all the evidence, but my husband said no. The scariest thing that has happened to me in our house was when I was in bed and I felt like something was there. I opened my eyes just to appease my senses, not really thinking anything was there, and a very large, very tall, completely black figure was at the end of my bed. When I realized that half of the TV screen was blocked by this figure, I screamed and covered my head up. When I looked again, I just saw the TV and the dresser as normal. My daughter has been in and out of several facilities since the first attempt, 6 times in fact, and is a shard of the girl I knew and raised. I used to be fit and cared about my body, but I don't anymore. I have feelings of my own every day about taking my own life, but it's like they aren't mine, if that makes sense. I'm not suicidal, but somehow my mind thinks that I need to perish. It's so hard to explain, and sometimes I wonder if I'm feeling my daughter's thoughts. The most consistent physical thing in our house that happens is light bulbs exploding or blinking. I was using the bathroom and 2 light bulbs exploded and glass went everywhere. It was so loud and so much that glass went all the way into our bathtub. Our living room lights explode frequently, but never 2 at a time. Are we just going through a rough time in life? Or is there something more sinister going on? This is no joke. It is very real to us, and I don't know what to do about it. Any thoughts or opinions would be incredibly appreciated. I live with my boyfriend and his parents. There is a large bay window where the walls round out into the kitchen. The sliding glass door is close to it, so you can see through this sliding glass door, a small stretch of wall, and then the bay window. My boyfriend's mum and I got done talking in the kitchen for a while, and she went upstairs to have a nap. I looked out the sliding glass door from an angle and saw his mum in the exact same outfit I saw her wearing and everything, walking from the side of the house out to the yard. The small wall was blocking my view, so I went up to the bay window to see where she went. No one was there. My boyfriend was coming down the stairs, So I had him check, and literally no one was there. No explanation. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. I'm creeped out, and now can't sleep. I was sleeping pretty tight, and I think it was something like 2 to 3 p.m. You know, when inside your house is totally dark, but not that pitch black darkness, more like a bluish darkness. Anyway, I was sleeping like a rock. Trust me, because I woke up all of a sudden without the sound waking me up, and the door of this room was open. I can clearly see the short corridor and part of the living room. And then I looked to the living room to see something tall, 100% black, and wearing something like a coat, standing near my boyfriend's grandma's feet, and I was paralyzed. I stared at the entity for a minute or so, and it wasn't even bothered that I was looking. I looked to my boyfriend's bed, but he was asleep, and I wanted so badly to wake him up, but I was scared that if I moved, I would rouse the thing and it would approach me. Maybe if I stand up or stick my leg pretty close to his, I'll wake him, I thought. But I was afraid the entity would look my way. So I tried pressing my eyes together to see if it was a hallucination. But it didn't vanish. It was standing there like a real person. So after deciding that I couldn't do anything about it, I closed my eyes with my heart pounding on my chest and fell asleep. In the morning, I heard from my mother-in-law that his grandma wasn't feeling well and had to go to the hospital. I can't say how freaked out I was, but I didn't tell her because she's skeptic. But I told my boyfriend what happened, and from that day on I've always been afraid to wake up in the middle of the night in case I see something I don't want to. In 2014, I had travelled overseas with a close friend for 6 weeks from October through to December. My birthday is in the middle of November, and by some weird experience, my mother back home in Australia received a phone call from me. She said it rang for a bit, and picked it up. Automatically noticing my number, she assumed I called home for my birthday. I should also mention she runs her home phone on a landline. She picks it up, and received static and pure silence. She said she didn't hear anything else, and eventually the call dropped. I received a message on Facebook shortly after and read it an hour later on my laptop. She tells me she got a call from me. Why would I even dial an overseas number to a landline? It's going to cost me a fortune. No way. Weird to say the least. So I checked my iPhone call log, and my last phone call to home was 3 weeks ago from Melbourne. I hadn't made any other calls whatsoever, and I told her to leave the phone history logged on the phone. Several weeks pass and I arrive back home and check the logs. Fair enough, there's my number calling on my birthday. To me, I feel like another version of myself called me from another dimension or something, and I find this whole thing both creepy and bizarre. I have 3 separate experiences to share. The first is when I was 15. It was an ordinary school day, and I was on the bus going to school. Usually I sit by the window and watch all the buildings that we pass by, so I happened to memorize the ones that stood out. One of those was an old grocery store that is right next to a pet shop where I bought my dog. I know that once I pass those buildings, I am 5 minutes away from school, and that I need to get ready. So again, I was on the bus going to school, and it hadn't been 15 minutes since I boarded the bus, when I looked out to see that we had just passed by the grocery store and pet shop. I was stunned and confused. I didn't remember dozing off or anything. Looking around, I realized I was the only one confused, so I calmed myself down. Once I was done arranging my stuff, putting on my necktie and such, I looked out the window, and to my absolute shock, we were passing the grocery store and pet shop again. The girl sitting next to me probably saw my face turning pale and asked me what was going on. Of course, I made up an excuse, saying I suddenly felt dizzy, as I didn't want to sound crazy. The second event was at my best friend's house for movie night. It was a Saturday, and I planned on spending the evening with her and her brothers. Anyway, to get to her house, I have to ride a train. My stop was on the 12th station after I initially boarded the subway, and it was a bit of a habit of mine to stop what I'm doing every time the train stops so that I know where I'm currently at. I was on my 5th stop back, and then as usual, I turned my eyes from my phone to the doorway to see where I was. It was the 7th station. I waited for the doors to close, then I looked down at my phone again to continue reading. A few minutes later, the train slowed down again as it reached the next station. Once it finally stopped, the doors opened, and I realized I had reached my destination. I even blinked twice to ensure I wasn't seeing things, but sure enough, we were really here. I scrambled to get my things and ran out the doors, and when I finally calmed myself down, that was when the shock came. How in the world had I managed to pass 5 more stations without noticing? I told my friend about this one once I reached her house, and she mentioned that it was something like a glitch in the reality. It kind of annoyed me to see that this amused her, to know that I experienced something like it, but nonetheless, I ignored it, and we went on with our day. This third experience happened in my own home recently. I usually wake up early to prepare breakfast for my younger siblings, especially if our mum is away on business trip. It's my obligation as the eldest after all, and my younger sister Mari usually wakes up at around 7, just before I finish preparing breakfast, and she has the habit of asking loudly, "What's for breakfast?" That particular day I woke up extra early, but started making food nonetheless. I thought that if I finished early, I would have time to play video games for the rest of the day. I finished cooking around 6:30, and just as I was about to clean up, I heard footsteps coming down from the stairs. It sounded like the other foot was being dragged as the person walks, much like a zombie. That instant, I knew it was Mari. She's the only one who walks like that in the mornings. Sure enough, as if on cue, she asks from the doorway, "What's for breakfast?" My back was turned, but I still answered her, "Eggs and pancakes. I know you and Dina like them." Then I heard a small hum in response. When I turned to look a few moments later, there was no one there, and there wasn't a sign that anyone had been there except for me. A chill ran down my spine, and at first I thought I saw a ghost. But then I remembered what my friend had told me about the glitches in the Matrix, and I thought this was another one of those. It was nonetheless very confusing and creepy. I died. I saw it. I lived it. Either it was on another world with a version of me that died, or I'm going crazy, but I died. We had a prep rally in school, and after it was finished, we had to go back to class. Well, my friend and I were not in that, so we wanted to go across the street to Sonic. Across the street, there is not heavy traffic, but if you don't pay attention, you can get hit. Well, I remember walking with him and he dropped something, so I went across the street first. I just saw a red Tahoo heading right at me and I got hit. I remember everything, gasping for air, waking up, and sleeping again. Then nothing. All of a sudden I was back in this stadium again, and the exact same words came out of my principal's mouth. My friend wanted to go get Sonic, but I was freaking out and was asking him everything. I thought it had to just been a dream. But when I went with him to see what would happen, he dropped his stuff again and I waited. To my horror, the same red Tahooey shows up, and I told him that I'm going back to school, not dying again. I can still see the other version of me on that street just messed up. Not even moving. I used to own many dolls and stuffed animals, as most 7-year-olds would. I believed in magic and had a huge fantasy. I even believed my dolls could move and do stuff when I wasn't watching, like in Toy Story. I always wanted to see my dolls move, but unfortunately never saw it. One day, my mother gave me a bowl of mashed potatoes and a glass of water. I went upstairs to my room and decided to have a nice meal with my dolls. I got some plastic bowls and spoons and put mashed potatoes in their bowls. I was hoping they would actually eat it. I had this one old-fashioned doll my grandma gave me, called Mary. I put the spoonful of mashed potatoes in her mouth and waited for her to eat it. Of course, nothing happened. After a few minutes, I wanted to go to the toilet, and before I left, I looked at my dolls and said, "When I get back, I want all the bowls to be empty," in a strict tone. So I did my thing, went back upstairs since we only had one toilet, which was downstairs, and when I got back to the seat, the bowls were unfortunately still full, which meant the dolls hadn't eaten a thing. But when I looked at Mary's bowl, it was empty. I was kind of shocked. I looked at Mary and her mouth was dirty, as if she had been eating it in a messy way. I rushed downstairs to my sister and mother and asked them if they had fed the doll, because the bowl was empty. They both said no and swore on their lives. "Maybe your mashed potatoes fed it to the doll," one of them said. But since I believed in magic, I was just happy about it. This wasn't the last time I saw Mary acting unusual. One time I put her on my bed before I went on vacation to Morocco, and after 6 weeks, when I arrived back to the Netherlands, I saw that Mary wasn't sitting on my bed anymore. Instead, she was sitting on my trash can and her body faced the wall, but her head was turned 90 degrees so that her head was facing me. My mother said, "You must have put her there before we left and you just forgot." That was weird. It wasn't the last time she did anything unusual. In 6th grade, I went camping with my class and took Mary with me. We made a huge fire while we were eating marshmallows. I took my doll out the bag and threw her in the fire. Everyone was confused, so I explained the paranormal experiences I had with Mary. And even though people didn't believe me and thought I was crazy, I was glad to be rid of her, and I'm glad I haven't seen her since that day. I would like to start this story by introducing myself and my friends, to give you a brief description of my area, and so that you have a better picture for the story. My name is Dusty. I'm 21 years old, with brown hair and eyes. I'm fairly tall at 6'2", skinny, and I'm just your normal young guy. The girl I was talking to at the time was called Caitlin. She's 18, kind of short, probably 5'6", and skinny like me, blonde, petite, and also a very outgoing person too. Courtney is Caitlin's stepsister. She was a year younger than me, probably 5'6", tall and a medium build. We live in a small county called Smith County, made up of a few small rural towns, located in southwest Virginia. It's your typical picture of Virginia. We're surrounded by mountains, farms, and plenty of trees. That's enough describing, so I'll dive straight into the story. My story started out with just any other day. Caitlin and I liked each other a lot, so we spent almost every day of the week together. I would drive from my town to hers, which is about 20 minutes away, to pick her up, and then we would just go ride around or go to Walmart to kill time, because we lived somewhere where there was literally nothing to do. I picked her up, and we talked about going to do something, so we went to Hungry Mother Park. It was a place nearby we would go to about once a week and just walk around the trails and beaches. This place is a massive state park with a large lake, so it's a great place to do all kinds of recreational activities. We arrived at around 8 p.m. This was during the summer, so it stayed daylight until around 9, and still had warm weather outside. The park is closed when we normally come because of our work schedules, but the gates remain open so that you can still have access at night. We arrive and exit the car. The parking lot I go to is beside the beach area, so that's the first place I go walking. Once we are bored, we start on the trail in front of the parking lot. The trail is paved for a few miles and surrounded by trees the majority of the time. Continuing down the trail after around 2 minutes, it comes to a 3-way fork. At this fork is a large white gazebo, and to the left of the path leads to a tourist information building that goes right to a picnic shelter and straight goes farther out. Going straight, we reach the boat docks not too far from the fork. We head down the small hill on the set of concrete steps to the dock, which is cluttered with paddle boats. We walk onto it and sit at the end just talking about random things as we usually do. It's gotten dark now, roughly 9:30, and the only source of light available to us is from our phones, and the lone light located at the small shed at the docks. After talking for what felt like 20 minutes, we saw a flashlight up the hill on the trail coming from the way we came. The light is moving at an odd angle and fast pace, so I assumed it must be someone on a bike. This wasn't alarming, but it was very rare to see anyone else out here this late. They get closer, and we see that it's a woman walking at a fast pace. She's looking at her phone, talking to what seems like herself, and seems very upset. We sat in silence and heard her crying, but couldn't make out what it was she was saying. The woman continues past us on the trail, and she cannot see us down the hill with our lights off. The trail continues out a good way through a lightly wooded area, and comes to another fork which can take you on out to the mountains, or, to the right, a big wooden bridge that leads over to an island. From our position we can see her light almost the entire time in the woods. As we watch, she takes the right across the bridge. Still able to hear her talking, but not being able to make out what she's saying, Caitlin and I sat completely silent, whispering about it. About 5 minutes later, we see the lady come back across the bridge and back to the trail, through the wood and heading in our direction again. Right around this time we both get texts and a call from Caitlin's stepsister Courtney. Courtney was our friend but got annoying sometimes. She's the kind of person who will invite themselves to everything. Being there to get away from her, we assumed she was just trying to intrude or make plans with us because she was jealous of us not going to her house and hanging out with her. We ignore the messages and silence our phones and look back to the trail. I notice the woman is now close again, and then my heart drops as I see her taking the trail coming down the hill towards us. I stand up with Caitlin. She hasn't seen us yet, I think, but she is approaching and seems more upset than earlier. I ask Caitlin to stand behind me and prepare myself for what's coming. I tell her to just run back to the car if anything happens. The woman is now right on us, her light in my face, and begins yelling. My heart is pounding out of my chest. I quickly shine my light into her face to reveal that it's Courtney. Caitlin goes up to her, arguing why the hell she was here, and that she should have stayed home. We were trying to be alone. Somehow she must have tracked us down on Snap Map. So they argue for a bit, and Courtney is acting insane, crying and saying she's sad because she was stung by a bee on the bridge. And then as she storms off, her phone dies, but she continues into the dark, alone, backwards towards the way we came from, while Caitlin and I keep following at a distance. We were whispering to each other, and she tells me she's never acted this bad before. Then we debate about how bizarre it was that Courtney was crying and talking to someone, or maybe herself. Now approaching the 3-way fork again, we've been looking down the entire time, and I was on my phone checking Snapchat. Looking up, Courtney is not in front of us anymore, and without her having a light, we assumed she must be out of sight as she was further ahead of us. Then all of a sudden I catch something from the corner of my eye and look to the trail towards the information booth. The building is 200 yards away and there's only one street lamp right near the building. In the light of the lamp I see someone that looks like Courtney. They didn't have a flash on, and the outline looks like it was her. So that's what we thought. She is walking in the opposite direction of the way we are facing, as if she is heading towards the building. Caitlin has poor eyesight, so she could barely see her, but I have perfect vision and could see as Courtney was out the light. Very confused by this, we start whispering to ourselves as to why she's going that way. She parked beside us, and taking that way is much longer having to go around to get to the parking lot, and the bathrooms are closed at the information booth at the time. Still standing at the fork, Caitlin states she could have sworn Courtney kept going straight and didn't see her go that way. We both have this heavy feeling in our gut, and the atmosphere feels all wrong. I almost yell out for her and start to follow the trail to see where she's going, but then I decide to not do anything and for us to continue straight, and that she will just meet us at the car whenever she comes. The fork is only minutes away from where we parked, taking the trail that we were on. I joked to Caitlin, "What would you do if we go up here and she's in her car?" We laughed and kept talking, even though we still had that eerie feeling. 30 seconds later of walking, both of us froze, as the cars were now in sight, and we can clearly see Courtney is already sitting in her car with the interior light on. We look at each other, then begin to sprint. As we are sprinting for the car, I'm looking over my shoulder, shining my light, keeping a lookout, and trying to keep up in the very dark woods. We finally reach the vehicle and begin explaining what we saw. We asked her about it, and she said she kept going straight and never taking a right. Caitlin and I knew this was true because she couldn't have beat us here any other way. I have chills, and the question of who or what is out there is now flooding in all of us. I start reasoning logically that it's probably just a normal person walking and we didn't see them drive in. I'm not a believer in the supernatural whatsoever, but I do enjoy learning about it. Anytime something strange occurs, I try not to put much thinking into it. And after a few minutes of giving back our input and looking around on high alert, we decide it's best to leave. Courtney leaves in her car and Caitlin and I sit in my car for a few minutes, rambling on about tonight's events. Then I get the idea to ride further down the road to see if we see anyone. Driving now, we never passed any vehicles or people, and there's only one exit, so we would have seen someone leaving. Driving past the information building to the side of it, I can see straight down the trail where we saw a person, but there's nothing. I pull into the parking lot at the building, circling around, with no cars or people in sight. The place is well lit enough with street lamps here and there for me to have clear visibility. We continue further into the park, down the main road, checking every single parking lot. There was not a single vehicle or person, and the feeling of dread grew seeing that very empty lot. Leaving now, we talk about everything for hours, going over possible theories on what it could have been and how weird her stepsister was acting before. Like I said, I do not believe in the supernatural, but this opened me up a little bit more to the idea. My final conclusion is this was just a person walking, maybe camping somewhere away in the woods, and they made it in the forest before we drove by. Them not having a light on and similar clothes must have been coincidences. Or perhaps it was a glitch, and we were seeing Courtney's actions in another universe. Today I woke up very tired to see this short but lanky humanoid figure. It was like a naked grey child with a faceless oval head. It also did not seem entirely physical. Immediately after me seeing it, it ran and jumped onto the floor out of my view. I hesitated for a second, but still very quickly sat up to see where it went, and it was gone. My mother then walked in immediately afterwards and asked why I had that look on my face. I stayed silent and said I didn't know. I tried going back to sleep, but heard my floor creaking, so I checked under the bed, which is where I thought this creature, which I was in denial of seeing at the time, would have been hiding. But it turns out there were tons of containers under the bed, so it wouldn't have been able to hide in the room. I didn't actually know about the containers because I was sleeping in my parents' bed because my grandmother was visiting and using my room. The rest of my day had been weird, and I'd just been tired and depressed. I'm willing to accept that this was just a dream or something, but I wanted to know if this in any way sounds familiar to some creature or phenomenon, something you guys may have heard of. I lived previously in a small 2-story house with an unfinished basement along a main road. It was a nice brick house with around 0.8 acres in the backyard. The house was built in the mid-40s to 50s and is roughly 60 years old. The past owners of the house died inside it, and what my parents heard from the neighbors is that the husband was part of a cult. But me and my brother experienced a few strange things in the house. The first one was when the basement door slammed like someone was very angry at something, and it awoke my parents. The second one when I was trying to get some sleep, as I had a hard time getting to sleep when I was younger. The hallway light flickered on and off, and then my door creaked open. The third experience was when I was trying to get to sleep, but instead of the door slowly creaking open, it slammed open, and there behind it was a black figure with glowing red eyes, like a ball of pure hatred and evil. Me and my brother have had many experiences with this demon, and ran into it on a regular basis. But the one experience that stands out from the rest is when me and my brother were watching TV in the basement and had a tent set up. Now at the time we had fixed any air leaks in the basement and had no AC down there. But after a while I felt like someone was slapping the small tent me and my brother were in. So I checked it out and saw nothing, and went back to watching TV. Now a while later, the TV signal began to falter. It was like someone was taking this TV signal away from us, but then it suddenly turned black. Not off, black. I tried turning it on and off, and even unplugged and plugged it back in. I even took the TV out of its place on the entertainment system, but it remained black. Then at some point, I set it back in its place and went around to get my parents. But the basement was locked, and it only locked from the basement side of the door. I went back down, and that's when it happened. All of the lights were off. My flashlight, the ceiling lights, everything. Then the lights went on, and then off again. But in that brief flash of light, I saw the dark figure. I shined my flashlight in the direction I saw him last, and there he was. He stepped towards me, and made a full sprint towards the back room, which was still unfinished. I turned the TV off, booked it for the door, and me and my brother ran to our beds. In the house we live in now, I've only seen the black figure a few times. In my window in the property surrounding my house, and by the cemetery. That may have been short experiences, but they have nevertheless been very creepy. This happened about 11 years ago, when I was working as a logistics operative in a warehouse in the UK. I worked with a good bunch of people, one of them being my mum. She helped me get the job there, and as we were very close, I enjoyed working with her. The warehouse we worked at had shelves upon shelves of products which lined the length of the warehouse, and it had a walkway through the middle. Off to one side was the packing area for products that were ready to be shipped out to customers. I was in the packing area on this particular day with the rest of my colleagues and was facing the shelves. I glanced up and saw my mum walking down the walkway, and she was looking at me. I smiled, but she didn't smile back, and just kept walking with a blank expression on her face, which is not like my mum at all. She's a very happy person, everyone likes her, and like I said, we're very close, so there's no way she'd look at me without acknowledging me. I look at her with confusion sprawled all over my face, still watching her walk up the walkway away from me and everyone. Apart from the non-expressive look on her face, I remember thinking something else wasn't quite right with how she looked. There was something different that I couldn't put my finger on. Her eyes, they looked hollow, like I was looking into a dark abyss. I looked down for a split second to the job I was doing behind me, through a door that you have to have a keycard to open. At that moment, my mum walked in. I was so confused. It wasn't possible for her to be walking through the warehouse and then be behind me in a matter of seconds. I would have seen her if she had tried to get past me. There was no other way around. I asked my mum where she had been, and she said she'd been with the customer service team upstairs for the past half hour, trying to sort out a query. My face must have said it all, because my mum asked me what was wrong, but I didn't answer. I sprinted down the warehouse all the way to the back, looking down every aisle, but found no one. I got back to my mum as she asked me again, and I told her exactly what I'd seen. She was creeped out, but she believed me. Nothing like this has ever happened since, and it really freaked me out. It still does to this day, and I have no idea what that thing was, but all that I know is that it definitely wasn't my mum. At 12 years of age, my mum let me stay in the truck as she went grocery shopping. As I wait, I see an old guy walking towards the truck with an indescribable look at me, as if I know too much. He stops 5 feet from the truck, looks at me for a few seconds and heads back to the exact way he came. It was rather traumatic for some reason and very confusing at that age. 5 or 6 years later, my dad was showing me some home videos of us at Yellowstone. At Old Faithful, I noticed the same guy, same look, same clothes, peering at us on camera and at me through the TV. I freak out every time I tell this. When I was 9 years old, my dog died of old age. She was a 14-year-old German Shepherd, and she had been on her way out for a while. Her name was Holly, and she loved to hang out with my dad in his room. She was relatively small for her breed, but she was still very playful. When I was 11, I woke up to hear a dog panting in my front yard. It was dead silent in the middle of summer, and I looked outside to see a German Shepherd standing out my dad's window. How funny, I thought, just like Holly. I go outside to see the dog, and it's almost overjoyed to see me. Very happy dog for meeting it the first time. And this dog felt the same way about my whole family. This must just be a coincidence, though. I'm curious as to why it chose our house to walk up to at 7 a.m. though, and we contact the owner of the dog, and he starts making his way to our house to pick up his dog. Here's where it gets creepy. This dude lived far away. He told us that his dog had run away a few nights ago, but he didn't think she'd come that far. It was only a few towns away, but that's still quite a distance for a dog to travel. We asked the owner what the dog's name was. Holly. We started laughing. We told him we had a German shepherd called Holly. When we asked her age, they told us she was 2, and she was born right after our dog died. We're baffled at this point, so we tell him the story. Everyone seems to think the whole scenario was a big coincidence, and that it was really funny that it happened. But I always wonder if Holly came back after that day in order to hang out with us one last time, or if it was just some dumb, lost dog. My girlfriend is a manager where she works, and since the pandemic has affected everything, she's been working from home. She can't afford to be away from her computer for any length of time, so I pick up the slack by working around the house and running errands. Errands were the order of the day, and I needed to go to our big local big box wholesale store to pick up some things, then the hardware store, and finally the supermarket for some dinner items. The trip to the wholesale store took longer than expected due to roadway construction, and I was very frustrated and angry by the time I made it to the street and was en route to my final stop. Traffic from that point on was moderate, but I was still annoyed from the earlier mess, then drove more aggressively than I should have. Finally, I made it to the supermarket where I collected the needed items, but when I tried to go through one of the self-checkout stations, the damn thing kept messing up, and my earlier frustration was redoubled, as it was all I could do to not scream profanities at the thing. But I managed to get my items and get back out to my vehicle. I sat there for a moment, letting the air conditioning cool me off as it had been quite warm outside. I was still aggravated and frustrated by the entire experience. So, I tried to calm down and scrolled through my phone to get my mind focused. As I stared casually at the screen out of my left peripheral vision, I saw a woman walk towards the store entrance. She was wearing a light 3/4 sleeve shirt, greyish coloured shorts, and a black piping. Her hair was pulled up in a bun on the back of her head, and she wore large brown sunglasses, which she was adjusting with her right hand. I watched her for a moment as she headed into the store. Now, I don't know if my earlier heightened emotional state had anything to do with this, but not more than 1 minute later, the exact same woman walked past me in front of me again. Now, let me be clear, this wasn't another person who looked like this woman, not a twin, nor had the woman returned to her vehicle without me seeing her. This was not déjà vu. This was the same woman, same clothes, same hair, and sunglasses that she adjusted with her right hand in exactly the same manner as before. My jaw hung slack as I witnessed this. I couldn't make sense of it. I have never had anything like this happen to me. I was totally freaked out. I thought about going back to the store to try and confirm what I'd seen, but I knew that I was not seeing things, and that this actually happened. Ultimately, I elected to just go home. Sometimes I wonder if the Matrix really exists. About 6 years ago, I lived in a small town where everyone knew everyone. My grandmother lived a few miles away from us in the middle of the woods. I used to love her house, but looking back, that house was pure horror. They had 100 acres of woods and not a house in sight. There was an old abandoned barn they used for storage for tools, but the rest of the property was unused. I was a kid, 1st to 2nd grade, and every time I visited I would sleep in a spare bedroom, aka the kids' room. The kids' room had a glass case mounted on the wall with at least 50 dolls all aligned looking straight forward. My great-grandmother collected vintage dolls from every state, and I was always petrified of that room, but didn't have much of a choice. One night, me and my sister are sleeping in the room, sharing the same bed when I wake up. The room is completely black, except for the dim hallway light. I remember seeing one of the doors of the case open, and one of the dolls started moving. Another time I was in the kids' room alone. I couldn't sleep because of what I saw last time, and that's when I noticed one of the dolls was out of place. Its head was facing the door, and this was odd because they were all mounted to the case and couldn't move. The doll's head began to slowly turn and look at me. I was off center to the left, so there's no way it wasn't paranormal. I sat there sweating bullets under my blanket, too afraid to yell for my grandma, and I eventually passed out. And when I woke up, the dolls were facing forward again. They have moved out the house since, and I think the dolls are in storage, but they still own part of their land and use it for camping. One time my wife and I were coming back from a dinner night out. When I opened the door of the house, she was sitting at the computer working, as I usually find her when I get home. Nothing unusual, except she was entering the house with me. I shrugged it off and carried on. We went to bed and I told her that I saw her sitting at the computer, and she goes dead serious and told me that when I opened the door, she saw herself sitting at the computer working. Creepiest thing I've ever experienced. The fact that our neighbor's 2-year-old daughter used to point to the TV when it was off and tell us the person on the screen was making scary faces and that she wanted it to go away didn't help us sleep much that night. We arrived at a Canadian roadside camping ground in BC. When we got there around 10 p.m, it was full of people. Big trailers, big 4-wheel drive cars, some RVs, the whole list of usual suspects. Nobody seemed to really know each other. It was just people like us traveling through. We had a long ride behind us, pitched our tent and went to sleep. We set an alarm for early the next day, to maybe catch some early wildlife and get on the road before everyone else. The alarm was set at 5 a.m. When we woke up, the entire campground was empty. Not a trace of anyone. No trash anywhere. But then again, it is Canada. And when the park ranger came around to collect the overnight fee, we asked him what was going on. He looked at us like we were seeing ghosts. He didn't see anyone except us. They might have left the campground before we did, all quiet like, but we're both light sleepers, and that's unlikely. To this day, we can't explain what happened. Ever since I was a kid, I have what I call doubling occasionally happen around me. I put something in my pocket and then find it in another pocket, as well as in the original pocket I had it in. And yes, it's happened with money before. The most standout example was when I was a teen at camp. All the leaders had engraved plastic name tags, and we were all issued only one. I used to keep mine between my hat and my shirt. At the end of camp, I just crammed all my stuff in a duffel and headed home. Later, when I unpacked, the first thing I do is pull out my hat with my tag in it. And of course, a minute later I pull out a shirt with the same name tag pinned to it. I also have experienced a similar phenomenon where I was a kid. For a few years it happened on a daily basis, but I haven't seen it much in a long time. Someone would place something in their pocket or backpack, but when they went to grab it, it would later be missing. I would then reach into my pocket or backpack and pull it out. I initially got accused of being a thief, but when it happened repeatedly, when I hadn't even been within 20 feet of the victim, my friends and classmates stopped doing it. So they just kind of accepted that it would happen around me. Moral of the story? I'm a quantum counterfeit and pickpocket. My wife has a freckle on the palm of her hand. It was just under her left thumb, about the size of a pea. I loved that freckle. Would kiss it, name it, joke around with it. We've been together 20 years and got married back when we were 21 in 1994. About 2 months ago, I was looking at her hands and her freckle was gone. "What happened to your freckle?" "What freckle?" she says. I get a little freaked out and say, "The one you've always had on the palm of your hand." I grabbed her hand and looked closely, and there was a faded scar where the freckle was. She tells me that she had a freckle there, and that she had it removed about a year before she met me. She said it popped up really quickly, and that it freaked her and her mum out because it appeared so fast, and they had it removed and tested for melanoma. It was negative. I remember that freckle, people. I remember kissing it and touching it when I would hold her hand. Like I said, this happened 2 months ago. I cannot shake the feeling that somehow my consciousness slipped sideways into a very, very similar universe to the one I started out in. But I feel like the people around me aren't really the people I used to know. It's very disconcerting. And if I didn't have really awesome compartmentalization skills, I could see this as really driving me crazy in short order. I was 16 when this occurrence happened. It was 2:40ish in the morning. I tend to stay up late. It's something I did a lot in my teenage years. I went out to the kitchen to fill my water bottle up, and I also ended up grabbing a snack. As I turned to go back to my room, I saw something through my sliding glass door. I should reiterate I was living in an apartment at the time, all the way up on the 3rd floor. I thought I was just seeing something, but I started to walk over to the door and it got closer. I'm telling you, I just about crapped myself. I ran to my room so fast, it really freaked me out. Also, after that had happened, it occurred many other occasions. I'm so glad we finally moved out of that place. So many things happened. I like to be impulsive at night, and I don't mean break into buildings impulsive, though I have been there too. This time it was just to go for a long drive, clear the thought kind of situation. Me and a friend hopped into her car and drove out of town in an effort to end up in the middle of nowhere, which isn't hard living here in Australia, as most of our landmass is just forest land and desert once you leave civilization, so plenty of space to find yourself lost in. We kind of expected to get lost part way through the drive, of course. That's half the fun. What we didn't expect was after driving through Cali North, we found ourselves in the middle of nowhere, on a road caged on the sides by snow-white trees that often looked to be glowing in what was extremely low moonlight. I noticed that we left Cali North at like 8 at night, sending out texts to loved ones on my friend's phone for her. We were getting somewhat crap signal the entire drive, but it hadn't dropped out yet. And when we hit these white trees, the signal dies. Messages are now unable to send. Even Spotify perishes, despite the fact we downloaded the songs onto the phone. And suddenly the road begins looping in perpetual S-bends that we couldn't shake. Generally, I follow a rule of driving at night. That is, if weird stuff starts to happen, you don't just turn around in the middle of nowhere. So I tell my friend to look for a driveway or some kind of invitation to turn around rather than doing a U-turn right there and then. While in this looping S-bend drive, we see a sign in the trees. I think I saw it at least 8 times over. Who knows how many. I couldn't count. The sign was old and mostly rotted away, carved out to say, Touchwood. And now looking for it, I can't find any sign of a road or place called Touchwood at all. We eventually do find a spot to turn around, not far from the sign. It actually looked like it appeared from nowhere, considering we'd been apparently looping for about a half hour now. After turning around, we managed to get out of there, head back to Cali North, and our signal returns. Thank goodness. Everything comes back on our phones. Signal, Spotify, the works. And we find out that a half hour spent in the loop was apparently 4 hours. It's past midnight by the time we even return to our town. Both of us are weirded out, and somewhat excited at the same time. But I've spent over half my morning looking at satellite images of the region, scouring Facebook groups of the area and such, looking for this Touchwood place, and the road we were on doesn't seem to exist. Nothing about the trip was normal. The S-bend looping roads that never stopped, and the sign repeating itself every few bends. And, of course, the 4 hours of lost time. Unsure if we drove into a pocket dimension or something, but we were very much freaked out. I was 16 and bored at my girlfriend's cousin's place. Thai people are a bunch of superstitious people. I'm only half, but my girlfriend, her cousin, and her friend are 100% Thai. We decide to make a Ouija board, just write letters and numbers on a piece of print paper. We decide to light candles and politely asked spirits to join us. Freaky how the coin we pushed around seemed to move so quickly and accurately, spelling out names of our future boyfriends and girlfriends. It was easy for me to blame Joey, the most excited of the bunch, for manipulating the coin. We decided to put our Ouija to the test. My girlfriend volunteered to have the only finger on the coin, while the rest of us just touched her elbow. We also asked her to close her eyes and look up away from the board, and asked a couple of questions. After receiving no response, we asked our final question. Is anyone here? My girlfriend screamed and we jumped away to witness. We saw her crying as the coin spelled stop. Her eyes still closed, face towards the ceiling and tears running down her cheeks. It continued for 30 seconds and finally let her go. We tore the piece of paper up, flushed it down the toilet, and sat stunned and speechless. My girlfriend said she had absolutely no control of her body and wanted to look down and jump away from the board, but she couldn't. I will never forget that night, and I've been convinced of the unknown ever since. When I was in middle school, starting 7th grade, my sister told me she ran into Rudy, who was wondering how I've been, and if I was coming back to our middle school after summer. I had no idea who Rudy is. My sister thought she knew him. My friends knew him, and apparently he was one of my best friends, but I didn't know him. I met him for the first time in 7th grade, and he just kind of hung around with me and became part of my friends. My friends didn't seem to not know him and treated him like he was part of the group. My sister said that he told her of the times my best friend and I, and him, hung out at the pool or played video games. I recently asked her if she had ever seen me hung out with him before 7th grade, and she said she didn't know, but that he knew so much about me and even recognized her as my sister that she assumed that we were friends. I honestly don't know who he is. I lost contact after freshman year, but it's always creeped me the hell out. Maybe I was friends with him and completely forgot about him, but I seriously doubt that. Who the hell is Rudy? I scared a bunch of people on night shift. I pre-recorded some murmuring and random words like, "Hello, you've made a big mistake," on my phone. Then got a Bluetooth speaker and set it in a room. Why? Because we had planned to play the Ouija board. The place I used to work at was nice. The median age of employees was roughly 23, and it was about 30 of us all together. All of them were friends, but some of us were mischievous. Pranking each other was a daily routine, and often the CEO and COO were involved. They were always involved after the fact, when everyone laughed at the poor soul who got pranked on. One night someone suggested we play the Ouija board, and I couldn't pass the opportunity to mess with everyone. The Bluetooth speaker was a tiny one. The only problem was that it had a blue light which would be visible in a dark room. So I put tape over that and placed it inside an open box and had my cell phone connected. I was one of the biggest skeptics in the office, so if I could act scared, it would be very convincing. I used an office iPad to record the event, and everyone was aware of the recording. We sat down and started holding hands, so I couldn't just take out my phone to play the audio. This is where my genius becomes tangible. I had set it up as 5 minutes of silence before audio started, and 5 minutes later the question on the table was, "Is someone here?" And amazingly, a voice came saying, "Hello?" Everyone freaked out. It was just perfect timing. Then the murmurs started, then a whispering voice said, "Don't mess with us," followed by numerous murmurs, and then, "Mark killed me. He killed me." I had to act freaked out. One slip and I would give it all away, and then a co-worker of mine let go of the hand and fell to the floor. He passed out. We turned on the lights and a few seconds later he came to. We gave him water and calmed him down. Seeing the collective scare on my co-workers and brilliant execution, I thought the best way to honor it would be not to tell them what I did. It's been a few years, and I'm sure there are 5 guys out there still telling people how they experienced a real ghost killed by someone called Mark.